Audiobook title, Reincarnated Assassin Villainess, 01-34, by laulau20. Prologue. I had always been sickly. For as long as I can remember, I spent most of my time in a hospital room until my doctor delivered the grim news when I turned 16. I had no friends, never played outside, never had boyfriends, and now, I had only a few months left to live. The cancer had become too advanced for medical technology to control. "Please, Sana, stay strong no matter what," my parents implored. "We will always be here for you." "Why should I stay strong? I only have a few months left, anyway." My harsh response silenced them, and they left the hospital with downcast expressions. Alone in my room, I quickly grabbed my smartphone and began searching for web novels. Tears streamed down my face as I stared blankly at the screen. I wouldn't live to see the ending of these novels anyway. Why should I bother? As I gazed out from my hospital bed, I closed my eyes while the setting sun cast its warm glow upon me. I longed to apologize for being such a burden to my family, to my friends for abandoning our school projects and exams we had worked so hard on, and to my brother and sister. Most of all, I wanted to apologize to my parents for the enormous cost of my medical care. "Mom, I'm sorry for everything I've put you through," I whispered to no one in particular. "I'm sorry for being such a useless daughter, and I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. All I've done is lie in this hospital bed. I wish I could go to school and see everyone one last time. At the very least, please consider donating my organs so that I can help someone. Thank you." As I finished typing, my vision grew dim, and the world around me began to spin. A trickle of liquid grazed my cheeks, and my vision turned red as my heart sank. An unreal sensation washed over me. A mix of passion, excitement, grief, and despair. A crimson streak of light passed me by like a comet in a dark sky. Though there was nothing to see, I felt as though I was being watched. I spun around, but no one was there. A red liquid poured out in front of me, forming a puddle that continued to grow until it reached me. Hands emerged from the pool, pulling me down. I screamed. I woke up in a bed, screaming. Glancing around, I realized I was in an unfamiliar room, far removed from the 21st century hospital I knew. She's finally awake," a girl in a French-made uniform said as she opened the door in response to my scream. She was accompanied by several other men and women. The man among them seemed oddly familiar, though I was certain I had never met him before in my entire life. "So, how is she?" he inquired. "She's fine, just a little scratched up. I was surprised she survived that monster's attack," the doctor replied with a smile. "Could it be? This is the reincarnation thing I read about in popular web novels," I wondered. My heart raced at the possibility of reincarnation. I looked at my hands. They were small, but when I grasped them, there was no pain or sluggishness. I was healthy. I felt confident that I could fulfill my dreams of making friends and being cared for like a proper child with a loving family. I could play outside like a normal kid. I could have a sleepover with friends. I could attend birthday parties. The possibilities were endless. "Thank the goddess. Our Illadranthia is safe," he said, proceeding to hug me. Wait, what did he say? Illadranthia? Wasn't that the name of a villain in a recently read novel that was on hiatus? The name was so unique that it immediately raised my suspicions. Could this not be a typical Isekai story, but the one where I was reincarnated as some random villain? Little did I know that achieving my wish for a loving family and leading a normal, happy life outdoors was easier said than done. After all, I had been reincarnated as a bloodthirsty villainess from a book, The Assassinated Princess, returning back in time to live a happy life. 28, Chapter 1, Illadranthia. All right, it was nighttime. Let's collect our thoughts. The web novel The Assassinated Princess, returning back in time to live a happy life revolved around the female protagonist, often referred to as the FP, who was assassinated by Illadranthia, leading to a time reset through checkpoints. Following her revival, the princess, accompanied by several male protagonists, embarked on a mission to dismantle an assassin organization. The story reached a hiatus after the 5th volume, but Eli's fate remained clear. She met her demise at the hands of Prince Heracles while attempting to assassinate Claire, ultimately clearing a checkpoint. The first volume detailed the initial year of the FP's idyllic life at school before Eli's fatal intervention. When she found herself back on her first day of school through time travel, she took precautions, resulting in Eli's demise instead. The narrative then continued with other villains attempting to eliminate the FP or the male protagonists. At one point, there was even a volume where the FP sacrificed herself to save her friends. The story bore similarities to a novel where the male lead repeatedly died while simping for a white-haired girl. Eli was portrayed as an unhinged girl who frequently stabbed the FP throughout the first volume. Remarkably, she had a strong following in the novel. In fact, it was Eli's character that catalyzed the popularity of the assassinated princess, returning back in time to live a happy life and secured its position in the top 10 on Royalties Road. The novel even garnered hundreds of patrons for the authors. Eli's popularity rivaled that of Gasayano and other ex-Crazy Yandia characters. Reflecting on it now, was it really such a big deal? All I had to do was steer clear of her and avoid becoming a deranged knife enthusiast, and I would be safe. As I strolled round, I gazed into the mirror in the room and was taken aback. A beautiful, yet slightly intimidating, girl stared back at me. Her red eyes seemed to glow in the darkness of the night, evoking a sense of unease. I attempted to smile and make funny faces at my reflection, but the returned image was oddly more menacing. I wonder if I can make friends like this, I murmured as I crawled back into bed. Eli was a ruthless psycho in the novel. The most memorable scene involved her brutally stabbing the heroine, licking the blood from her knife, and subsequently slaying the male protagonist. Rest assured, I won't be doing that. I've never even harmed a fly in my previous life. Committing such a horrifying act was inconceivable for me. I've got this reincarnation cliché all figured out. I'm confident I'll lead a happy life filled with love. A few days had passed. Drawing from recently inherited memories, I finally pieced together my identity. I was Eldranthia Shadowstep, a 9-year-old daughter of a new count. When we returned from the capital with my grandfather and mother, our carriage was attacked by monsters, and they were all slaughtered. Miraculously, I was the sole survivor. The count had 2 wives and 6 children, and I was the youngest daughter. It was surprising to realize that my circumstances differed from the sinister portrayal in the book. In the novel, I was supposed to kill the monsters and even resort to cannibalizing the remains of my parents and the creatures. However, as per my memories, I had merely hidden inside a compartment within the carriage. The problem was that no one else knew this. They either regarded me as a miraculous child who survived a monster attack or a monstrous child whom the monsters themselves feared. This is quite perplexing, I muttered in the family study. I yearned for my parents' affection, but my father was preoccupied, and my stepmother ignored me. Furthermore, my brothers and sisters showed no interest in me either. Not a single one of them made eye contact with me. No wonder Eli grew up to be such a psychopath. She needed more love. If I could just showcase my cuteness to them, I was confident they would warm up to me. "Hey, dinner is ready." Richard, my second brother, called to me and left without even glancing at me. "Okay," I replied and briefly caught a glimpse of my reflection in the window. It pained me that they didn't pay me any attention. Was it because of my eyes? "Happy birthday, Eli," my father said. The dinner was a bit more elaborate than usual. Instead of the typical bread and soup, we had steak today. I was overjoyed that they had congratulated me. "Today was my birthday, huh? Dad, why is the sky red?" my younger brother inquired. When I gazed outside the window, I indeed noticed a tinge of red in the night sky. This was undoubtedly another world. According to the novel, Eli was born on the first day of the Purgatory Comet at midnight. The Purgatory Comet had various other names, such as the Killing Star, the Comet of Hell, or Reaper Comets. People believed that those born on this day were messengers from Hell or Grim Reapers. It was all rooted in superstition. Of course, today is the day of the Purgatory Comet. It lasts for 5 days. Happens once every 10 years, Dad explained while giving a quick glance in my direction. "I was born on the Killing Comet too," my oldest brother, Zach, chimed in. "Huh, but your eyes aren't as creepy as Eli's," my younger brother remarked. "Haha, maybe because I was born during the day, or perhaps because I was born on the last day of the Killing Comet." Zach laughed it off. The tales about people born on the first day of the Killing Comet are just superstitions. His Highness, the Royal Prince, is perfectly normal, although he does have that slight red tinge in his eyes, just like our Eli. I ate our dinner in silence. Our county wasn't particularly well off. Usually, our suppers consisted of bread and modest soup with bits of meat. However, tonight, we were treated to steak. I needed to savor every bite. I picked up the fork and knife placed before me. The blade was sharp with serrated edges. According to my memories, this was the first time I had ever picked up a knife. With a smile, I stabbed the steak and cut tiny pieces of meat around the fork, just like an elegant noble lady. The blade slightly bounced due to the meat's tenderness, but it easily cut through. After cutting a corner of the steak, I picked it up with my fork and savored the taste. The meat juice, combined with the barbecue sauce, was mouth-watering, and I relished each bite. Then, I gazed forlornly at the serrated knife's blade. As I licked its edges, the sauce dripped from it, a delicious addition. I repeated the process of cutting more small pieces of meat, thoroughly enjoying the sensation of cleanly slicing the flesh with a knife. When the blade entered the beef, it was fun, and when I pulled it out, a sense of accomplishment welled up within me. Eli, stop playing with your food. Don't forget your etiquette lesson. The magical exam is in 2 months. Dad coughed and reprimanded me. Startled, I was jolted out of my food-induced bliss. When I regained my senses, I noticed the dinner table had fallen completely silent, with everyone having finished their meal. The atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward. Sorry, Father, I interrupted my enjoyment of slicing the meat with the knife, cut a bigger chunk of it, and swiftly stuffed it into my mouth. When the somewhat awkward dinner finally concluded, I hurried back to the study to resume my reading. However, I was halted in my tracks as I gazed outside at the red sky. The red night was alluring. I opened the window and shifted my attention away from the history books and math, instead focusing on the red comet outside the window. The comet's glow bathed the dark sky in an eerie red light, and as it enveloped me, I found myself enchanted by its beauty. It was akin to gazing at the Milky Way, only this time it was painted in red. Ting. Congratulations. You have received the blessings of the Killing Star. Blessing of the Killing Star, Level 1, Fearless. Intimidation. Improved Strength. Enhanced Agility. Beast Instinct. Dark Magic. I blinked at the blue box before me. Huh? This literary bounds per game setting was never mentioned in the web novels. Suddenly, I began to doubt my place within the web novel, The Assassinated Princess, returning back in time to live a happy life. I wondered if I had literary bounds per game attributes here. Could I open a status screen like those overpowered protagonists? Even though Iladranthia never underwent formal soldier training for the Empire, she was skilled enough to match the prince, who had undergone rigorous training. So, that's the reason, huh? How did she become an assassin anyway? The book never explained the reasons, I muttered as I left the study and returned to my room. Eli was seriously creepy. Despite being my sister's daughter, I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread whenever I looked at her, and it only intensified with time. I needed to regain control of myself. She had done nothing wrong. She was merely shocked and traumatized due to my sister's death. What's wrong, honey? My husband asked as he sat down beside me in bed. Is it about Eli? Yeah, she scares me. Well, I've heard that children born during the Killing Star can be like that. You felt it too, right? Zack was also a bit intimidating. Yeah, I know. Sorry, dear, I said, trying to regain my composure. When I closed my eyes, her glowing red eyes seemed to peer into my soul. I could not look at her in the eye. When she ate the steak, it was as if she didn't savor the taste of the steak but rather the sensation of cutting flesh with a knife. That truly scared me. However, I was sure it was just my imagination. She still followed my and James's words. I needed to regain control of myself. It was not her fault that she was a bit intimidating. But I still couldn't look at her in the eyes. They looked like that wolf monster's eyes that killed my ex. 38, Chapter 2 Familial Piety. My family, the House of Shadowstep, is a newly elevated noble family from the countryside. Our nobility began with my grandfather, who distinguished himself in a war 40 years ago. I have 5 siblings, 4 brothers and 1 sister. Besides me, the oldest brother, Zack, was also born on the day of the killing comet, making him 20 years old now. The age gap is quite substantial. Zack, the eldest child and the heir to our house, is already 20 years old. He has achieved the rank of captain, leading 300 soldiers, and is engaged to the 3rd daughter of a duke. He, too, was born on the day of the red comet, just like me. On the other hand, Richard, The second son is now 18 years old. I've heard he has secured an apprenticeship as a civil official, excelling in mathematics, and is engaged to a daughter of a count, with plans to succeed their house. By the way, he is the only brother from the same mother. However, the family's good fortune ends there. The eldest daughter, Fiona, who is 15 years old, has been accused of cheating and now resides in our house as a freeloader. She lives in a state of perpetual melancholy, resembling a widow. The third son, Alucard, serves as a soldier but is shunned because he deserted in battle. I rolled my eyes at the fact that he was just 14 years old and wasn't the only one who fled the fight. Nonetheless, a shame was a shame, and that mistake has hindered his career progression. The youngest son, Daniel, is only 6 years old. He's an adorable little child, but he keeps avoiding me, which makes me quite sad. According to the web novel, I am supposed to attend the Royal Academy of Althema in 2 years. I should be an average girl, but due to my connection to the second prince, I was ordered to kill the heroine and the third prince. Afterward, I was simply cast aside, and my family was destroyed. All right, the royal family seems like bad news. I must be cautious not to get involved with them, especially the second prince. I think I'm going to stay here and become a knight. With my talents, I'm confident I could qualify as a knight or even a mercenary. After all, this world has monsters. Alternatively, I could follow in my brother's footsteps and become a civil official. You want to become a knight? Zack tilted his head when I asked him to tutor me in matters of knighthood. This was a rare opportunity as both the first and second brothers were at home. The second and third brothers had a school holiday for a month and would return to the capital in a week, while my first brother was on a mission in this county. We bordered the northern jungles, after all. Why? I don't think it suits you. 90% of the knights are male, so you would have a hard time fitting in. I see. But Brother Richard is busy. He's going to the capital next week. Should I ask him? You'll be going to school in 2 years. Military education isn't mandatory for women, but etiquette is. So, I suggest you learn from your brother first. Okay. With my path to becoming a formidable warrior thwarted, I turned to my second brother. Why would a woman need to learn math? Etiquette lessons differ for men and women. Learn from this book and this book instead, he replied in a cold tone. Despite sharing blood ties, he was distant with me. I want to learn math and become a civil official, I replied with a downcast gaze. I see, a commendable attitude. I like it. He nodded his head as if assessing me. I thought you'd be like any other woman who only pays attention to their looks, but just wanting it isn't enough. Here, try these exercises. As a modern person from Earth, these simple addition and subtraction problems were too easy for me. Even though I had spent most of my time in the hospital, I was still a high school student at the time, and my academic performance was decent due to having nothing to do but study during my hospital stay. Despite this, my proficiency in math impressed Brother Richard, but my grasp of history and language was abysmal enough for him to issue a stern warning. Listen, I'm glad you have some brains in your head, but if you continue to neglect your etiquette, you'll share the same fate as your third brother. Please work on them while I return to school. When a child reached the age of 10, there was a magic inspection held by all the churches in the empire, occurring either annually or monthly, depending on the region's population. Our county was scheduled to have the inspection every season, which would take place a month from now. I couldn't remember a Ladranthia possessing strong magic, but the system notification stated that I had dark magic within me. Did she simply choose not to learn it? I wondered why. I've told you, the answer is no. I won't teach you swordsmanship, Big Brother Zack replied curtly as I requested his help during his break with his teammates in our barracks. Why? Please, brother. I pleaded with him, just as I had with Richard a week ago. Most of my brothers had already returned to the academy, leaving just my sister, him, and my little brother. Listen here, Eli, it's not that I don't want to teach you. Women simply can't be knights, Zack sighed in exasperation. Why? A few women have become mercenaries or soldiers, so why can't I be like them? Here, let me lend you the training sword that I use. John, he signaled to his subordinates, who handed him a dull metal blade. When the weight was transferred to me, I staggered. The sword felt very heavy, like a bag full of groceries. I'd heard that a sword could weigh 2 or 3 kilograms, but I didn't expect it to be this heavy. Those YouTubers were lying. See, you can't even lift it properly. By the way, this is a 1.5-handed sword. I could. See? I'm lifting it now. I protested. You need to wield it. Hold it at the end, Zack said. I did as he instructed and I managed to lift it. But I couldn't hold it for long, and the sword fell back to the ground. I could train. I'm like this because I'm still small. Shouldn't we start with a wooden sword first? I tried to make excuses, but brother Zack sighed again. Sorry, Eli, but I can't do that. Women need to be dainty. If you train in swordsmanship, you'll build muscle, and your father and your prospective husband would be upset with me. I told you that 90% of the knights are male, right? More than half of them have a buff body like gorillas. Just because there are female knights doesn't mean you have to be like that. Huh? What kind of sexist culture is this? Women need to be dainty. So, if I participate in sports, I'll be looked down upon for being unattractive? Oh, yeah. I forgot that even though this is a fantasy world, it's still based on medieval customs. Brother, you dumbass, I cried, glaring at him with menacingly. A pulse of anger resonated within me, and my brother instinctively stepped back and grabbed his sword from his waist. I really wanted to hit his handsome face at least once, and fortunately, I had a perfect tool right in my hand. I leapt forward, slashing at him with all my might. The sword felt as light as a stick in my hand. The overwhelming desire to hit him at least once filled me as I swung my sword. However, it proved futile, as he skillfully allowed my blade to slide past his, narrowly missing his face. Suddenly, he launched a counterattack, swinging his sword diagonally. I quickly sidestepped to dodge and chased after him with my sword. My assault continued. After he deflected my horizontal swing, I tried a vertical one, yet, he merely sidestepped and attempted to kick me. I jumped back to create distance, narrowly evading his kick. Was this some kind of beastly instinct? As I slashed at him again, I felt my feet and hands go numb. Sudden exhaustion overcame me, and I face planted onto the ground. My breathing became ragged all of a sudden. I had only made 4 or 5 slashes. I had believed this body to be healthy. How could I be out of breath so quickly after swinging a sword? When I looked at my brother, he sheathed his sword and let out a sigh of relief. Wow, Captain, she gave you quite a challenge, didn't she? That swing was so fast. I doubted you could block it for a moment. One soldier commented. Maybe she has a skill blessing? Another one added. Well, I'll admit she has some talent. However, it's not enough. A soldier must have stamina for at least 30 minutes of engagement. Zack delivered his judgment. I sat and looked down in dismay as a sense of disappointment welled up within me. Don't feel too down, Eli. While becoming a knight may not be for you, you could consider a career as a military official. Handling paperwork seems more suited to you, he said, turning his face away. I lay on the ground, gazing up at the blue sky, pondering his words. That was fucking dangerous, I cursed in my mind as I sneaked a glance at my little sister, who lay on the floor of our training hall, looking utterly exhausted and having abandoned all etiquette. But I had genuinely thought I was going to die just a few moments ago. When she gazed at me with her red eye, my instincts took over, and I instinctively grabbed my sword without hesitation. It was reminiscent of the time I had been stared down by a Class B monster during my first disaster campaign, where almost a third of my team had perished. What's more, I had been so overwhelmed by my instincts that I had actually swung my sword with an actual blade back at her. If something were to happen to her, I would face even greater shame than my third brother and might have to bid farewell to my position as the captain of Shadowstep County. Even though we were born almost on the same date, she was far more intimidating than me. I needed to regain control. How could I, a commander of over 300 men, be so scared by a 10-year-old kid with a blunt sword to boot? I was getting a little too high-strung lately. The appearance of the red comet had made the monsters in the woods more active, and there had been some skirmishes with bandits recently. Perhaps I should buy her some pudding as an apology. When we got home, now that I thought about it, she had managed to dodge 2 of my strikes, hadn't she? She might have the potential to become a specially talented soldier. However, I didn't want to teach her until after her magic exam. Mages were highly valued in the Empire, and if she had the aptitude, it would be better for her to focus on becoming a mage rather than a regular soldier. And so, the day of the magical exam arrived, and once again, I was left astonished by her results. 35, Chapter 3: Touching Grass. After pestering my oldest brother and failing, I turned to magic. I knew for sure that I had dark magic. Books about beginner magic were sold in every bookstore. The books said that dark magic specialized in illusions, debuffs, curses, and shadows. A more specialized version could also tamper with the mind, but it was illegal and did nothing more than light suggestion or hypnotize. How did I know that I had talents in dark magic? I could use every spell in the beginner's book with a single try. The beginner spellbook in our library consisted of only 3 bits: Shadow Tentacle, Dark Illusion, and Slow. I had high hopes that I could change my menacing eyes with Dark Illusion. However, it was a major disappointment. Dark Illusion cast magic on the opponent's eye or brain, making them see things. It didn't bend light to create Fata Morgana or a mirage. That kind of illusion belonged to light magic. So, I could not change how I looked except for the person I cast my spells on. This sucks, I muttered. Dark magic was the most unpopular among all 6 other elements. Well, at least I could act as a mana battery for Feystones. That would guarantee my livelihood even as the second daughter of a count. Wait, I am a girl. Women of nobility in this age mainly worked for fun, not for pay. Even a farmer's wife usually only cooked at home and worked hard as a good housewife. I was getting too used to the way modern people worked. Blessing of the Killing Star, Level 1. Fearlessness, Intimidation, Improved Strength, Improved Agility, Beast Instinct, Dark Magic. Well, I am getting the hang of how to use my skills. When I reminisce about what happened during my match with Brother Zack, it's easy to find a switch to turn my power on and off. The power-up feels substantial and borderline inhuman. For example, my strength increased from picking up 10 books in a study to lifting a desk. However, I could not sustain it for long. My breathing became ragged in an instant, and I could even black out or fall unconscious in mere moments. "Hello, mister. Can I help you?" I said to the chef. This is my method of getting friendlier. I will try to make friends in the mansion. Eli was not known to be harsh on commoners in the novels, but she never had any commoner friends either. I never had close friends in my previous life due to staying in the hospital often. So, I want to make lots of friends here. Even commoners are fine, and friends help each other. I am sure that my reputation will rise when the employees know I helped them with their jobs. Please sit here, young miss. Your words are more than enough for us." The chef and maids gave stiff smiles when I entered the kitchen. I had heard that our county was poor, but I guess we were not that poor. The food was still good, and the chef and maids seemed to be well paid. I had never heard them gossip about anything terrible done to them. They mostly gossiped about my creepy eyes, the fat greedy merchant, monsters in the forest, and rumors about a war brewing with a neighboring kingdom. I wondered if I could do something about those rumors. I was a shut-in nerd with no friends in both this world and the previous one. Well, maybe when I was older, around 15 years old, I would do something about it. I hadn't even gone to school yet. As I sat on the chair prepared by them, my eyes wandered around the kitchen and locked onto the maid who was peeling a potato with a knife. The way the small knife moved to peel the potato excited me as I continued to stare at the deft hands the maid had. The blade cut just right at the corner of the potato and peeled away the skin. The skin, with a modicum of flesh sticking to it, formed a beautiful ribbon before it fell into the trash bin, marking the end of a single potato being peeled. I noticed there were several other knives on a knife stand. My body moved on its own, and I looked at the knives there. There were 5 unused knives there, 2 large knives, 2 cleavers, and a filleting knife. There were no other small paring knives like the one the maid used, so I grabbed a filleting knife and moved on to grab a potato. A filleting knife is longer and a lot thinner than a paring knife. It might feel good to stab something with this knife. The thin knife was short to enter the flesh easily. I liked the way the tip of the knife was sharp, unlike the steak knife with a rounded tip that we used yesterday. I started working by watching the maids do it. At first, I wasted a bit of potato by cutting too deep. But on my third potato, I seemed to cut as well as the maids who helped the chef. I liked how sharp the knife was. I didn't even need to move the blade, just rolled the potato, and it peeled on its own. "Miss Eli," the chef held my hand as I tried to grab another potato. "We already have enough peeled potatoes. We are extremely grateful for your help." "Ah, you are welcome." "Is there anything else I could do?" I'm sure our gardener has something for you. Or you could go into the city and do some shopping. It must be boring staying at the mansion all day." The chef shooed me away with polite words. I had never thought about going outside the mansion. Maybe it was because I still had the hospital mentality. I am healthy now, right? I can play outside. Yippee. Thank you. I will do so. I bowed down to the chef and scurried away. When I told my nanny the idea, she assigned a guard and a maid to accompany me. County Shadowstep consisted of a town and 3 villages around it. Its size was on the smaller side if we discounted the massive jungle that is between this empire and the neighboring kingdom, but our country garrisoned over 300 soldiers here. From the gossip of our maids, I heard it was due to monsters and bandits. I walked around our town, and my eyes locked on a blacksmith store. This is a fantasy, right? Of course. It has a blacksmith store. I bet they would have lots of cool armor or swords. Miss, wouldn't a clothing store be more appropriate? Laura, my personal maid, spoke with a stiff smile. Well, I want to see what sword Brother Zack usually used. This is a good store, right? Yes. This is the most famous blacksmith store in our county. By the way, they don't just make weapons, they also make jewelry. Jewelry is also made here? Isn't the jewelry store 2 streets back? I said while tilting my head. Well, the metal parts for silver and gold jewelry are made here, Laura answered. Clang clang. A loud bell rang before I entered the blacksmith store. Most people merely stared at the gate and then continued their daily life. However, the soldiers became restless as they scrambled to reach our gate. Is it a monster attack? I asked Bob, one of our commoner soldiers, who nodded. No need to fear, my lady. Our night order can handle it. It's just a random monster wandering around our gate. An arrow or 2 will handle it just fine, or so he said. I was giddy with excitement at his words. Can we watch? I want to see Brother Zack killing the demons. Absolutely not. It's dangerous, my lady, a maid said, but the soldier refuted her. If we watch from the top of a tower, I believe we would be fine, Bob replied. Yes, I wanna see. And so, I shall witness the first fantasy battle in this world. 36. Chapter 4, Talents. Bob walked me through the busy street, and before long, we arrived at wooden palisades acting as a gate with wooden towers behind it. Bob asked for permission to climb one of the sentry gates. As I climbed it, I could see several hundred green-skinned monsters. Were they the typical orcs and goblins? There are a lot of them, I said, feeling worried. Then, our soldiers sorted. Most of them ran outside the wooden gate while the rest of them stood atop a platform. Looking at their equipment, the ones that sallied out were knights. They wore full-plated armor and shields. My brother was there too. On the other hand, the 50 or so soldiers who sallied at the top of the platform were archers and mages. As soon as the enemy came forward, the archers rained arrows upon them. I was expecting a deluge of arrows like in movies, but I guess it was difficult with so few archers. The mages started late, but they were devastating. Ice, fire, and lightning stormed out and thinned the herd. There were less than 10 mages with their staff and robes there, but the enemy's numbers were already halved. After that, our knights came in contact with the greenskins. Their clubs were deflected by shields, and then a counterattack came. Brother Zack was directing the battle from behind, but soon, he charged in and killed the enemy. Blood spilled out on the green grass, and I was excited to see so much blood splattered from both the goblins. Their blood was surprisingly red, like humans. I wanted to stab a knife into those orcs and goblins. It wasn't fair that only Brother Zack had the privilege to kill. The battle soon came to an end. There were no casualties, but some knights were seen limping as they walked back behind the gate. Some smaller goblins must have sneak attacked them in the legs. Those demons had no equipment, but they could still do that to our knights. I must salute them. Some of the plate armor our knights were using was dented by wooden clubs. Awesome, brother. You killed that humongous monster by yourself. I praised him incessantly, but his soldiers spoke differently. Ha ha ha, don't mimic your brother. No commander should stand in the front, he is brave but stupid, and the soldiers laughed with him. Hey, what's wrong with you? I helped you guys, all right. I don't want to be a fate task commander like Centrals. His remark was soon followed by another laugh, and we all went home happy. The day of the magic examination finally arrived. Inside a church, a priest placed a crystal ball on a table and asked every child of 10 years of age to be examined. It was a prominent event, and almost all parents attended. When my name was called, a stir ran through the crowd due to my menacing look. However, it wasn't so bad anymore, as the bakery and clothing store owners gave me a smile from behind. When I touched the crystal ball, it grew dark immediately. The priest then declared, Elodranthia Shadowstep, Dark Magic Level 8, Wind Magic Level 3, Fire Magic Level 4, Light Magic None, Earth Magic Level 2, Water Magic Level 4, Mana Level at 80% of the device. Elodranthia, we shall welcome a new excellent mage among our ranks. Let this be the day the world knows of your talents. I tilted my head at his words. The other participants never received such celebratory words. Was it because of my position as the Count's daughter? But I soon read the atmosphere and replied, "Thank you for your kind words." I looked at the crowd after returning to my seat in the church and asked my father, "Father, how good is magic level 8? Approximately the level of a royal mage." The captain of the royal mages was level 9, but it was a mere talent. "You need to work hard if you want to become royal mages." My father smiled. "If it weren't for dark magic, you would have received much greater applause. But it's rare for magic talent to be above 5. I am proud of you." Eli, just as luck. Daniel, my youngest brother, snorted. "Yeah, magic talent is just luck," Fiona chimed in. "The atmosphere in our family is quite strained. My stepmother seemed to dislike me more and more with each passing day." I ignored the brat and my sister, who had an inferiority complex, and chatted with my father about magic. He explained that anyone who graduated from the Academy's magic division could call themselves a mage. However, they only accepted those with a talent level of 4 or above. It was extremely difficult for people to learn magic if their talent was below 4, but not impossible. "I see. What is mana level?" "It's the capacity for magic. 80% is quite good, I believe," further said. However, his words seemed unsure, which made me question him. "Stop looking at me like that. Mana's level is not constant. It can grow either with training, age, or some other factors." When he said 80%, it was just meant for that particular device. "I don't know how precise that mana measuring device is." Crack shatter. The crystal ball cracked into 2 halves, each part glowing in red when a girl touched it. Everyone gasped at the spectacle, and even the priest was astonished by the newcomer girl. "Oh, a mana level above 100%. Fire talent level 6. We thank the gods for giving us such a bountiful gift this year. May your life be prosperous for the kingdom." The priest clapped and gave incessant praise to the girl. "Ah, I knew her. I never saw her face, but a web novel described how the heroine's friend broke the mana measuring device. She was Alicia, a commoner who was good at fire magic and played the role of a friend of the female protagonist from the web novel, Claire. So, she lived in our county. This world sure seemed small." When the crowd clapped at her achievement, I felt inadequate somehow. "Are you jealous, Eli?" my father asked me because I didn't clap with the rest of the crowd. I denied it, but my voice sounded small, and he must have thought otherwise. "There are less than 5,000 mages in the entire kingdom. We should celebrate that our county will soon have 2 promising mages. I hope all of you can be friends, okay?" He then patted my head. I felt a little of my darkness fade away and smiled at her. I remembered from the web novel that she was the daughter of a soldier. She became an orphan when she turned 12 because her dad died in a skirmish with bandits, and her mother had already died when she turned 6. Since I was trying to evade the villainous route, I should befriend her as soon as possible. Doing that would lead me away from being ostracized in school later. "All right. It is easy. She is the daughter of a soldier. That means Brother Zack could introduce me to her father, and then, as long as I lavish her with sweets and food from our house, it would be simple." I wanted to enact my plan as soon as possible. However, a mage came to our doorstep first thing in the morning. He bore a message from the Mage Tower. Mage Tower or Mage Guild is a guild specialized for mages that worked for our empire. It was a highly prestigious place where its members were sometimes viewed as higher than nobles even though they had a commoner background. "Greetings, Count and Countess Shadowstep. My name is Alex Desert Walker, Margrave Desert Walker's 4th son. I am here today as a special tutor for young Miss Eli and Alicia." "Dad, why am I being tutored right now when we will learn about magic eventually in the academy? If you have a magic talent above level 6, it is highly recommended that you take this tutor to prevent your magic from going out of control." "Going out of control?" I looked at him, and he looked the other way, trying to avoid my gaze. Yes, I believe your menacing and intimidating look. For example, half of it should be from your dark magic, he said, then moved his eyes back to me. So, my scary look is actually because of my magic? Possibly. If you try to suppress all of your mana, you can lessen the intimidating look you give out. I did as he told me. It was easier said than done. I could cast beginner magic, but controlling mana directly without prompting from spells was new to me. When I closed my eyes and sensed my body, my mana was indeed leaked outside. I tried to suppress all of it inside. Good. You are a quick learner, Alex smiled. At the same time, Alicia, the other girl with fire talent level 6, came in. When I looked at her, she smiled back without pausing or getting startled. I felt giddy with excitement as I looked at my maid, my brother, and my father. My youngest brother confirmed it. My intimidating eye has lessened. Ah, she looks different than usual. She's less creepy now, Daniel said. I see, so it was because of her magic, Brother Zack and father muttered. Ah, I welcome you, Alicia, daughter of John. GG. Greetings, my lord. She bowed, but she was nervous. Am I not normal? I could bow to anyone without getting nervous. Is that the normal behavior for a 10-year-old? I apologize if my daughter has any misconduct. May I know why we were called? Greetings, honorable soldier of the Empire. The Empire has decreed that anyone who has magic talent level 6 or greater shall be put into tutoring as soon as possible so they could contribute to the Empire immediately. I see. Will our family be charged for the lesson fee? Well, the fee is 2 gold each month, and we require you to pay up front. His Majesty already dispatched a tutor from the Royal Academies. After all, 2 gold is already cheap. The soldier looked like she had eaten a bitter bug when he heard the price. 2 gold coins equal half a month's pay for a commoner. Since he is working as a soldier on the front lines, I expected him to be paid higher, but it was still a substantial amount. This is a chance. This is a chance for me to easily make friends. Dad, let's pay for her. I want us to study together. 35. Chapter 5. Magic Lessons. Dad, let's pay for her. I want us to study together. I took the initiative and asked my father to pay the price. However, they seemed reluctant at my request. Huh? I thought our relationship wasn't this bad. Why would they refuse to pay? Eli, before you offer, you need to ask them first. I know you mean well. However, the way you're doing it now makes it seem like you are arrogant. Moreover, although we are a count, we do not have unlimited funds to pay for your selfish demands, my father said. I nodded and then turned to Alicia's father. However, he shook his head. I'm sorry, my lord. But I cannot pay. The soldier gritted his teeth and bowed his head in shame. How foolish, Alex scoffed. Well, in that case, I shall teach Ladranthia alone. I'm sorry, but I cannot possibly lower my price anymore. In fact, I lost Raffle back in the Royal Mages and had to come here due to the King's decree. If it's the King's decree, wouldn't he pay you for the trouble? Why did you ask us to pay you? I asked him out of curiosity. The King wouldn't send anyone to the boonies without any support, right? The fact that he charged us meant that he wanted to line his own pockets. The stipend from the kingdom was merely 5 gold coins. I was usually paid 10 to 15 gold back in the capital. If he didn't want to pay, then so be it. He just missed a gold mine due to his short-sightedness. Even the worst dark mage could earn at least 5 gold coins a minimum each month just refilling facestones. The kingdom needs to pay more attention to the importance of mages. We hold this society together. The lamps we use, doctors, construction mages, and even long-distance communication are held by mages. I frowned at his elitist tone, but I knew even in our world that jobs such as doctors and researchers are paid well. Sorry, Miss Ladranthia, but my dad is currently in debt. We cannot pay due to the said debt, Alicia said, and she was about to cry. I then glared at my dad while unconsciously releasing my hold on the mana that was pent up inside my body. Everyone jumped back a step when I glared at them. Even my brother unwittingly grabbed his sword on his waist, although he didn't draw it. When I looked at the exaggerated reactions everyone was having when I glared at them, I realized I had messed up. I quickly withdrew my mana, and their expressions softened. Well, since my youngest daughter desires so, how about I lend the 2 gold coins now to Miss Alicia? Then Miss Alicia could work for our house as Miss Ladranthia's lady-in-waiting? I am sure that you will be able to repay the debt by then if working as a mage is so profitable. Her mana level was more than 100% when I saw it in the magic exam ceremony. Okay, I accept, my lord. Alicia nodded. Her dad also nodded profusely while thanking us. Yes, I pumped my fist in elation. My dad is the best. I thank you, my lord. Alicia's father thanked us while bowing his head. Oh, good judgment on both of you. Miss Alicia got a connection to nobility, while Count Shadowstep got a good retainer. Alex smirked. Then, he continued with his business smile. In that case, lessons will begin tomorrow and will last for 2 months. I must repeat that this is important, as people with a magic talent of more than 6 could go out of control, especially you, Miss Alicia. You would not want to accidentally burn down your house, right? It was a good judgment for you to accept the Count's offer. Both of them then left. Our first magic lesson was tomorrow. Alicia seemed happy too, now that she knew she had a future. Her father rubbed her head as she cheerfully said she would become a respectable mage and was elated at the prospect of getting out of debt sooner. However, my father seemed none too pleased. Why? I knew it was a bit expensive. However, we needed more mages in our county. My father sighed after their departure. Why the long face, father? I asked. Eli, you might not understand, but our financial situation is not unlike Alicia's father's. Brother Zach gave me the bad news. We are in debt? I shouted. This is a significant discovery. We are so screwed. Moreover, we have to pay 2 months up front for that blood-sucking teacher who only comes here twice a week. The Empire won't leave us to our own devices. We are the bulwark against monsters and the Northern Barbaric Kingdom. Moreover, I agree with Eli's decision, my father said. Even though he agreed, his face said otherwise. He looked highly depressed. A level 6 fire mage with that mana is very valuable. She might rival some of 5 or even 10 mages on the front lines in these 2 months. But deploying underage children is against the law, father. Well, Eli was able to see the battle up close. Let's just say that they are not deployed. But it was a real-life practice, he answered reluctantly. Or, they could simply fill in facestones. We have to pay more than 2,000 each year for those facestones. The number of gold that flowed out was unthinkable for my childish mind. If a monthly wage was 4 or 5 gold, then they were talking about hundreds of people's monthly income only for facestones. Why? I was speechless. Well, just as Alex said, we need facestones for lamps. They are better than torches since they are impervious to weather. Moreover, some alarms also use facestones. We need to replace those yearly. Moreover, magic tools inside the city all need facestones. Lamps, stoves, ovens, and furnaces all require facestones, Zack said. I was getting dizzy at the statement. This medieval fantasy was indeed more convenient than the medieval era on Earth. The roads were clean and paved, the stove produced no smoke, and the lamps didn't even smell. I never thought it was all from facestones. I heard the population of mages is around 5% in the entire kingdom. That's why mages are so valued. Their demand is high while their supply is low. Alicia came the very next day. Alex also came with several books and we began our lesson immediately. However, Alicia was having problems right from the get-go. You are having problems with suppressing your mana, he commented. I will have you practice at home by yourself. If you have any questions, you may ask Miss Eli. She was able to do it on the first try. Miss Eli, I shall continue from where we left off. Here is how you fill in facestones. They are worth 1 silver each everywhere. The kingdom has declared that their price must never rise, and if you offer or accept a price higher than that, you are punishable by law. He spat out the contents of the lesson. He seemed to despise the kingdom's policies very much. I am just a kid, so I am not sure if 1 silver each is a lot or too little. Well, if someone didn't regulate the prices, the price could climb to the sky, right? I heard that even our stoves use facestones. I answered. Well, if that happened, even our lives would be in jeopardy since we still need commoners to bake our bread and our smiths to forge our steel. So, I guess I have to agree with the king's decree. His face scrunched up. This teacher was unlikable. He is greedy and arrogant. According to his instructions, I channeled my mana into the facestones. Little by little, I gathered my mana and moved it into the facestones. However, my mana stopped at my fingertips and wouldn't push much further. I tilted my head at this phenomenon. Sir Alex, I seem unable to do it. The mana stops at my fingers. Well then, I shall give you these 2 face stones. Practice with them. I will come here again in 3 days, he replied, then left after giving some pointers to Alicia. How should I do this? If I can't do this, then, Alicia was muttering by herself as she glared at the face stones. Relax your body, Alicia. We still have more than 2 months. If you get agitated, you won't be able to control your mana. Breathe in, breathe out. Then, try to meditate and feel the mana in your body. Then, after you feel it, you can manipulate it. I gave her some suggestions before she went home. I spent an entire day and night trying to figure out how to insert mana into an empty face stone. I couldn't force it in, no matter what. When I dozed off from exhaustion from thinking too much, I woke up to find the face stone a little bit filled. A slight glow appeared on the black face stone, marking that it was filled by about 10%. That scumbag teacher, he could have told me to release my mana and radiate it outside. I muttered as I removed my lock and cupped the face stone. I kept doing that, and the face stone was filled to the brim the next day. 32, Chapter 6: First Battle. Alicia came every day since then. After suppressing her mana, she tried to fill in the face stone and met the same fate as me. I am a good girl, unlike teacher Alex, so I gave her the answer immediately, and she managed to fill in the face stone in less than 2 hours. How come she took such little time when I needed an entire night? Well, it is not the standard way to fill the face stone, and I guess it costs you more mana too. Nevertheless, good job on the task. I am glad that you could keep up with the lesson as well, Miss Alicia. Alex was arrogant, but he gave us a fair judgment. I guess his pride prevented him from kicking and mocking us when we gave out results. Is this the attitude of all mages? Alicia certainly didn't behave like him in the web novel when she became a full-fledged mage 5 years from now on. She still had the demure attitude she has now in the web novel. So, what is the correct way to fill face stones? First, you need to learn how to cast spells. When he said that, everything finally clicked. When you cast spells, especially the ones affecting external entities, mana is pushed out from the body. If you cancel or suspend the spells, you could theoretically expel a large amount of mana. Such mana is then absorbed into the face stones. I merely gazed at the teacher who tried to extend the lesson. Well, I can cast beginner spells already. Let's see how Alicia will fare. Alex went to our barracks, and there he showed a beginner fire spell, Fire Lance. All elements have the same beginner attack spells, such as lance and ball. However, Alicia failed to trigger the spell even after reading the same spellbook as I did, which made me tilt my head. Wow, as expected from someone with talent level 8. Huh. You made it look easy, Alex said. I am afraid I don't have anything else to teach you except face turn channeling. I shall return half of your payment then. I didn't expect you to return the money at all, Mr. Alex. Even I have standards. Okay, don't lump me with those money-hungry merchants. We mages produced results. That's why we were entitled to be paid expensively. He then held his chin in contemplation. You know, dark magic is often ostracized due to its low power. However, at the hands of someone with magic level 8, am I strong? I was excited due to cheat power finally coming my way. Nah, I don't think so. No matter what, dark magic has the lowest destructive power among all elements, except wind, if they are on the same level of magical talent. He then shooed me off. Way to get my hopes up. Well, can you cast yet, Miss Alicia? He then turned toward Alicia, and she still wasn't able to do it even until evening. I see. So, this is talent level 6, huh? I muttered at the speed at which I was learning. I was finishing a course that was supposed to take at least 2 months in a week. However, Alicia was much slower than I was. If she were able to learn Fireball tomorrow, she would still need to learn Fire Lance, and then Firewall, and then Firebomb, and then Firewall. My course was Dark's Ball, Dark Lance, Shadow Tentacle, and Illusion. As days passed, Alicia's learning became slower, and she grew more stressed. She kept pestering me for hints on her study, but I had already given her all my knowledge. We're different elements to begin with. It has already been more than 2 weeks, and she has only learned 2 out of 4 beginner spells. If she delayed any longer, she would have to pay another 2 gold coins to Alex, but since nobody was willing to pay, Alex was destined to return home the following week. By the way, using the technique Mr. Alex taught us, I could fill 10 face stones a day, while Alicia could supply over 20 stones a day. When I asked if my mana pool was small, Alex only answered that it was because I was still a child. He predicted that I would be able to fill over 40 stones when I turned into an adult if I kept up with training. Well, your firebomb is a little weak, but it will do. Congratulations, Miss Alicia. You have done well this past month. I still couldn't learn everything. Alicia was downcasted. Alex already stopped teaching me. I wanted to learn more, but he said it was a curriculum for the next grade, and he would need to charge extra should he teach me that. For our last lesson, we will venture to the gate and kill some monsters. I heard this county was attacked at least once a week by the monsters. I want Miss Eli and Miss Allie to participate as apprentice mages, Alex said. The day finally arrived. When the bell rang, the three of us ran to the gate and rendezvoused at the top of a tower. Unlike a sentry tower from before, this time, we stood at a closer tower, and I could see the goblins and orcs amassing in the forest clearer than before. When we arrived, the battle had already begun. Like a stampede, the monsters kept coming out from the woods, but Brother Zack and his cohorts steadily defeated them. Alicia, fire at the troll. If those clubs hit our knights, it could cause a concussion or worse, a broken bone. Alex gave directions while casting several wind blades and fire lances at the target. Wow, I didn't know he was a dual element mage. No wonder he was so arrogant. Well, if I practice hard, I could be a triple element mage, too, but my fire and water talents are only at level 4. It might take a lot of work to rely on them in lieu of my dark magic. What should I do? You can use Dark Lance to hit the goblins at the back. I believe in your accuracy. If you think you can hit the ones closer to the front, you are allowed to fire, but make sure not to startle or hit allies. Alicia, only aim for the trolls' heads. Make sure to aim a little higher in case you miss. We don't want to hit our knights. A loud boom resounded through the battlefield as Alicia's spell hit a troll right in the face. When the explosion subsided, it was missing its head, and the soldiers cheered. My spells weren't as impressive. When a dark lance hit a goblin, it struggled in pain and fell, leaving it vulnerable to nearby soldiers. However, when the same lance hit a larger opponent, it shrugged off my attacks like they were nothing. Keep firing. Mages are the ultimate sword of the Empire. If we don't kill them fast enough, many knights' lives are going to be in danger. Alex screamed with passion. Yes, sir, Alicia screamed back in the heat of battle. They were doing well. Meanwhile, I was unable to put a dent in those trolls. At this rate, I was not much different from a single archer who killed goblins one by one. Look, that orc's movements turned strange. It is attacking its own comrade. That troll, too, one of the guards commented. Instead of attacking directly, I cast an illusion on those trolls, which made them mistake their own comrades for enemies. Then, I simply deleted some of our soldiers from the trolls' view. It turned out well. Once the trolls were out of the picture, the knights could finish off the smaller foes, and the other stronger mages could take care of the distracted trolls. Good job. No casualties today. I skipped over to congratulate the brave knights who defended our territory. You geese were awesome. Is that your magic, Eli? That was unique. I tried new things. Is it good? The potential is great. I wonder if we can incorporate it into a new strategy. It's just that we aren't used to it, and we paid too much attention to the distracted trolls, leading to not much increase in our overall performance. By the way, Alicia did great. She took down almost 3 trolls by herself. Damn it, mages are really important, huh? This much improvement by just adding 2 high-potential mages. I thought we were going to lose someone from the intensity of the attack today. Zack gave a hard look at our potential. He also lamented how unfair fire mages were. It was the truth, though. A fire mage was able to kill over 100 enemies in 10 minutes alone. But I think Brother Zack put too much importance on attackers. Without the knights, mages would get killed before hitting 10 kills. I think Brother Zack is also cool. We wouldn't be able to look at trolls or orcs so closely like that, I said, and he smiled while rubbing my head. Ever since I prevented my mana from leaking out, people's reactions have improved considerably. However, locking mana like that required conscious effort. Sometimes, when I released it unwittingly, people had a greater reaction of fright than usual. Especially Alicia. She had that one episode where she literally cried because I raised my voice a little. It was a silly fight about which knights were our favorite. I picked my brother, while she picked her father. Alicia, if you ever want to play with Eli, you are welcome in this mansion anytime, my father said as the tutoring was complete. Alicia didn't learn everything in this 1 month, but she still got recognition from Alex. The course was only a beginner course, and it was focused on preventing injuries and filling face stones. After all, yes, Count Shadowstep, I am grateful. She and her father bowed down respectfully before they left. I was glad I could befriend her. I was hoping that I would be able to meet her again tomorrow. However, Alicia never came to our mansion again. 32, Chapter 7: Karambit. The weather had grown colder. It was early autumn when I had my first magic examination. For a month, we studied together. However, for nearly 2 months after, Alicia never came to our house. She still submitted the face-turn quota she took as a job and answered the knight's call to defend our northern gate. However, she never came to our house. By the way, my parents made me dodge the drafting due to safety concerns and my unique magic. My brother was working around it since he said he did value my illusion magic. However, he agreed that I should train with some soldiers first before adapting illusions to monsters. So, I could only do the face-turn job for free to alleviate our county's financial situation. Hey, Laura, why doesn't Alicia come to our house? I asked my personal maid the critical question. My irritation seemed to leak out from my words. However, my mana remained sealed to avoid scaring her. Why would she? Laura asked back. Aren't we friends? Shouldn't we stop by each other's houses and play? Why would a commoner come to our mansion to play? She replied. She won't be a commoner forever, will she? She has talent level 6, which is only 1% of this kingdom's population. She is a commoner now, Lady Eladranthia. She won't come over to play unless you summon her. Then, let's summon her now, I said. Summoning a commoner should not be done in a frivolous manner. Laura sighed at my lack of etiquette. Everyone in the mansion knew that I excelled in every lesson except etiquette. Ugh. Then, let's go to their house instead. You will be a burden to them instead. Let's go incognito and just happen to be outside of her house. That way, she only needs to prepare tea, I said as my patience was running thin, and my mana inevitably leaked out a little. Eek. Laura jumped back. And that was the moment I knew I screwed up. Sorry. I didn't mean that. I took a deep breath. Well, if my lady wants to go out, I guess it is possible. Then, after wearing my less fancy dress, a capelet, and a hat, I went outside with my maid, who also went incognito. As I walked around, I found myself in the shopping district. Several peddlers were displaying their wares at the city hall. They weren't here before, I muttered. These are the traveling peddlers. They make rounds inside and outside our kingdom. They might sell you some nice things. Though most of what they sell here are weapons and tools. Since we are a frontier county, they indeed sell only weapons. Various swords, bows, and axes are here. Not only that, they also sell some farmers' tools such as hoes and sickles. My lady, that store sells some tea sets. You might be interested. However, I'm not interested in teacups or silverware. My eyes were locked onto a knife, a small curved knife down to its handle, which was on the carpet. Its blade gleamed blue with stripes like a Damascus blade. Its beautiful curve seemed to hypnotize me. This shop seemed to sell knives, starting from utility knives to combat knives like daggers. Oh, young miss, looking for some unique treasures? This is called a karambit. I bought it from a traveling merchant. He said it was a unique weapon used by native forest people. People call it a karambit, the great eagle's talon. I didn't know what metal this one is made of, but the stripes and color are quite unique, aren't they? The peddler explained his wares. I immediately grabbed it. It really felt like I was holding a talon of a great eagle. The design was robust with a simple handguard. I grabbed it and swung it around. Unlike a bastard sword my brother used, this one was not heavy nor tiring in the least. This is the first time I fell in love. The blades seemed to glimmer like stars in the blue sky. Miss? Yes? I looked at the peddler but my eyes were immediately covered. Sorry, but she is afflicted with some unique magical impression due to her magical talent. We can assure you that she is a kind girl. Laura's voice rang behind me. Oh shit, I must have leaked mana through my eyes again. This magical impression was starting to bother me. Alicia's body was only slightly hotter than normal. Why does my impression radiate such negative energy? Alex mentioned several months ago that he was unsure why my impression was one of intimidation or pressure. He also noted that other dark magic users he had met typically gave off a favorable impression, often appearing sexy or radiating a kind and trusted aura. Maybe it was because I needed to survive in the jungle during that monster assault, or perhaps it was inherent to this villainous protagonist's nature to intimidate people. It could even be related to my blessing. I wasn't entirely sure. Nevertheless, I needed to control this. I quickly regained my mana control and talked naturally. My apologies, mister. How much is this karambit? It will be 2 silver. It is quite cheap, isn't it? Well, it has no other use than being a decoration. Nobody could use it. Soldiers would prefer this silver dagger with its sheath as a third weapon, or when there are ceremonies in the capital, or, if they want to go unique, they could go for this katana or wakizashi. The peddler showed me a short wakizashi. The wakizashi are short, only 30 centimeters in length. I could probably hold this no different than a dagger. Well, I am a count's daughter. Nobody is going to attack me, and the monsters in the north never reached here. Thank you for the purchase. The peddler smiled. I still wanted to buy more knives from the peddler. That dagger looked exceptionally sharp. Unlike the elegantly curved karambit, that dagger was straight. The contrast was mesmerizing. Young miss, please do not play with that knife in public, Laura said. I quickly sheathed it and put it in my pocket. A little girl playing with a knife would surely get some looks. I just remembered that I had to visit Alicia's house, but the day was nearing its end. What should I do? As I continued walking, lost in thought, I was separated from Laura without knowing. When I looked around, I was in the middle of nowhere. Panic surrounded me immediately. Wait a minute, where am I? Is it so easy to get lost? Shouldn't Laura always look after me? Why am I alone now? The beautiful street turned dirty wherever I looked. Is this the slums? Wait, our county has slums? Why, isn't it only in the royal capital where the heroine tried to save the poor people by giving them jobs and housing? Hello, girl. You should know that a defenseless girl like you should not be here. A hooligan greeted me. I was panicked and abandoned all restraint. However, I was not afraid. Somehow, my heart remained calm when he greeted me, even with his villainous voice. I quickly grabbed the knife I just bought. I never thought I would use the knife I purchased just for fun immediately like this. The hooligan jumped back. Hello? I think I am lost. Do you know where I am and where is the main street? I seem to have lost my way. It would be nice if you could also point me in the direction of the Count's mansion. Of course, it is that way to the main street. However, if you want to go to the Count's mansion, it is closer if you go that way, but since you didn't know the way, it would be faster if you go to the main street. He stuttered. The hooligan stuttered when talking to me. Well, I thought this was going to be a typical hooligan trying to harass a young girl, but it turned out the hooligan was actually a nice guy. When I continued my walk, I found Alicia strolling down the streets. I am so lucky today. That scared the shit out of me. I thought we were getting easy money out of some random lost rich girl. However, when we looked right into her eyes, I felt like I was being stared down by a monster from the woods. My dad used to work as a soldier for the Count, but he deserted and was now living as a laborer with less than minimum pay. I complained a lot about our living conditions and why he rejected such a high-paying job, and he always replied that he valued his life more. How did such a girl manage to emit such a terrifying aura? When she glared at me, I felt the air leaving my lungs and almost choked. She held a weird-looking knife that looked like it could rip my throat apart if I offended her. The blade gleamed dark blue, was small, but she wielded it as if she had been with it since she was born, like claws from a tiger ready to send me to my grave. She was looking for the Count's house, right? She must have been a child assassin sent out to dispose of unneeded children there. I need to work hard and avoid nobility at all costs. Let's stop with extortion of fellow citizens, or I will pay the price sooner than expected. 33. Chapter 8, Debts. Alicia was there, skipping her steps as she played with other kids. How jealous. I was not allowed to go outside the mansion, and here she was, playing by herself. Unlike the formal attitude she showed around me, she displayed such a smile and laughed loudly. Hey, look. This is how you jump and play skips. Alicia played with 3 other girls, jumping on a circle they drew on the dirt with sticks. You are so good at this. Alicia said, followed by the two other girls. Hey, Alicia, you are a mage now, right? How is it going? Are you rich now? Nah. Not really. My father and I have so much debt. At this rate, I could only finish paying off the debt by next year. Wow, amazing. No. At this rate, I am going to be sold as a concubine to some filthy merchant. She moaned. We couldn't have that. She was drafted as our employee. Even if she got married, she would still need to be here, right? Why don't you just ask Claudia Ladranthia for help? The way you speak of her, she seems to favor you a lot. She even proposed to pay for your tuition, right? Ah. But she is scary, Alicia said. Her words seemed to cut right through my chest. I don't really want to meet her. Moreover, she is a noble. If I offend her, I might get cut down. Moreover, I heard she was jealous of my talent. She is a dark, you know. So, you are better than her? No. She is actually so smart. She managed to complete Alex's lesson in a week, but her talent is dark, and her firepower is lower than mine. I think that's why she didn't like me, Alicia said. Wait, how come she said I didn't like her? I was waiting for you to call me. I like you a lot. Well, the Count's daughter is dodging the drafting. She might just be a spoiled brat. It must be hard to butter up to her all the time. She is smart. She will know if I flatter her and scold me. I have done that before. She seemed able to see through me. She is scary. I don't want to meet her. She groaned. Her words shattered my heart. Is this how the world sees me? I did my best for them. I never did anything bad. Is it simply because of my eyes that they feel uncomfortable? I sat behind the building, and Alicia said goodbyes after playing a little bit more. She still had face turn quotas to meet. None of that registered with me as I continued to lean on the building behind me while squatting down. When the sun set, I felt my tummy growl. I stood up and continued to walk through the main street. It was easy to find Laura on the main street as she looked left and right, searching for me in panic. She stood out like a sore thumb. I silently grabbed her from behind and hugged her. Eek. Oh my God. Lady Eli, you nearly scared me to death. I am so sorry that I lost sight of you. Are you okay? I am fine. Just a little tired. Could you please carry me back to the mansion? I pleaded, and she nodded. I was piggybacked all the way to the mansion, and by the time I was in my room, the sky had already turned dark. I ate my dinner and took a bath in silence. I refused to look anyone in the eye ever since. Laura, am I hated? I asked my personal maid as she put me on the bed. She ordered others to clean the room since I didn't let go of her hands. When she looked at me, I instinctively closed my eyes to not frighten her. You are unique, Miss Eli. Everyone in the castle knows that your eyes are a little intimidating, but you have a kind heart. Laura said, does everyone fear me? They did not fear you lately. It's just because of your mana impression. Open your eyes. See? If you remain in control of your mana, no one will fear you. How can I make them like me? Is it my fate not to have friends? Well, let me tell you a story. I have a friend named Hole. You see, he was a rotund person with a scar on his face. I imagined a gorilla-looking person but fatter. I giggled immediately. See, everyone made fun of him. Just like you. He was downcasted at first. However, he kept a kind and caring attitude. He often gave free food to his friends or helped them study in the capital. Right now, he owns a bakery in the capital and often sends free food to the slums. He is loved by many as his business rose. His face and rotund belly are now trademarks for his bakery. Do you think I can be like him? I asked. I have heard stories from my parents on Earth about this smelly but nice friend. Everyone had complaints about him, but they kept it to themselves because this person was nice, and everyone liked his attitude. I'm sure you will achieve greater things than him. You are smart and kind. Her words struck home with me. I am at a disadvantage, but that might work in my favor. I need true friends. If I never heard Alicia's complaints about me, I would just assume that Alicia is my best friend, even though we were no more than acquaintances. Money cannot buy real friends was advice I heard from my previous world. How stupid of me to assume I was best friends with Alicia just because I paid for her tuition. The following day, I immediately filled my face turn quotas and delivered them to my father. I had increased my face turns to 15 of them. It was either my mana had increased, or I had gotten more proficient in filling mana and thus wasted less. Dad, I want to join the drafting. Brother Zach, how is it? Do you think you can incorporate illusions and distractions? I asked both my brother and father during our lunch. No. I'm afraid not. Your illusions are still unstable. The monster could break free from your illusions or attack randomly. Sorry, he replied. I guess drafting is a no-go. I didn't expect much anyway. Dark magic was weak against swarms like these unless I learned higher-level magic. Dad, our house is in debt, right? Could I see why we are in debt? Our house is in debt due to constant attacks from the monsters. We pay quadruple for the military alone compared to even a duke, Father answered. Oh, I thought I had to dive into the accounting books to figure out why our house was in debt. They already knew the reason. The kingdom is helping us, right? Yes. The kingdom gave us stipends. However, it is not nearly enough. It only covers half of our standing armies. Why are you asking these questions, Eli? Brother Zack finally grew suspicious, and I gave an honest answer. I keep filling facestones, but I haven't even put a dent in our finances, right? I thought we need to do this another way. Well, yeah, you were right on that one. We do have high hopes when you go to school next year. Zack and Father nodded. Can't I at least try it now? Well, you can look at the files later. Finish your food. It turned out that the finances of this county were in terrible shape. Even I could see it. And I was only a high school student in my previous life. Basically, we were spending too much, and our income was insufficient. Our lands were tricky to farm due to constant monster attacks, making food expensive, and our industries suffered. Before addressing our debt, I needed to tackle the yearly deficit in our budget. We had a deficit of over 3,000 gold each year. The most significant expenses were for mages, knights, facestones, archers, food subsidies, and blacksmith subsidies, along with the salaries for other personnel. Other expenditures accounted for less than 10% of our total expenses. Now, how should I solve this? 32, Chapter 9, Red Finance. Wow, we only have 30 mages, but they are paid more than 250 knights and 60 reserved soldiers that we have, I muttered as I examined the financial report given to us by Father's assistant. I understood that these mages had responsibilities beyond just combat. They also had facetone quotas, although their quotas were set at only 5 facetones per day. It was necessary for them to conserve their mana for battle. Sebastian, do any of these mages have mana talent above 5? Well, we are on the front lines. No one would come here if they could earn more gold working as mages elsewhere. That's why Alicia is already paid the same as these mages. She still has facetone quotas, right? Alicia is very valuable. Thanks to her, we expect our expenses to be reduced by over 500 gold this year. Sebastian bowed to me. You are also very valuable, Miss Eli. Your contributions are on par with Alicia's. I frowned at his blatant flattery. Should I dismiss his remarks as politeness? Well, that wasn't crucial right now. Studying the financial report, I continued to question him. Do we need to pay this many knights? Didn't we field at most 50 to 70 knights? Yes. Even when they didn't leave the gate, all knights remained on reserve. The butler hesitated. Young miss, are you suggesting we reduce the knights paid to that of common soldiers? If the knights are paid more than archers or common soldiers, why are some of them in debt, like Alicia's father? It's due to equipment repair. Aren't we already subsidizing that? We provide subsidies, but they still need to cover half the cost. Is there anything else you'd like to know, Miss Eli? I frowned, no longer having any further questions. The knights wore tower shields, plated armor, and swords, all of which required steel, which was expensive. Even if the knights received higher pay, some unlucky ones could still accumulate debt. Additionally, the weapons used by the monsters were typically blunt, causing dents in the armor. While these could be repaired with some hammering, they made the armor more brittle over time and needed to be remelted after extensive repairs, which could cost up to 5 or 10 gold. Lady Eladranthia, hosting tea parties is essential. When you hold a tea party, I pondered on how to improve this region, and the words of my teachers flowed from one ear to the other. Good grief, she excels in other areas, but it seems Lady Eladranthia has no passion for etiquette, dancing, and the arts. The teacher left after realizing that her scolding was falling on deaf ears. I kept flipping the karambit I bought in my hands. It now served as a stress ball, something I often brought during my hospital stays to pass the time. I found it enjoyable to grab, spin, and swing around, pretending to be like a tiger with this claw-like weapon. I always brought it with me, even attaching a strap to its sheath and treating it like a bracelet or necklace. In its wooden sheath, no one suspected it was a knife, it simply looked like a crescent moon carving. Why did I always think the way those knights were fighting was odd? Why did they fight in the open? In those YouTube videos about medieval warfare, the defending armies always fought on walls. The enemy would then climb the walls with siege weapons, and they'd fight it off, I muttered while lying in bed. However, we didn't have stone walls. It was too expensive to build them, and our budget was limited. If I forced it, the orcs and trolls could surely destroy the wooden wall with their clubs. However, there were many modern warfare techniques that included traps, barbed wires, and more. Maybe we could use those to deter enemies. Arrows could reach enemies more than 150 meters away, while magic could reach half of that at 70 meters. Father, brother, I have plans to reduce our expenses, I said to my father and brother during lunch 2 days later. Oh, what is it? My father asked. How about we use traps? I explained, using my crude drawings of our gate, archer's range, and mage's range. I suggested placing several blockades to create bottlenecks. We don't have enough money to do that, my brother replied. We don't need any money, we just need the soldiers to chop some wood and place it here as a blockade. What about axes? Father asked, but my brother answered him. Some soldiers use axes as their weapon. We can employ them, Zack said. After some thought, he scrutinized me, his gaze wary of my intentions. Are you suggesting we retire some knights? This could lead to an unrest. I do not agree that we should fire the knights just to save some money. They have defended this kingdom with their lives. We can't just throw them away. We shouldn't reduce their pay to that of common soldiers, either. They have children and family to feed, but this could reduce our expenses. We could eliminate the deficits all at once. Our butler, also responsible for regional finance, was elated at my suggestion. Both of them glared at each other. I had thought about this, and while our financial advisor was correct, we didn't have to fire all the knights. We still needed some of them. On Earth, even in medieval eras, the military had a wide range of roles, from supply workers to chefs, maids, and weapons maintenance. Father, we don't need to fire the knights yet. By simply reducing damages and casualties, we can save costs since the subsidies for repairing knights' armor will be reduced. Yes, I agree. Fewer knight deaths. Thank you, Eli. You're my best sister, Zack exclaimed in elation, hugging me and swinging me in the air. Well, I concede. I also agree that firing knights would lead to an unrest. The butler bowed. My brother Zack was all smiles as we made our way to the barracks. He didn't wait for orders and rallied his men. Comrades, my sister Eli has come up with a new way for us to defend against the dark forces, against the monsters. Bring out your axes, and let's head to the woods. The work was done almost immediately. Apparently, they had already been chopping down the forest around our town to fix the gate. I rolled my eyes, realizing that a little gold mine was right in front of my eyes, and I almost vented my frustration and intimidation at my father and brother. Father, brother, why don't we sell timber to the public? I asked my father politely. Who's going to cut the trees? The area is infested with monsters. The knights will, I replied. The military is not advised to engage in local industries, but no one here works as a carpenter in this forest. I rolled my eyes in disbelief. We are not interfering with any existing industries. I will talk to my father about it, Zack said. I wonder if we can make some agreements with the woodworkers. We are going to have a vested interest with carpenters in the southern area. The southern forest has laws against illegal logging. However, the northern forest does not, I replied. If the price of construction materials like wood became cheaper, we could buy more things or construct better buildings. We could make carriages, tools, and more. That means more work and possibly attracting more craftsmen from other cities since our wood would be more affordable. Are you really 10 years old? Zack looked at me dubiously. Oh no, did I overdo it with the studying? Well, I just thought about it. A lot of things in our houses are made from wood, right? That's why I thought about it. Moreover, if we cut down the trees, we'll have clearer view of the northern area. We might even have more time to sortie if something happens. I see. As expected of my genius sister. Zack smiled at the prospect of a more secure border. I followed brother Zack as we installed the traps. When we passed the gate, I sometimes saw Alicia on top of the walls. She was already considered a regular there despite being only 10 years old. Alicia's father was going to die due to a bandit attack when she turned 11. I needed to intervene somehow, but I didn't see any opportunity to get to know her and her family. She was creeped out by me. After all, she only acted politely to me since I funded her tuition. Deep down, she didn't actually like me. How should I face this issue? I genuinely wanted to befriend her. When Brother Zach and I reported to our father, Sebastian and Further were rather against the idea of cutting the northern area forest. The monsters were dangerous, and many knights could potentially lose their lives. Moreover, if they sortie every day, the knight's pay would need to increase. It would be hard to cut down trees in full plate armor. Without the support of mages, the knights' lives would be in danger, but they relented since they also wanted to test the waters. Maybe they felt the pressure from the debt and wanted to take a chance at an opportunity for income. They did give permission on the condition that we needed to approach this as safely as possible. Alicia, can I come to your house tomorrow? When I passed Alicia at the gate, I smiled and waved my hand. I wanted to know more about her family. My house may not be appropriate for someone of your status, Lady Eladranthia, she replied nervously when I suddenly called out to her. I insist. I really want to know more about you. I asked her sincerely. I wondered if I was being a little bit too forceful. If not, how about we meet up at the Promenade cafeteria? Well, in that case, please come to our house. I would be glad to have you over, she said. Huh? Why did she seem more fearful of joining us at a cafe than having me at her house? 31. Chapter 10, Alicia. The day had finally arrived. I would no longer be a loner. I had promised Alicia that I would visit her house this afternoon. Since the morning, I have been trying to decide which dress to wear. However, Laura, in her wisdom, advised against anything too fancy since Alicia's family wasn't very wealthy. I didn't recall Alicia being particularly poor in the novel. But she had been an orphan living in an orphanage when I read about her in the novel. Nobody actually knew about her family. As I approached her house, it looked more like a shack than a proper home. I tilted my head in confusion at the disarray. Alicia was even poorer than I had thought. But why? Wasn't her dad a knight? Knights were paid more than average citizens, and it could be a pretty lucrative job if they paid attention to their safety and equipment maintenance. Moreover, Alicia was an apprentice mage now. Surely, the family's income had increased, right? Hello, Alicia. Are you there? I knocked on her door. I was a bit excited. Back in my days on Earth, I wouldn't have been allowed to visit a place this run down, let alone eat outside or go walking down the streets. However, I was healthy now. I could go wherever I wanted. Hello, Lord Eladranthia. I'm sorry for my small house. Please come in. Hello, Alicia. How are you? I asked. I'm fine, she replied with a smile despite her patched and poor clothing. I thought her usual clothes were old and worn, but these were practically rags. I have to say, I expected a knight and a mage's house to be wealthier. I commented on the state of her house. It only contained 2 beds and a table. The table had only 2 chairs, so it was just enough for Alicia and me. An awkward silence followed. This wasn't how I had imagined playing with friends would be. I had thought we would go to her room and play with dolls or something. Lord Eladranthia, may I ask why you came to our house today? Alicia finally broke the silence. I simply wanted to play with you. You've never been to our house, and Laura said that it would be a bother if I invited you regularly because you have duties. So, I just wanted to know you. We are friends, right? So, why do you want to get to know me? Alicia asked. As you can see, I am poor. Even though I am a mage, I couldn't escape my father's debt. I tilted my head in confusion. Alicia's family should have more than 20 gold coins per month, quadruple the ordinary people's salary. How could she be in debt? What do you mean you couldn't get out of your debt? My mother died, leaving behind a debt from her tuition in the capital. The loan was about 100 gold with over 30% interest. At this rate, I am going to be sold to some merchant. Hicks. She sobbed as she spoke. I am sorry. I see, I said, hugging her as she cried. If it is 100 gold. No, Lady Eli. When she said her debt was 100 gold, it meant that she initially had a debt of 100 gold. Right now, the debt must be over 1,000 gold with 30% interest. Huh? How is that allowed? I looked at her in disbelief. It's not. If you petition a Justicia, they will defend you. but there are other ways to harass Alicia's father. Moreover, if you petition to a Justicia, you need at least 300 gold here to have your case reviewed. Hiring a Justicia defender, court invitations to the other parties, and the journey to the capital back and forth. Laura explained, her face scrunched up in disgust. I thanked her for her honesty, and it was clear from her expression that she didn't like such a law either. I see. I nodded. Oh, look at the time. I need to go to the barracks. I have my shift today, Alicia said as she showed me her fake smile. She was trying to be strong. Let's go together. But your father forbade you to go to the drafting, right? I was merely looking. It was just a normal training sortie, right? There weren't even any monsters there, I explained. This was different from what I had imagined friends bonding with each other would be like, but we were in a fantasy world now, and maybe military training was also a way to make friends. I needed to stop getting excited and lose control of my monologue. If my magical impression got out of control again, I might destroy whatever little trust Alicia had in me. Alicia, where is your father? Why isn't he coming today? Zack asked Alicia when she arrived. She tilted her head in confusion. My dad skipped work? Yeah. I didn't see him coming today. What happened? I didn't know. He went out this morning. I thought he was already here with you. Where is he? This has never happened before. Alicia stuttered in confusion. Hey Lohan, you were on the same team as him, did you know? I did not know, sir. Call all of his team now. Yes, sir. When we called all of his team about his whereabouts, one of them asked for permission to speak privately. Zack, being the considerate leader he was, allowed him, and now all four of us spoke inside a private officer's room. Me, Alicia, Zack, and him. So, what do you want to speak about? It's about John, Alicia's father. He spoke to me privately last night that he is going to the capital discreetly to contact a Justicia. Huh? Why? Zack asked while tilting his head. It immediately clicked for me. Did he want to default on his debt? He wanted justice for a debt that wasn't his own. His wife's debt grew exponentially, and now, a loan shark was chasing him. He could not pay because of the ridiculous interest, and now he was looking for justice in the court. He lived frugally to the point he built a shack for housing instead of paying rent and tried to save whatever money he could and even robbing his daughter's salary. I see. Dad. Alicia sobbed and thanked God that her dad was okay. Damn it, John. Why did you make it hard for yourself? I said I will wipe off your debt. In return, you shall give me your daughter to be employed by Duke Luca Lightsworn. My wife killed herself so she could be free from your vile debt. Now you want to take my daughter to be your pet? I would rather die. John glared at his nemesis. He was merely a commoner soldier with no skill to speak of. However, his daughter, Alicia, would be different. She had magical talent level 6. She was among the lucky 1% of the people in this world. Unlike him, he wouldn't let his daughter become someone's pet. He was supposed to go to the capital in a year, but her daughter had netted him enough money for him to go to the capital and contact a Justicia. Alas, this world was cruel to commoners, as the Mafia under Duke Luca had a wide net that traced all the debtors and even cases for the Justicia. Even when John was able to contact the Justicia, if he were killed or somehow got into an accident and died, the case would never be reviewed. They had hundreds of ways to circumvent the law. For example, they could hide John's body until the review expired, put him in an accident where monsters ate him, or simply kill him and bury him in the woods. This would mean that John would be considered a missing person. So, should we kill him, boss? No, if we kill him, I am afraid Count Shadowstep will take her in instead of an orphanage in the capital. He did pay for her tuition despite the enormous debt his territory has been carrying, after all. So, what do we do? Do we send a threatening letter? No. That could be evidence for the Justicia. We need to kidnap her and then negotiate with her. She will then be an obedient girl until the academy starts 2 years later, and then she will be employed under Duke Luca, and I will get a bonus for that. Let's go to the Shadowstep territory. No. Just kill me already. I have never been a good father to Alicia. I have lived like shit for all these years. Well, you know, we are in the same boat. I also have daughters and wives to feed. So, don't hate me for it, okay? Let us go. We will depart. 31. Chapter 11, Broken Friendship. 2 days had passed. Since Alicia was still underage, we opted to give her a room in the mansion. She could live by herself in that shack, but I pleaded for her to stay in my room. Of course, my family refused. However, due to my incessant begging, they finally agreed to give her a room inside the mansion. It was an empty room usually used for storage. We did have guest rooms, but my parents refused to lend them out. I was frustrated but relented when they didn't budge. Well, at least it was better than her shack. She bowed to me once again gratefully. During our days, she treated herself like a maid and helped around the mansion. That was weird. Why were the maids so ready to give her tasks when they vehemently refused my offer to help around the mansion? Let's play. Look at what I can do with a shadow tentacle, I said as dark shadows started to rise from the ground and tickled her hands. I could create up to 10 if I focused really hard. However, we only needed 4 for the shadow dancing, 2 for each of our steps and another 2 for hand stabilization. She nervously grabbed one, and I moved it as if we were dancing. The tentacle moved around, and soon enough, we were lifted from the ground. Ah! It's scary. Don't worry. I'm just lifting you 10 centimeters from the ground, I said as my tentacle grabbed her feet to lift her. I did the same to myself but even higher. I could reach the ceiling if I wanted to. Seeing that she was almost crying, I dropped her and retracted the shadows. After I put her down, she sat on the floor, frightened. Sorry, you didn't enjoy it? Then how about I show you my knife collection? I said to her. I only had 3 at the moment, a karambit, a utility knife, and a paring knife. They were all adorned with some silver craftsmanship on their handles, except for my karambit, so they all felt luxurious. However, what interested me was their blades. They were made of mithril. When mithril was forged, they glittered, which made for beautiful tableware. Too bad they were a rare metal and thus expensive. Unlike the usual fantasy setting, mithril was not used to make legendary armor or swords in this world. They only had a bit more strength and hardness than silver. So, mithril was treated like precious metals like silver and gold and was often used for decorations. But mithril was still a metal. It could cut or stab just as well as brass did. They still fell a bit short of hardened steel, though. However, none of them were a match for my karambit. The blade glowed with a bluish shimmer. I wondered how the southern countries made this. I had never seen these metals that formed the karambit. Ugh. Ha. Alicia grew more restless as the days passed. It had been almost a week, and we had not heard from her father. When I mentioned this at our dining table, Zach dismissed it. He's taking too much time. Do you think he came back in a carriage? Or, worse, did he travel on foot? My father asked. It should have taken at most 2 days if someone had traveled on horseback. Maybe he got held back by the justiciars. He needed to answer some questions from them. After all, days turned into a month, and still no word from John, Alicia's father. I always followed Alicia whenever she went outside, like baby ducklings. She grew more irritated, but I paid it no mind. After all, I also had business in the barracks and at the gates. We still had woodcutting jobs and traps to install there. The traps proved to be fabulous. My brother praised me endlessly when he heard that there had been 0 injuries from monster attacks this month. The woodcutting, however, didn't fare as well. Brother Zach chose a time in the late afternoon for soldiers to cut down the trees. At first, it went well. However, some soldiers who ventured just a bit deeper into the forest were ambushed by wolves, and 2 soldiers were killed. After that incident, further forbade anyone from venturing deep into the woods, and all woodcutting had to be done on the border of the forest with knights guarding the front. I was impressed that he didn't outright abandon the venture. Lord Eli, why are you following me? I'm just buying groceries. Alicia scowled. Her tone grew less polite, but I was happy. We finally could get rid of the annoying etiquette. Do you want me to help you carry the bags? You might not know this, but I'm strong, I said while showing off my non-existent biceps. Well, in this world, magic was more important, but muscle had its uses, too. Although it was meaningless against a skilled opponent, Brother Zach told me that a skill was treated like magic. However, due to the unpredictable nature of a skill, no one actually taught anything about it. Because of the scarcity of specific skills, they were not used or acknowledged by the government. No, it would be unbefitting of you, Lord Eli. Alicia denied me. She no longer faked a smile but frowned fully. She was so cute when she pouted like that. I smiled back at her pouting face. This isn't the way to the mansion, right?" I asked her when she made a left turn from the main street. "I want to check my house," Alicia said. She looked sad as her father seemed to never come home. "I see. That's why she volunteered to do shopping tasks." She wanted to visit her house on the way. I wondered why, though. Brother Zack had told us that John hadn't come back. Why bother checking that small shack? It's not like there was anything there to begin with. Alicia and her father didn't have any personal effects. Alicia's home was located near the slums. I looked around in excitement. I wondered if those hooligan lookalikes were still around. Their faces were ugly, but they were nice. They answered my questions politely. As I looked around the slums, I saw kids playing in their ragged clothes. Many bearded, scary men were looking at us, wondering why we were there. "I'm done." Father didn't come here. I already left a letter saying that I was at the Count's mansion. "Let's go home, Lord Eladranthia." She covered her sadness with a fake smile. "All right." I skipped my steps as I walked beside her. "Do you have any tasks today? Do you need help? Want to play some games? I have a chess set in Father's study." "Shut up. Why do you keep pestering me?" Alicia finally snapped. Then she realized she had messed up, but I didn't mind her attitude in the least. If she wanted me to be silent, then so be it. "Okay, I'll be silent on the way." "Sorry, I just didn't know how to act around you," she said as she kept avoiding eye contact. "That's fine, just be yourself. As long as we can be together, I'm happy with it," I said while smiling. "Friends sometimes get mad at each other, right?" She was probably worried about her father. I needed to be there with her. "That's the problem. I don't enjoy being together with you." "Why do you keep smiling when my father has gone who knows where?" "I'm just a commoner while you're a noble." "I hate knives. Pointed objects scare me, and I look like a friend of a psycho when you adore them. I also hate your dark binding. That black tentacle feels terrible when it touches you." "I don't want to be your friend. Just stay away from me." "Don't worry, I won't go anywhere. You also don't actually like me, right? You just want to secure me as a talented fire mage for Count Shadowstep. All my friends told me so." She snapped with such a fury that I didn't know how to reply. "I really do like you." I wanted to be your friend," I said, denying her accusation. However, I couldn't deny her when she said I like knives. Why did I like knives anyway? Oh my god, do I look like a psycho to other people? I messed up. Eli is a villainess who loved knives and later killed the heroine Claire using daggers. Why do I collect knives instead of jewelry? Was I hypnotized to like knives? I was never allowed to touch knives on Earth before. Why do I like knives here? No, I didn't actually like knives. I was merely fascinated by their shining blades. Yeah. It was just like how boys love swords. In fact, I like swords and axes too. They were simply too heavy for me to lift, and they were more expensive, so I didn't buy them. Thoughts of her accusations ran wild in my mind. I just wanted her to befriend me, liking the same thing I did. I never thought she would be so creeped out by me. "Sorry, I won't do it again." I nodded as regret swallowed me. I never thought about how she felt about me. I just selfishly introduced her to my hobbies. Is this the end of our friendship? I thought I was doing well. Laura, my maid, never chided me for this. This sucked. Am I the only one having fun in this friendship? Is it impossible for me to have friends after all? "May I ask who you are?" Laura raised her voice and interrupted us as 4 gentlemen came to us. Not gentlemen, actually. If the people from before were skinny hooligans because they were poor, these guys were muscular. If there were auditions for pirates or bandits, these guys would surely get the role. "Boss, she is Alicia, right?" One of the bandit lookalikes approached. "Wait, she's with a soldier and a noble girl." "So, what does it matter with noble girls in the boonies anyway? We've been waiting for weeks scouting these countryside nobles. If we wait, we won't get another chance." "It's clear they're protecting these commoners. Moreover, I heard that girl with red eyes is also a mage. We could get double the profit." Bob, our sole guard, and Laura were on guard as several men hiding in the shadows approached us. 30. Chapter 12, Birth of a Reaper. Chapter 12. There were over 10 people here, and all of them brought a sword. As I looked at the cheap blades they got, it had its own charm. The swords looked like they were made for utility with minimal resources. The edges were chipped here and there, proving they had seen a fair bit of use. However, poor maintenance had made the blades rusted and further degraded their gleam. "Halt, You are assaulting the second daughter of Count Shadowstep. Stay back unless you're looking for war with nobility, scum. Bob's voice resounded within the street. Wow, he was so cool. I always wanted to say that. Halt something something. I thought he was a coward, but I was wrong. You can do it if you want to, Bob. The hooligans stopped for a mere moment, then laughed their asses off at Bob. Bob drew his sword. Ha ha ha. Spoken like a true nobleman soldier. What can a man do against these numbers? Get on, lads. The bandit leader laughed as he ordered his men to assault us. Whoa. These guys were no mere thugs. They must be from the mafia or something. How could they kidnap someone in broad daylight otherwise? Whoa. Bob charged, leaving us to assault the enemy in front of him. However, even an amateur like me knew that he wasn't the sharpest soldier we had. With a single kick, the hooligan knocked him away. Wah dee don't kill me, Bob cried as he wet his pants. Even the bandits were stunned to see such a pathetic display, after a few giggles to ridicule him. The bandits chopped him to pieces. Bob didn't even manage to scream as the bandits chopped his head with such practice motion. He died. Alicia fell down in a W-sitting position after seeing blood spurt out like a fountain from Bob's neck. Like a puppet whose string was cut, she fell into despair and was immobilized. I quickly grabbed her to hold her shoulders, trying to prop her up, but it was futile. She lost strength in her legs. Now, don't go anywhere. All right lads, capture them. AAA. Alicia suddenly screamed, and flames engulfed her, burning everything around her. Ouch! I quickly steered away from her as my hands, which were holding her, were burned. She was out of control. Watch out, Eli. Her magic is going out of control, Laura said as she grabbed me to steer away from Alicia. Wow, her mana was insane. I had never gone berserk, but I don't think I could beat her in a magic battle even if I wanted to. As flames engulfed her, she started to shoot flame tentacles that whipped around her, attacking everything without warning. Then flame balls began to shoot with reckless abandon. Wait a minute, Alicia. Most houses here are made of wood, unlike my mansion. Pay attention to where you shoot. You are going to cause a huge fire, I said to her as I looked at the bright spectacle before me. However, my voice fell on deaf ears. Whoa, she sure is no ordinary mage, the boss bandit muttered. He looked calm, and I knew why. He had a water mage beside him. The water mage was shielding him with a round shield made of water. Hey, you, bring him here. Hey, Alicia girl. If you value your father's life. Wah. The boss tried to say his villainous line, but it was intercepted as Alicia's fireball went straight at him, which was blocked by a water shield right in front of his face. She is out of control, boss. Just let her be. She will be out of mana soon, the mage said calmly. Even if she is talent 6 with greater mana than mine, she will be out of it soon, by the looks of it. True to his words, Alicia's fire soon faded. The mage blocked her attacks with excellent efficiency. Alicia sat there confused as her magic refused to activate anymore. No. What have I done? She muttered as she saw the devastation around her. Buildings were on fire. All right. She gave us quite a scare. Now, bag her and let's bring the noble lady, too. Ha ha ha. The boss said as his remaining henchman came out of hiding with a sack. Should I fight back? I still have my karambit as my necklace. No, this is not the place. We still didn't know the whereabouts of Alicia's father. The boss said that he held Alicia's father captive. I must bring him back. I was surprised at how calm I was. My God, Bob, whom I had known for half a year, had just died right in front of me. Granted, I didn't know much about him, as he rarely guarded me in this safe city. But he just died, and I neither panicked nor screamed. I simply thought about what my next move should be. No. You won't bring Lady Eli anywhere, Laura said. My heart froze in an instant. She resisted the thugs who were approaching me. Wench, I probably should kill you too. Stop, don't hurt Laura. Laura, please go back into the mansion and call for help, I said to her while offering myself. She then looked at me in the eye as she glanced toward the mansion, but she refused to budge. This is bad. I like Alicia, and I want to save her father. However, I can't sacrifice Laura in the process. I need to protect her somehow. Wait. No. I saw a blade swing in front of Laura in slow motion. As it slashed through her chest, blood gushed out from her shoulder to her waist as she fell down, unmoving. Red liquid was splattered on my face. Was she dead? Wait. Laura, all right. That's done. Let's pack her up. Be careful. She is also a mage. She might get violent like the other girl. The world turned red as my blood boiled. Laura is dead. When one of the goons came near me, I quickly unsheathed the knife from my neck. It slid out smoothly, and with a quick motion, I slit his jugular vein. Blood gushed out like a fountain as I also hit his carotid artery. I looked at them coldly when his blood bathed my face. I unlocked my mana. Unlike the peace-loving maids at my house, these bandits were not afraid and glared back at me. He held out his neck before falling dead on the ground. This world has no levels. Just like on Earth, it is so easy for people to die. A slit in the throat or a gunshot is enough to kill a person. There is no need for remarkable leveling or technique. Just pull the trigger or hit the vital. Even a kid like me could do it. What happened? Watch out, that kid has a knife. The goons swiftly unsheathed their blades and encircled us. I will not let a single one of them escape. All of them will die here. I used my blessing, which I had been keeping a secret from everyone. Taking notes from movies on Earth, I rushed out and slashed at another hooligan. But this one was prepared, and he defended with his hands. He screamed out in pain as my claw lacerated his wrist, spurting blood everywhere. I changed my method and used my dark magic on him to feint my hands' positions, and I managed to slash at his neck all the same. That's 2 down. There were still 10 more. This is a nightmare. Our job was supposed to be just kidnapping 2 girls with only 1 guard. We've done this numerous times in the past. We'd already dispatched their soul guard and the rebellious maid. The kids were mages, but that's why we specifically prepared 1 level 5 mage and 2 level 4 mages together with a dozen sellswords to counter them. They cost an absolute fortune to hire. This should be enough to kidnap 2 apprentice-level mages, no matter how high their talent was. The fire girl was a surprise, to be sure. She managed to incapacitate 2 of my henchmen and gave several others a light burn. However, I didn't realize the red-eyed girl was the most dangerous one. She already took down 2 of my men without magic, or did she? Dark magic is known to mess around with the mind, but I am no mage. I could not see mana. Careful. She used illusion magic. The mage commanded my men. She might show you monsters or weird things. However, it's not real. Despite the mage's command, my men still flinched and sometimes froze in their boots when the red-eyed demon glared at them. Another 3 got killed when they tried to surround her. Shit. How can you 2 grown-ass mercenaries gang up on a child and still lose? Just grab and lock her hands. Chop off her hands if you have to. Useless. I screamed at the top of my lungs. With the body count this high, it could no longer be possible to mask this as a drunken fight or small-scale banditry. Another 1 bit the dust. Somehow, every time the girl approached my men, they just froze or acted like idiots. Were they blind? Her small hands were slashing at their necks like a butcher slaughtering chickens. Don't get near. She's using illusions to distract you. Mark, Loden, rally with me. We will defeat her. I'm out of here. I'm not paid enough for this job. One of my mages ran away, but a shadow tentacle flashed from the ground and swiped his legs. After he fell, 3 more tentacles bound him. The bindings aren't even that strong. Get a grip of yourself. Luke, my mage, shouted as he used a water blade on his staff to cut the shadow binding. Damn it, water cutter. He chanted an offensive spell. Wait, you're going to kill the goods, I complained. At this rate, I was going to incur a heavy loss. 6 people had died, and the number was still going up. Fear started to grip me as I saw a glimmer of a chance that this kid could kill all of us. Nah, impossible. There was no chance that a kid apprentice mage could defeat adult mages. They lacked the mana and experience. Shut it. We're going to die at this rate. I don't know who she is, but she's a professional, Luca said as he, together with another water and wind mage, formed a crossfire formation where they spread out to attack the mage from multiple angles. They began to fire their spells. Water spears rained down on the red-eyed girl from the sides, but she dodged them all. She moved as if she had eyes on her back. You cover us. We need to gain distance. Hell no. I'm out of here. The mercenaries started to scatter, but she wouldn't let them. Her shadow bindings tackled them one by one. With precision, she cut off their necks one after the other until only my 3 mages were left. As she finished her kills, she turned to us with a gleeful look. Her smile said it all. She enjoyed the hunt. We were not the predator. We were the prey, and she was going to kill us all. Damn it. "Let's scram," I said as I ran. But it was too late. She was already in front of one of my mages. "No! No!" A pathetic scream resounded as the demon killed one of my expensive mages. I ignored it. I had been in this same situation when knights were chasing our hideout. Damn it. I should not have taken this job. The mage cursed as we ran. However, the girl was already in front of me, smiling mockingly as fresh blood from my co-worker bathed her face. How come? Wasn't she at the back just now? We stopped and looked back in shock. Damn it. It's one of her illusions. Luke halted before rushing towards the girl, passing through her body. However, I stood my ground. She was abnormally fast. I had observed her speed as she moved. Escaping wasn't an option. True to my instincts, she sprinted towards me like an arrow released from its bow. As she closed in, I swiftly unsheathed my sword in an EAI stance. It was a technique I had learned from a friend during my time in the war. It might have been crude, but it was effective. I felt this strike was the most swift and graceful slash I ever did. The slash cut through the air like a hot knife through butter, cleanly severing her head from her shoulders. Yes, I'm a reaper. I've faced both humans and monsters in battle. You're just a kid daring to challenge me, I boasted as I looked at her headless body. I glanced around at the grim scene. This kidnapping had turned into a total catastrophe. All of my men were dead, and I had also lost 2 of my valuable mages. Get away. I'm sorry. I'll pay you anything. Ugh. Luke's screams abruptly ceased, leaving me bewildered. What had frightened him? The demon girl was already dead. However, a dreadful realization washed over me as I stared at her lifeless form and her detached head. Her severed head suddenly turned to face me, wearing the same mocking smile as before I had killed her. The headless body of the girl I had just beheaded stood up as if it were a reanimated corpse. This was an illusion, and I had no idea where the real girl was. Stab! I felt a sharp prick at my neck, followed by the sensation of warm liquid seeping through my clothes. When I turned my gaze to the left, red liquid drenched my shirt. I was going to die. As I realized my impending doom, my legs gave out, and I fell to the ground. With my vision fading to black, I saw a glowing red eye fixed on me, smiling contemptuously. Monster. Blessing of the Killing Star has risen to LVL2. Choose your upgrade. Vampiric Strength. Stealth. Improved Agility LVL2. 31. Chapter 13, Aftermath. Alicia's Feeling. Blessing of the Killing Star has risen to LVL2. Choose your upgrade. Vampiric Strength. Stealth. Improved Agility LVL2. The blue box appeared before me, and I stared at it silently. I had never heard of a skill leveling up, but I wasn't in the mood to think about skills at that moment. My eyes shifted back to Laura and Alicia. Alicia looked at me with fear in her eyes, understandably so. She would cry if even a tiny amount of mana leaked from my eyes, and now she had to witness me killing people with this skill. Monster. Don't get near me, she stammered, trying to slide herself back but unable to move far. I turned my gaze to Laura. I hadn't used my skills much, but exhaustion threatened to overcome me. I walked slowly toward Laura, hoping beyond hope that she had survived the attack. Her body lay there, still and unmoving. My hopes of her survival diminished with each passing second. When I reached her lifeless body, I neither cried nor screamed. I simply held her hands and called her name softly. Laura. Laura. But she didn't respond. Blood continued to pour from her wounds, forming a puddle on the ground. I knew she was beyond saving. Having lost too much blood, minutes passed as I looked at Laura's lifeless body. When I turned my head, I saw Alicia still staring at me, her eyes filled with fear. A crowd had begun to gather, but no one cared enough to extinguish the flames caused by Alicia's magic. They all gazed at the 10-year-old girl who had ruthlessly killed a dozen bandits without shedding a tear, only smiling as she did it. Water trickled down my cheeks, but it wasn't tears. The sky opened up, sending a drizzle to help the foolish citizens extinguish the flames consuming their homes. What happened here? Oh my God! Zack, accompanied by dozens of knights, finally arrived. They looked around in horror, and when they saw me, they were startled and drew their swords involuntarily. Eli, please contain your mana. Hey, what happened here? Zack looked around before approaching me to inquire about the situation. Please help Laura, I said weakly before falling unconscious, my head resting on her chest. I was too exhausted to move, and I could only hope that my brother Zack could work some miracle. I was gripped by fear and unease. Bob, Miss Eli's guardian, had been brutally killed by bandits who were attempting to kidnap me. These men were pure evil, reminiscent of the loan sharks that relentlessly harassed my father. Worse still, they claimed to have my father in their clutches. Zack, Miss Eladranthia's brother, approached me, flanked by 2 other bandits who had been spared from Eli's rampage as they were unconscious. Zack understandably chose to question me first. I began to recount the events, explaining everything that had unfolded from the moment I strayed from our intended path to the grocery store, with Lady Eladranthia following us. I omitted the petty quarrel that had taken place earlier and focused on the encounter with the bandits. I also remembered the strangely deserted streets that day, and Zack raised an eyebrow at that detail. I continued my account, describing how about a dozen bandits had surrounded us. Bob had been killed in front of us, and Zack solemnly held out his arm to honor the fallen soldier. Bob may not have been the best soldier, Zack said, his voice filled with grief, but I recruited him because he had no other jobs nor specialties. His parents asked me to look after him. He should have been a butler or gardener. Zack mourned the loss of one of his people. Then, he continued his questioning. My apologies. We still have one more soldier to find. Please continue. I explained to Zack that the bandits have not asked for money or inquired about Lady Eli. Instead, they had specifically mentioned my name and claimed to have my father. It suddenly struck me that I was the cause of Bob and Laura's deaths. Eli was sharp. She must have realized that I was to blame for Laura's demise. The bandits had been after me, not Eli. Dread washed over me as I recalled Eli's red eyes tracking the menacing bandits, akin to a hunting predator. We will find out where your father is, Zack assured me. So, am I correct in assuming they killed Laura, and Eli managed to eliminate all 14 of them on her own? Yes, I replied, my voice trembling. She spared no one except for the one I had already incapacitated when my magic went out of control. Zack frowned, clearly impressed. I knew she had some talent, but this is unbelievable. When did she even learn to use knives? That knife has never been seen in this country, he mused. I thought that knife was nothing more than an antique or a decorative piece. Just then, one of Zack's subordinates approached. Sir, we have interrogated the prisoner. They revealed the whereabouts of John. He is located in the neighboring village, just 2 hours away by horse. Zack wasted no time. All right, we will raid that village. Prepare 50 cavalry. I couldn't hold back my desperation. Please, let me join. I have to find my father. Very well, you will come with me. Let's ride, Zack declared. Zack's efficiency was astonishing. He had his troops ready in less than 20 minutes, and we set out for the village. Upon our arrival, Zack quickly dispatched several troops to block all exits. However, when we entered the hut, we discovered a gruesome scene. My father and everyone else had been brutally murdered. I was devastated. I had lost my family, and I was alone. Damn it. Who the heck is our enemy? They killed them so methodically. Were they all poisoned? Zack muttered as he searched through their belongings. Unfortunately, we found nothing of significance. I knelt beside my father's lifeless body, tears streaming down my face. As I held his corpse, I couldn't help but think of Eladranthia's reaction when she discovered Laura's lifeless form. Laura had been like a mother to her, and I had been foolish to consider Eladranthia a monster or a psycho. After all, I was a monster too. I had lost control of my magic, inadvertently causing a fire that consumed part of the slums. I was a worse monster than her. Alicia, let's go back. Night is falling. You can stay at the mansion for as long as you like, Zack said as he embraced me from behind. His warmth and comforting presence helped soothe my pain. I fell asleep on his horse during the journey back, and when I woke up, I found myself in my bedroom at the mansion. The memories of my father came flooding back, and I couldn't hold back my tears. Despite our poverty and the debt that burdened us, he was the only family I had. I remembered all the ordinary moments we had shared, eating together and listening to his stories of slaying monsters at the gate. Now, it was all just memories. The last words I said to him were that I hated how we were always poor, and how becoming a mage never gave me the chance to spend my own money. If I had known how much he had also suffered, I wouldn't have been so selfish. I felt empty now. Someone, please end my suffering. A week passed, and I mindlessly worked as a maid, trying to fill the void left by my father's absence. I hadn't officially worked for Count Shadowstep, so I received no pay, and no one had asked for my help. I would simply go to the kitchen or request a mop from the other maids. Lady Eladranthia had not returned to her cheerful self, although her eyes were now normal, as she kept her mana under control. Her gaze was colder than ever. Unlike before, she never spoke to me or looked in my direction. I couldn't help but feel like a terrible person, having squandered my opportunity to befriend her over something as trivial as her eyes. "Lady Eli, dinner is ready." "Okay," she replied, her nose buried in a book. I glanced around her bedroom, which was sparsely furnished with a few tea sets and ornamental knives. As I observed her from behind, she seemed small and delicate, like a rabbit, yet her intense glare could send shivers down anyone's spine, like a tiger calculating its next meal. I found myself oddly excited. "Eli." I shook her shoulder to get her attention. "Eek." She jumped forward, her glare now fixated on me. When her unbridled red eyes locked onto mine, it felt like they could see right through to my soul, ready to devour me. I used to despise that look, but now, it filled the emptiness in my heart. Was this love? The kind of love that my friends often chatted about in our neighborhood? I has made up my mind. I would become Eli's personal maid. I wanted to be with her always. I would serve her with all my being. A way to repay her kindness. She had helped me cover my tuition and had tried to befriend me. I used to reject her attempts. It is my karma. When she wanted to be my friend, I hated her, and now that I tried to befriend her, she seemed to reject me. With newfound determination, I headed to Count Shadowstep's chambers with a spring in my step. 33, Chapter 14, Middle School. A year and a half has passed. I gazed out the window. Brother Zack had informed me that Alicia's father was killed. In the end, I couldn't save him. This was bad. It seemed that I couldn't alter the course of events from the novel. At this rate, I would meet my demise at the age of 17 during my second year of high school. I was preparing to attend middle school in the royal capital. I was already familiar with the story's progression from the novels, but the web novels lacked many illustrations. I didn't even know what Claire, the female protagonist, looked like, or how handsome the first prince was. The novels began in high school, but I was bound to encounter the princes and their guards during middle school, right? I also needed to avoid the princes at all costs. I wondered how I would manage that. The web novel briefly mentioned how the second prince had been sweet-talking Eli since middle school, but that was all the detail provided. Choose your upgrade. Vampiric Strength, Stealth, Improved Agility LVL2. Thinking about the differences from the novels, I glanced at my status again. The choices were still there, but additional information had yet to come up. Vampiric Strength was out of the question. I had no interest in becoming anything like an assassin. I definitely did not want to be a vampire, what with the whole blood-drinking thing. As for Stealth, it would make me appear even more like an assassin. The only option was Improved Strength, but I didn't have the stamina to sustain it, rendering it useless. Perhaps I should keep it for when the need arises. I didn't even want to level up this blessing. Lady Eli. Alicia playfully tickled my ear as I was lost in thought. Eek! Stop that. It's ticklish. I shot her a playful glare. She jumped back, startled, but then smiled and moved closer. She had been like this ever since her father's death. Was this teasing? Was it her way of getting back at me for failing to save her father? Was she simply cuddling me out of fear because she had no one else in this world? Nevertheless, Alicia also joined me in the Royal Academy Middle School section. I should take it as her being cordial with me for now. However, I should review our relationship again when she met the heroine. Her father's debt had died with her father. So, with her earnings as a maid drafted by my father and her work as my personal maid, she had more money than she could ever spend now. More than me, even. Our county Shadowstep had finally overcome its financial struggles, and we were no longer operating at a deficit. However, it would still take a long time to repay our debt to the kingdom. The cheap and unique wood from the northern forest really sealed the deal. Craftsmen were pouring into our county, but we were still in debt. That's why my payment was only a fraction of what I should have received. Neither of us had a much need for money aside from our school expenses, so Alicia's wage was essentially treated as a debt from my father. A rather fancy carriage was prepared for us. Alicia, dressed as a maid, loaded everything onto the carriage before we set off. The journey to the capital would take a week by carriage. Unlike messengers on horseback who could travel straight and camp outside, carriages stopped at villages for rest. They were much slower. We had the option of using a stagecoach, but my father forbade it after the attack. So, this carriage came with 4 knights on horseback. Ever since the implementation of traps in the northern gate, we had more knights than we knew what to do with. Fewer people got injured, after all. What village is this? I asked Jim, our driver, with excitement. However, my excitement didn't last long. There was nothing of note in this village. If I could even call it a village, there were barely 5 houses here. The places we visited were merely rest stops, so they only had inns. The food was decent, but our mansion's chef was better. Since I had nothing to do, I decided to tease Alicia a little. I looked at her, and she averted her gaze. She couldn't stand my eyes when I unleashed my mana. When my head followed her eyes, she tried to meet my gaze but blushed and looked down. I stopped soon enough. I needed to avoid teasing her too much. I knew how to control myself now. I gave her some chocolate I had brought from home as a bribe and apologized for my early behavior. She merely said that she didn't mind, and I could glare at her as much as I wanted. Her politeness was uncomfortable, but I learned not to fuss about it. After a boring 7-day trip, we finally arrived in the majestic royal capital, marked by lush golden fields and a stone wall. As I entered the academy, everyone's eyes were fixed on me. I had arrived on time, had I? Teachers and students alike were whispering, "Welcome to Althema Academy, the finest institution in the royal capital." The caretaker greeted us. I tilted my head since I had no recollection of any other academies in our empire. When seeking knowledge, one usually hired a tutor or attended an academy. These were the 2 main methods of obtaining education in this world. Hurry up, servant. Do not waste the time of these esteemed mages. The caretaker, whose name I had just learned was Lilith, barked at the serfs. The serfs nodded and promptly followed her instructions as they politely collected Alicia's belongings as well. I noted that up close, mages were often held in the same regard as nobles. Since I was both a mage and a noble, I expected to be honored, but it surprised me that they also bowed to Alicia. "There's no need for shouting, Miss Lilith. Just lead us to our room," I replied. But the curious gazes persisted. "We aren't late, are we?" "Oh, you're certainly not late, Miss Ladranthia. The lessons commence in 2 days." "I heard that you're an exceptional student, as reported by Richard." "You mean Richard, my elder brother? Didn't he graduate from here several years ago?" "He only finished his higher education last year. We maintain contact with promising students." "Dear, as long as you don't make foolish mistakes like Fiona or Alucard, you'll be fine," Lilith warned me. But Alucard was simply fleeing from unfavorable battles, and Fiona's affair hadn't even been proven yet. "She is Iladranthia, the bandit slayer?" "She's smaller than I thought." I overheard whispers in the corridor. "Sorry for being petite." "All right." "Who said that?" I grumbled internally as I glared around, searching for the culprit, but everyone was looking at me. "Don't worry, my mistress is cute." Alicia suddenly hugged me from behind. Her soft, developing curves enveloped my head. Anger surged within me at the unfairness of the world. We were the same age. How could she have grown up faster than me? She was starting to resemble my sister than my friend. Eek. Some students scattered when I inadvertently released my intimidating aura. I immediately withdrew all my mana. Thankfully, only a few students had locked eyes with me. After Lilith, the dormitory manager, took me to our room. She left. She had offered separate rooms for both me and Alicia, but strangely, Alicia had refused. Was she scared of being bullied by other noble kids? I had some time before school started the next day. When I asked around, it seemed that my reputation had preceded me and was greatly exaggerated. I was already famous in this school since a year ago. They talked about how I had killed hundreds of bandits all by myself. Moreover, there were rumors that I drank the blood of the poor bandits or that I was blessed by a forest monster because I had survived the assault alone. Some even claimed that I had eaten the flesh of my mother and grandfather when I was lost in the forest. Of course, I denied all those accusations. When I was attacked in the middle of a forest before I turned 10, I had simply hidden in a compartment inside a carriage. I didn't kill hundreds of bandits. There were only a dozen. I never practiced cannibalism of any kind, nor was I blessed by monsters. I did have the blessing of the killing star, but I kept that bit of my personal information a secret. I was relieved I hadn't chosen vampiric strength. Now, I found myself contemplating my next choice. Should I opt for stealth, After all, the constant curious gazes were beginning to get on my nerves. School started on Monday. The lessons were something I had already learned from books and the math was straightforward for me. In magical studies, Alicia and I were moved to a special class where we could complete the entire magical curriculum in 2 years instead of the usual 3. Apparently, the fundamental lessons of magic, taught by Alex, lasted for a year in this school. It was more challenging for students with less than level 6 talent to learn magic. In this accelerated class, the second prince of the empire, Ludwin Seraphim, was present. It didn't take me long to recognize him since he was always referred to as His Highness, the second prince of the empire. So, he was a mage, too? When I looked around, fewer mages were present than I had hoped, with less than 30 people in this class. Hey, Eli, you're mages from the frontier, right? Have you killed monsters? Some students asked me. This was it. This was what I had been dreaming about, chatting with friends at school. The topic was a little concerning, as I didn't want to be seen as a murderous kid, but since this was a fantasy setting, I guessed it couldn't be helped. Of course, we've killed monsters before. Mages fired their spells from the top of the gate while the knights held them back. Alicia stole my thunder. I see. Well, did you know about the phone magic tools that have been employed by the wind mages recently? I heard they were going to make something that can be used even by commoners. Why do you still use knights? My house is currently training archers with mobile magical cannons. Knights are outdated nowadays. We could imbue a facetone inside a tube. Even a commoner could use it. Another piece of gossip reached our ears. I agreed. Since I'd read the web novels, I knew for a fact that they were talking about flintlocks but with magic facestones. The knights who used it would be named magic archer knights, not musketeers. The days when knights swung swords would soon be over. The lesson didn't interest me much. I hadn't come to this world to become some genius scientist or the greatest op hero. I was here to make friends. I'd already marked a few people I wanted to befriend. There was Saphira, a water mage girl with a talent level 7, and Nana, a fellow dark mage girl with a talent level 6. They seemed like kind girls. The other girls rejected me, either because they had patrons with their own lords, like Alicia, or simply didn't like me because I was just the 5th child of a count. Ever since the dawn of magic tools, dark mages were no longer outcasted. In fact, the government protected them almost as well as others because they were valuable in the police force for interrogating criminals, and they tended to be better at charging facestones. Did I want to join the police or the Secret Service? The answer was no. The only other occupation available was an entertainer or a facetone battery. Alicia, how many have you killed? How much were you paid at Shadowstep? Damn it. Let me kill some monsters in your territory. I'm so jealous of fire mages. Unlike me, who only had 2 friends, Alicia seemed more famous. Almost all the students, and even the second prince, greeted her. But why? 31. Chapter 15. I came to make friends, not study. 5 months had passed since then. I kept looking around, but I found neither the first prince nor Claire in this academy. I had already strolled around every classroom in our grade, but they could not be found. I tilted my head at these bizarre events. The second prince was here, but there was no sign of the first prince. The first prince was supposed to be only 1 year older than us. I could understand Claire's absence, as she was the exchanged princess from another kingdom and was likely studying a middle section curriculum in her homeland. By the way, there was no elementary section in the Royal Academy. The elementary curriculum consisted only of reading, writing, and basic math, addition, multiplication, and division. The school relied on home tutors or parents for that. Eli, look, the second prince is coming. Nana, my fellow dark mage, was fangirling over the prince. Saphira smiled at my disinterest. Even though you look like you're not interested, deep down, you do find him handsome, right? Saphira said. Well, he certainly has a pretty face, but when there are loads of girls flocking to him, if he somehow took interest in you, those girls would make your life hell, wouldn't they? I don't want to start unnecessary fights, I muttered while glancing at the second prince. Oh, Saphira, he's the second prince, right? Where is the first prince? Oh, you didn't know? He's studying overseas. He'll join us in 2 years in the high school section. There will be chaos when that time comes, Saphira said. Unlike Nana, who was simply a fan, Saphira was a noble and thus knew the intricacies of politics in the capital. Ugh, I shuddered at the thought. In the web novel, there would be a power struggle between them, and it often ended with one of them ordering the other's execution. Just the idea of either a coup d'etat or fratricide haunted me. Well, I know your pain. The first prince is supposed to be the crown prince, but seeing the popularity of the second prince, well, I hope they will be kind to each other when they meet. I heard they were good friends during their childhood, Sapphira said. Class, gather around. The teacher entered and instructed us to step outside. All right. You are the pinnacle of all mages, the top 1% of all mages. You are the backbone of this country. It would be a shame if you were to be killed by monsters. So, here I will teach you about magic duels, Miss Eladranthia. I've heard great things about you. It's rare even for an expert mage to survive an ambush by armed men. Would you please be my partner for this magic duel lesson? Mr. Albert asked. I nodded and walked to the front. After all, this is just a lesson. All right, class, let's begin with the basics of magic duels. In a magic duel, you aim your spells at your opponent, Albert explained. He conjured an ice ball and a fireball and launched them toward me. I was impressed to see that he was a double-element mage. He was similar to Alex. However, he was currently attacking me, so I had to focus on my defense. I quickly extended a magic tentacle and parried the spells. My dark bindings clashed with his magical projectiles, causing both magic to dissipate. As expected of a level 8 mage, you summoned your dark bindings very quickly. All right. As you can see, the binding technique, or as some would call it, tentacle magic, has its uses, though they can only extend a few meters. They can also be used like this, but tentacle magic takes a long time to cast. One student complained. Yes, Eli's special. Usually, you just read the mana flow and dodge or cast a faster spell to deflect an incoming attack. Even a high-level spell like a firebomb can be deflected with a lower-level fireball. Eli, try casting a dark ball or dark lance at me. I followed his instructions, forming multiple dark balls without chanting and launching them at him. He responded by casting multiple fireballs and expertly colliding them with my dark projectiles. Then, he intentionally missed a dark's ball, and when it had approached from the front, he dodged it by rolling to the ground. That's the basics, Miss Eladranthia. You may find this class too basic for your skill level. There's nothing more I can teach you here. Your abilities already exceed those of a beginner in magic duels. Now, before we move on to duels, I want you all to practice these fundamentals. Shoot at those targets over there. Oh yeah, please lower your output. I received an exemption for math and the magic. There were only 3 more lessons left: language, history, and noble etiquette. Well, I wasn't here to study. I was here to make friends. Let's skip these lessons and try to befriend everyone. Losing the wolf brigands was unfortunate. How are you going to pay for this? We lost over 30 men because of 2 child mages, and now the justiciars are on my tail. My apologies, Duke Luca. I never knew that those 2 mages had received military education. Eladranthia, huh? She killed 3 mages despite being a dark mage at the age of 10? Yes, that's what the Reapers told us, my lord. Well, never mind. We still have business in the capital. The anti-mage faction is acting up again. Should we send in the Reapers? No, I don't care about the mage and commoner squabble. I simply want to profit. He contemplated. If he still had the wolf brigands, he could have raided the anti-mage faction, but those bandits were dead now. He had to use a more elusive method. Send the Reapers. We will assassinate a high-ranking member of the anti-mage faction. Just one. Make sure to use magic. That will stir them up. Then, their demands from the mages will increase. We could make the kingdom provide more stipends. If the kingdom doesn't agree, we can simply sell weapons to both the anti-mage faction and the mage faction. Unbeknownst to the kingdom, a lot of subsidy money was being corrupted by Duke Luca, the leader of the merchant guild. He thrived on the suffering of others, robbing people both legally and illegally. The method didn't matter to him. Even though there were 2 other dukes beside him, none were as wealthy as he was. So, who will we assassinate? Duke Luca? Will it be Count Shadowstep? Nah, he is much too well guarded. We will target his daughter instead. The price should be cheaper then. His daughter is a mage, even though he is in an anti-mage faction. This will be interesting. Well, I suppose I should have known that I couldn't go out to the city alone. A 12-year-old noble girl going out alone in a fantasy world where kidnappings were rampant was a death sentence. The academy guards prohibited anyone from going outside. If they wanted to leave the grounds, they should bring a group of at least 5 kids and 3 guards. But I couldn't make friends inside the academy grounds. Everyone knew me and actively avoided me. I screamed in my mind. Should I sneak out? Or should I bring Alicia and her friends? As I wandered around the academy grounds, I looked out from the gates. These nobles didn't play like I had hoped they would. Maybe I should visit the knights' grounds. Even if only briefly, I could hold my own with a sword. The supervisor frowned but let me in anyway. Dark mage, please use the illusion of a troll. Make 4 of them appear here. I was surprised that the knights employed a dark mage. It turned out the dark mage was hired to use their illusions. I see. Since it is just an illusion, it wouldn't actually hurt the knights. 10 knights, along with their instructor, were put into the illusion, and all of them saw the illusions and fought against them. From my point of view, the archers were shooting at nothing but air, while the knights were also hitting nothing with their swords. With mana sense, I could sense dark magic affecting them in the eyes. However, I couldn't see the illusions. I'm also a dark mage. Want to see my version of trolls? I said to one of the knights, and the instructor's ears perked up. Really? Wait. Have you ever seen a troll? Yes. My region in Shadowstep saw them every month. Excellent. Dark magic users are quite rare. Moreover, the one who has seen a monster. If you have time, please help us train these guys. The instructor smiled from ear to ear. All right, bring me an ogre. And so, I spent the entire afternoon playing with the guys. However, they weren't very skilled. Even with the trolls slowed down, they struggled to dodge the attacks. The instructor told me to slow down the trolls further since these lessons were not for real knights but teenagers. They didn't have adequate strength yet to dodge them. The students did try their best to fight the trolls, but the instructor scolded them for their weak efforts. In an actual situation, they would get blown away, and their lives would be at risk. When I looked at them again, thinking of them as kids, I realized they weren't actually that bad. Their moves tried to imitate the real knights in my territory. One positive thing about them was their enthusiasm. The knights in my territory would often groan if they had to fight a stampede of monsters, but here, they eagerly charged at the trolls to land the best slash. One kid jumped and slashed a 3-meter troll right in the neck. It was counted as a kill, and the instructor asked me to erase the illusion. When I asked about the kid, the instructor identified him as Abel, a skill holder enrolled at the academy. He then scolded Abel for acting selfish and breaking out of formations. However, I was impressed by his skill. Yet, the instructor was dismissive of skill holders since they were rare and unpredictable. Abel would undoubtedly become a great soldier. Becoming a lieutenant was a given, and if he worked hard, he might even become a captain like my brother. The instructor acknowledged that Abel was very skilled, but he stressed the importance of cooperation. I offered to come again, but the instructor politely declined. Unlike Count Shadowstep's territory, most knights here needed to fight humans in skirmishes and wars. Thus, lessons on battling monsters were only a part of their curriculum, not the entirety of it. However, my reputation skyrocketed among the knights, and I was even offered treats and chocolates. Thank you. See you. Come again, Lady Eli. We can play together again, the boys shouted. 31. Chapter 16 : Parties. Holidays had finally arrived, and we could go outside. I was so bored with the classes that kept repeating nonsense. After receiving my report card, I could finally return to the Shadowstep territory for this semester. With the holidays approaching, the school relaxed its guard, and I was able to visit the outside world with just Alicia and a guard. In the past 5 months, I had only managed to get out of this prison 2 times. I felt like I was stuck inside a golden cage. However, when I went outside, I realized that the wealth gap was even worse than County Shadowsteps. As we walked past the Noble Circle gate, every poor person attempted to beg for money or even rob us. Since we had a guard, there were no issues, but I wondered if I should complain to the second prince about this situation. The capital was essentially divided into 3 areas, 4 if you include the royal castle. Outside of the stone walls were filled with fields and shacks or wooden houses for farmers. The inner circle contained the slums and other commoners, while the noble circle was home to all things shiny. Nobles and honorary magicians were allowed to live here. Our royal academy was located in the noble circle. Of course, the castle was technically inside the noble circle but had its own wall, making it the 4th area. However, stores, blacksmiths, and craftsmen were all situated in the inner circle, along with the slums. The noble circle was filled with villas for nobles. By the way, Shadowstep also owned a villa here. Even though we were still in debt, we had maids and butlers taking care of the villa. The house was impressive by medieval standards, but it looked like my house back on Earth. A simple house with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a dining room, similar to a 3 LDK house. My third brother, Alucard, was still in the capital. He dropped out of school and served as a Southern Gate Guard captain. It was quite a lowly position, but better than nothing. He rarely came to this villa, so that meant the villa was mine to use. I could host sleepovers, parties, or whatever I wanted. What a shame that I had to live in the dormitory at the academy. Even though it was only a 10-minute walking distance, the school still prohibited me from commuting. However, the holidays had finally arrived. After working for a week, I was able to hold a party at this villa in the capital. Yay! More than 10 knights and my mage friends were coming. The party was a simple one, just a barbecue party. After we ate, I planned to show them illusions. Miss Eli, they're here. Hello, Miss Eli. Thank you for inviting us to your villa. Abel, the leader of the Knights Apprentices, greeted. You're welcome. She's the dark mage who often comes to play with us, right? One of his henchmen commented. They were a bit rude. But boys would always be like that. Some of the knights in my territory were like that, too. Are you sure this is wise? Won't they just make fun of us? Alicia asked. Lady Eli is the sister of Zack, a captain in the northern frontier. In fact, just look at her dagger. She must be well versed in martial combat, too. If only she were a man, she'd probably take a knight course along with her mage class, Abel answered. You knew my brother? Of course. Nobody in the knight course doesn't know your brother. He is the youngest one to be made a captain. Soon, he will be promoted to a major, and after the wedding with Duke Bryn's daughter, he will be promoted to sergeant or even straight to general. I see. As I thought. My brother is amazing. I clapped my hands. I didn't know much about military affairs or how they were ranked, but a general sounded amazing. Was a sergeant higher than a captain? I wasn't sure about that. Actually, my father also talked about you. He is a clerk in military affairs, Damien replied. After some banter inside the house, there was a knock at the door. It was Nana and Saphira. Apparently, they were our only major attendees for today. Oh well. I knew for a fact that mages were quite arrogant and refused to mingle with knights. You asked for mages to attend, too? Lily growled. Surprisingly, there were 2 girls here who took the knight's course, even though Brother Zack said there were less than 10% of them. Moreover, her body shape was fine. They didn't look like gorillas. The other girl, too. None of the soldier girls looked like the muscled gorillas my brother said they were. That idiot brother lied to me. It was fine for women to do knights exercises. Don't worry. Both Nana and I are in the moderate faction. I am satisfied with being paid more than you. I will not degrade or mock knights. Eli here has already explained how important knights are when defending her territory, Saphira said. Yes, I'm just a commoner, Nana added, a little shy. She was cute, with her black robe and purple hair enhancing her cuteness. Unlike me, who was a little tomboyish, she was what an ideal mage you would think of. Delicate and dainty body with a shy and demure attitude. She also didn't take any sports and had stamina even worse than me. She had a serf took her books to the classroom. After all right. First up is a game. The one who loses in this throwing match must cook the barbecue, I said as Alicia prepared the stove. The stove was a metal sheet with a magic circle and a facetone placement in the corner. One facetone could last for several days, depending on usage. When I placed a facetone, a fire would light up along the magic circle. A pan was usually placed on top of it after putting a stove rack on it. However, since we were grilling barbecues, we didn't need such a thing. Let me cook the barbecue, Lady Eli. I am your maid. After all, Alicia offered. Nope. You will also be joining us, Alicia. The loser will cook for the winner. And everyone else, too. Even me. If I lose, I will have to cook for you. Noble etiquette could get outside for this party. And no magic. It would be futile if I simply used dark tentacles to put the ball into the cup from a distance. Eh? Alicia seemed shocked. However, this was my dream. I would not let you take it. When I was in a hospital, I could only imagine this kind of game from books or TV. Lily may not participate then. The knights looked at her with pity. Huh? Why? Lily has a skill she cannot miss, Abel explained. No fair. I wanted to eat too. If I win, I will share with you. Just sit this one out, Damien said. Really? All right. Line up, guys and girls. The game then began. Of course, I didn't win. Damien was the winner. I suggested that Lily play along. She wouldn't be nominated as the winner, but a game is not just for prizes. It's for fun. What Abel said was true. She could perform trick shots like throwing from behind, blindfolded, etc. She could even throw the ball with their foot, and it still wouldn't miss. The next game was darts, but she would be excluded again. In that case, how about Twister? I had already prepared the sheets with colors. It's not fair for women. They are more flexible, Damien complained. Oh, shut it. Nana and Sapphira lost immediately. You just lacked practice, Lily said. There was no chance for mages who never do sports to win against knights. All right, now, let me show you a movie. The finale had finally arrived. What is a movie? It's an illusion. I will show you the scene where a horde of monsters attacked our county. I set up a wall as the place where I put the illusions. Then, the movie started from when the emergency alarm rang inside my county. Ah, that alarm wasn't using a standard bell from the Empire, Damien. The nerd complained. Oh, please, Damien. Really? Who cares? Abel dismissed him. Alicia is there. Someone pointed at the wall. That's also against the law. Recruiting minors, Damien nitpicked again. Well, I agree on that one. But they were employed as mages. It is safe. If only the knights did a better job. County Shadowstep might not need to use such an extreme measure, Sapphira said. The knights are fine. Look, the battle began. I defended my territory's knights. Sapphira had a sharp tongue. No wonder she had few friends. I see. So, that's why our instructor keeps nagging at me. This is the real battle, Abel said. Ugh. All the trolls and big games were handled by mages. Ah. But without knights, it is impossible for us to win. They were the ones who held the line. Even after we put many traps and bottlenecked them there were a lot of enemies that passed through. I replied, trying to defend the knights. The battle plan needed both mages and knights. Without either of them, we might lose or suffer casualties. I see. If you look at it that way, knights are certainly important. I shall let you know that we were not trained in close combat like that. A goblin sneaking in could even kill us when we were not looking. Did you even look at anything? I knew some mages who closed their eyes when chanting. Look there, that mage was closing his eyes. Alicia also closed her eyes. Lily berated Sapphira and mages in general. No offense, but it was unthinkable for me to close my eyes like that in front of enemies. I don't do that anymore. It was hard controlling magic. You need to focus. Alicia defended herself. We all laughed together. The banter between the mages' camp and the knights' camp continued. All right, now that Eli has shown her magic, it's my turn. Here is my specialty. Sapphira rolled up her sleeves. Eli, do you have milk and sugar? I'm going to make frosted milk. I'll also need a metal bowl. I looked at Alicia. Alicia, do we have any? Alicia nodded and gave her what she wanted. As she mixed the milk with a spoon, mist started to gather in the bowl, and the milk began to transform into a sticky ice cream substance. Then, she scooped one down onto a plate and tasted it. Delicious, as always, she said, and then started to share it with both the boys and us. Ice cream, a heavenly substance that I could only eat once a month due to my medical condition. I never thought this fantasy world would have ice cream. Wow. Awesome. Delicious. You're welcome. Sapphira bowed elegantly. Now, Nana. Me? I don't have anything to show. Nana tried to hide in a corner. Why don't you show your dolls? You often showed them to me. Well, all right. Nana brought out her dolls and then moved them without touching them. The dolls were dancing on the table. I was surprised to see that dark magic could move non-living objects. When I used Mana Sight, I could see black tendrils inside the dolls extending from Nana's feet. As a fellow dark magic user, this was great information. Awesome. I clapped in excitement. Others were not so impressed, but they clapped in respect regardless. Thank you, Nana said as she hid her flushed face. Tomorrow, I'll also host another party. Will you have parties every day until we go back home? I wanted to say yes, but Alicia was glaring at me. Yeah, partying for a week here might be overdoing it. I didn't have that many games for them to play with. Partying every day is tough. I have to message my parents, collect my report cards, etc. Maybe for 3 days? All right. See you tomorrow at 2 p.m. The boys and girls went home when the food ran out and the sun began to set. They sure had a healthy appetite to dig all of that beef I bought. I wanted them to stay over, but a 12-year-old party late at night with boys and girls might get out of hand without an adult supervisor, so I held it in. Maybe if I just invited Nana and Sapphira, we could have a sleepover. Greetings Lady Eladranthia, my name is Ludwin Seraphim, the second prince of the Empire of Althema. Huh? Why has the second prince come to parties held by a fifth child of a count anyway? 28, Chapter 17, Prince Ludwin Seraphim. Greetings, Prince Ludwin. May I ask why you came to our humble abode? I couldn't contain my nervousness. He came to me in person. Why did he come? I had never even made eye contact with him. I heard from some knights that they happily visited your villa and had the so-called barbecue party. I am curious. I thought girls only drank tea and ate a cookie when they had a party. So, I elected myself to come. Was I uninvited? The prince smiled so radiantly I thought there was a halo behind him. Yes, you were uninvited, I screamed in my head, but I couldn't tell him that. Of course not, Your Highness. Please come in. Hey, Eli, let's grill another. Sapphira lost the coin-grabbing game, the boys shouted as Alicia helped refill the face turn for the stove. Ugh, damn it, gloating over a mere single victory. It is obvious I will lose in the physical game with a muscle brain like you. Eek, Your Majesty. Sapphira complained but shrieked a moment later when she saw the second prince. I had never heard her make those sounds. She must be astounded. The fun and boisterous atmosphere froze in an instant. It was like somebody poured liquid nitrogen into the atmosphere. Nobody moved a muscle as the second prince entered. Hello, guys. I want to introduce someone. I smiled dryly as I introduced the second prince's retainer. Let me introduce you all. He is Prince Ludwin Seraphim, the second prince of the Althema Empire. Greetings. I heard from Damien and Abel that Eladranthia was hosting a rather unique party. So, I got curious. All of us glared at the traitor. How cruel of you not to invite me when our families were so close. Your grandfather is the current general of the empire, is he not? Ah, Your Highness. I was merely trying to invite some other knights. I didn't know that this plebeian party would interest you. Abel, even though he was a noble himself, spoke for his fellow knights. Plebeians, is that right, Eli? But I see quite a few nobles here. Prince Ludwin referred to mages such as me, Sapphira, and Nana. Mages were treated as nobles even though they didn't have titles. Yeah, this party didn't care about noble standings. Whether they were mages or nobilities, it didn't matter. The loser of the game had to serve the winner. Sapphira just lost and had to cook for others. I absolutely messed up. If I knew Prince Ludwin would come, I would have studied etiquette better. I glanced at Alicia, and I could see her face fall to despair at my behavior. I see. Then, seeing as anybody could join as long as they threw away their status, I would like to join. This seems like a good change of pace. May I join? I could sense a glaring refusal behind me. I didn't even need to look at them to know they didn't want the prince to join. But, what can I do? I couldn't refuse a prince. Moreover, this party is for everyone. We would welcome Ludwin to join our party, I said, defeated. I could hear the knights groaning at my acceptance. Hey, what do you mean by that? His henchman glared at me. Gladius, Thor. This party disregards status. Please call me Sir Ludwin here. Absolutely no Prince Ludwin or Your Majesty. Isn't that right, Lady Eladranthia? Or should I call you Eli? His voice, like a sweet whisper, sent shivers down my spine. Yes, sir. All right. So, what is the game? We play the coin-picking game. You throw a rubber ball up, then collect as many coins as possible. Then, after the ball bounces once from the floor, you have to catch it. Lily gave an example for the prince to follow. Ah, you may not use magic. Why? It would be unfair that way. Lily said. So, I have to stoop to the rank of the mannerless for the game to be fun? I see. I didn't see it that way. Does Sapphira, Eladranthia, and Nana approve of such a rule? The prince seemed to take offense but backed down when he knew other mages were okay with it. It was proposed by Miss Eli. Very well. This is her party. I shall follow her rules then. The prince reluctantly nodded. A few minutes later. If only I was allowed to use magic. Holding this ball or shooting it into that target would be a piece of cake, Prince Ludwin said as he roasted another barbecue as a punishment. I had to do servant's work. Aren't you agitated, Eli? No? It is fun even if you have to cook, I honestly answered. I even thought it was better if I lost. The knights tensed a bit every time the prince complained, but he still did the punishment game. Alicia kept looking toward the prince somehow, gauging his reactions. Several times, she had to replace Ludwin when he was tired of doing the punishment game. When the sun set, the prince finally returned with his 2 retainers. They sulked. I have offended the prince. What should I do now? Am I going to die early? Eli, are you okay? Abel asked. She is not okay. This face is the one she made when she knew she screwed up somewhere. It is not my fault. Why did the prince even come here? We have never even talked to each other before, I complained. Alicia, did he come here because of you? I stared accusingly at my maid. She had befriended every student in special classes in less than a month. I am sure she had attracted some imperial minister's son and asked the second prince to be a bridge so they could have a chance to marry her. No, I did not. Please stop your baseless accusations, Lady Eli. The prince specifically mentioned that he heard knights talk about your party. Unlike you, I never visited the knights' quarters. It was futile to point fingers at one another. I could only pray the second prince would stay away from our party tomorrow. He was not a masochist, right? He wouldn't come to a party that he didn't enjoy, right? Prince Ludwin, why would you visit that count's daughter? Are you interested in her? Thor, my retainer, asked as we returned from that count's daughter. You were the one who told me about her party. Galados, I looked to my other guard. I just told you about a party I heard from Abel. Glados shrugged. They were apprentice royal guards. I had hoped Abel would fill the position, but he refused. So, I was left with these 2 earls' sons. Abel was my childhood friend. I was so disappointed when he wouldn't serve me. He said he wanted to be a frontier guard or something. That may be why he tried going closer with Eladranthia. Well, you seem to enjoy the party too, Your Highness. Gladius smirked. What? I enjoyed such a rowdy, uncultured party. I was fuming at his words. I'm a talented triple magician with a talent level of 6 in water magic, 7 in dark magic, and 4 in earth magic. That party was for apes in the slums incapable of using mana. Moreover, I was asked to cook for those apes. They must be joking. Yes, Galados, watch your mouth. His Highness only seemed interested simply to be polite to the Shadowstep family, Thor said, mocking her incessantly, picking on her every detail. There is no way His Highness would be interested in such a creepy girl with red eyes like a murderer. Moreover, look at her blemished hands. She must have been so poor in the boonies that she had to cook for herself. She even brought daggers on her person. What kind of female behaves like that? Did she want to copy her brother? That brain-dead soldier is too good to wed with Brun's family. Yes, Shadowstep family is important. They hold the 3rd largest army in our empire, I answered. Her hands had burn marks from somewhere. Even with those burns, she still maintained a dainty look, so the fact she had burns passed through their minds. If her brother married, her house would rival royal armies in strength. Regardless of her looks, we must not be hostile to them. Well, I can confidently say she is stronger than every apprentice knight there if she were to be pitted one-on-one. She has seen murder, after all. Those eyes resemble my uncle's a bit. There is a difference between the eyes of a person who has killed someone, Glados said. His uncle was a decorated war hero in the war 5 years ago. His achievements alone elevated his prestige from knight to baron. He will soon be promoted to a viscount. Just like the Shadowstep family was with Eli's grandfather. Well, getting close to Eladranthia was necessary. Let us crash that party again tomorrow, I said as I relished the experience of the knights laughing at me when I lost. Oddly, I didn't feel offended by them. Their mockery was unlike those of the ministers in the castle. I needed to become the crown prince, or else this kingdom could fall into ruins. The first prince's letter was talking about how mages should serve the masses. If we enacted their crazy idea and the mages were to leave our empire, it would bring us ruin. Then, the war on the western frontier would be lost. Eli is the key to getting Shadowstep into our faction. Moreover, that accursed princess who charmed my brother would come to our empire in 3 years. I would have the chance to harass them then. However, I need to be prepared if Eli decides to join them. Eli is a mage, so she shouldn't join their faction that easily. However, from today's party, she clearly didn't hold such contempt for commoners. That attitude in itself was good. The kingdom has always walked on a tightrope between supporting the masses and the mages, but she and her family seem to support the anti-mage even though she and her maid were mages. If we support mages entirely, there could be a massive revolt from the masses. However, if we support the masses, the mages could leave the country. If we could perfect the hand cannon Faystone, the war would have been effortless, and mages would hold all the power. The kingdom didn't have many mages as loyal to them as Duke Luca was, and that was straining our economy. He had so many mages, and they were all loyal to him. Yeah, just like Alicia to Eli. We must adopt their method, otherwise, the kingdom could go bankrupt. I heard that Shadowstep County had gone from red expenses to green just because Idania and Alicia were helping them. They even started paying their debts to the kingdom now. I am a mage, while my brother was not. It was clear who should be the crown prince. I should butter up to them some more. Now that I remember it, Idania and Alicia never confirmed their attendance for the castle's banquet for this semester. They probably didn't have any partners. I should invite her to ensure her cooperation in the future. Maybe Gladius or Thor could ask Alicia out. 27. Chapter 18, Banquet. On the third day of my party event, even more mages and knights entered my villa. I frowned, as this was getting out of hand. However, this was the last day I would hold games and parties like this. So, I relented and let the now over 20 students, a mix of knights and mages, into my villa. My small villa was getting cramped. By the way, the second prince came again with his cohort of mages and guards. I demand a match that uses mana. Prince Ludwin threw a tantrum after his consecutive losses. The knight apprentices could only ignore him, as his pride wouldn't allow others to take pity on him. He was such a difficult child, wasn't he? All right. I approve. It was getting boring playing darts or snakes and ladders game like this, Sapphira said. We also want to watch magic duels. The knight apprentices who had already warmed up to us said. This sentence seemed to raise Prince Ludwin's mood. He loved it when others praised his magical talent. Eli and Alicia never praised him, though. They never went into magic duels together. After all right. Magical duel it is. I will show you how mages fight. Let us go to the garden. The garden is small, but it should suffice. The prince was ecstatic. All right. Eli, you will be my opponent. I have improved by leaps and bounds ever since you skipped classes. All right. I got fired up. It is still a game. We all use training bullets here. A training bullet is simply a ball attack that causes no harm to its enemy. During training or magic duels, only mana bullet was approved for attacks. At worst, it would only cause concussion. That's why it was dubbed a training bullet. That teacher who tested me at first was crazy to use real fire and ice bullets, albeit its firepower was drastically lowered. Alicia claimed it was okay to use a ball attack if the participants could ensure the firepower was low enough that it would not hurt its opponent. All right. Here I go. He started to swarm me with a barrage of black bullets. I sidestepped while blocking the ones that would reach me with my dark tentacles. Then, I shot him in the head with a black bullet. The bullet hit his head, and the match was over. He was too focused on attacks. The match continued, with Nana being the loser of the 10 mages attending the duels. The prince was actually really good, earning third place. Alicia's mana was just cheating. She just shot huge balls of mana one after another. A mage's quality was measured not just by their talent but by their mana, too. She showed us that. Sapphira was mediocre. She lacked training but still got in 5th place. Wow. Eli was better than I thought. I thought Alicia was excellent when she ranked number 1 during the monthly duels, Sapphira said. Unlike me, Sapphira and Alicia didn't skip the class. I couldn't skip classes forever, though. Alicia had been telling me that students were whispering that I had bribed the teachers. No one actually believed it now after everyone saw how I beat class number 1, Alicia, and class number 2, Prince Ludwin. Starting from the 2nd semester, we would learn about enchanting and magic tools. I had an idea about what magic tools a dark mage could create. A VR headset, movies and animation were in the realm of light magic, so I couldn't create it. Moreover, it was stupidly expensive. There were no TVs for the masses, but there was a cinema in the capital. I think only royalty owned a TV. Ugh. The second prince knelt on the floor in frustration. I had a cheat in this world, after all. None of this year's students had talent level 8. And I also had a beast instinct skill. It was a sensing and dodging skill. Somehow, I got a sense of where the bullets would hit. Frustratingly for me, moving this tentacle was easier than moving my own hands. Alicia often scolded me when I used this tentacle to eat. I obeyed since I didn't want to be like a cripple and had to do everything by magic. It was creepy, too. All right, it's too bad this is the last party we will have today. It was fun. Invite us sometime in the future, Lady Eli. Abel said as he waved goodbye. Lady Eli, I also happen to be hosting a party tomorrow. Will you come? The prince said as he bowed down to me. His hand engulfed mine as he knelt in reverence. Why would you invite a countryside girl like me? I tried to refuse, but he was adamant. You are the daughter of Count Shadowstep. You have the right to attend. Count Shadowstep won't be a countryside lord for much longer once the war with the western frontier dies down. Once it dies down, we could develop your territory. Clearing the woods and bandits, the prince said as he whispered sweet words to me. Will you come? A count is still a noble, after all. Please come. If none have claimed you, I shall dance with you. Moreover, I would prefer you and Count Shadowstep, who braved the frontier and defended our kingdom, instead of old families who did nothing right now. His smile turned more sweetly as he kissed the back of my hand. My spine sizzled up at his blatant approach. All right, I will come. I nodded to hide my blushing cheeks. Once he left, I wondered why he paid so much attention to me. Now that you mention it, why did the second prince ensnare Eli anyway? In the novels, our county was deep in debt and had to do everything the second prince said. In the novels, Eli decided on herself that she wanted to kill the heroine. Was that it? Was he simply ensuring that I didn't go to the first prince's camp? The second prince always hated the heroine and the first prince. He was a mage elitist. The novel was a typical commoner versus nobility. It only changed the aristocracy with mages. And that's enough to make the novel popular. The scene of his death in the novel was met with praise for how he was a good antagonist. It was when the first prince killed him, and he uttered the last arrogant words. Lady Eli, stop it. Don't get caught by the prince's honeyed words. Alicia suddenly hugged me from behind. Her bosom engulfed my head. I did not. I was simply wondering why the prince invited me to the party. I stammered. By party, you mean the banquet that is going to be held tomorrow? You know, Alicia was a commoner. How come she knew something that I didn't know? Of course, other noble girls in the academy have been talking about it for a month now. How did you miss it? Wait, you didn't plan to go there? Alicia suddenly turned sour. I knew about it. It simply slipped off my mind. I never planned to attend that party. Yes, since the prince has invited you, that is no longer an option. I wonder if you have nice clothes to wear tomorrow. You need to attend alone since the party is only for nobles. You mean, you won't come? No, that won't do. I can't go to the ball alone. You have to accompany me. I must take you with me. I pleaded with tears, similar to a certain water god from Earth's video games. I could dance. However, my etiquette only extended so far. I have no idea about the current trends those nobles would talk to me about. I would be a laughingstock there. A banquet is the villainous nemesis in these romance novel genres. Lady Eli, your disinterest in noble etiquette astounds me. Even I had better etiquette than you. How did this happen? When Alicia became my maid, I focused on practicing my magic. I also took on several construction jobs helping Brother Zack and thus neglected my lessons entirely. I am not a real genius. I am just a cheater with memories from Earth. The fact was that this ball was not like other parties. I have read about this kind of ball countless times in web novels. This was the part where the villainess got shamed, either by cancelling the engagement or airing her dirty laundry. As a potential villainess, this court ball was my worst enemy. I might get mocked for my intimidating eyes or be called a murderer. I definitely couldn't go to this ball alone. Please, you may even wear my new clothes, and I will wear the used ones. But you must come with me. I pleaded so hard that I accepted being engulfed in her bosom and glanced upward, begging. Why your clothes wouldn't fit me. Lady Eli, I must go to the clothing store now and see what I can find there. I hope they have second-hand dresses that suit me. She turned her eyes away with flushed cheeks. Thank you, Alicia. You are my bestest friend ever. I hugged her unreservedly. Even when she hated me so much, she still helped me. Thank you, Alicia. Tell me the price. I might not be able to pay all of it, but at least I will pay half. No need, Lady Eli. It's time for me to indulge and buy some dresses after all. I could not possibly ask for such a thing when my master has less money than me, Alicia said as she patted my head. The dreaded day finally arrived. A carriage came to pick me up from the castle. How many carriages did the royal family hire for this? Weren't there thousands of nobles coming to this ball? Do they pick them all one by one? The driver cast a glance at Alicia. However, I insisted that she must come no matter what. I even threatened not to join the ball if Alicia didn't come, and he finally relented. After a short trip that seemed to last for an eternity, we were finally brought to the ballroom. Ugh, why must I wear a black dress? I complained. I looked like a bloodthirsty vampire. The other dress you have is a pink one, which doesn't suit you in the least. The green dress has a short skirt, which is unsuitable for this occasion. The blue one is ripped. We either need to repair it or throw it away. You hate the red ones more, right? I nodded. If I wore that red dress that looked like it had been bathed in blood, which also happened to match my eyes, I might even scare the entire ballroom into fleeing. It was a hand-me-down from Fiona, my only sister. I wonder how she's doing back home. Her blue eyes matched well with the dress. Greetings, Lady Eli. Have you been well? Prince Ludwin personally greeted me and escorted me to the ballroom. Alicia superficially greeted him and wandered off, looking for food in the corner when we arrived at the ballroom. What a traitor. I thought she was my best friend, but she left me alone with this manipulative second prince. Will it be okay for you to be together with me? Won't your fiancé or girlfriend be jealous? I asked him. Many girls were obviously eyeing for a chance to talk to him. However, it appears that I stole it all. I felt bad for them. Moreover, wasn't I supposed to get away from him? Why did he come to me on his own? I don't have a girlfriend, and if the powers above me let me be engaged to someone other than you, let us at least indulge tonight's party. His words resounded within me, as sweet as honey and as beautiful as roses. Looking around, I felt many mocking gazes, but somehow, I felt at peace due to the prince's words. Let us enjoy the ball tonight, I replied to him, letting him lead me to a dance. 27, Chapter 19, Not My Place. So, how was your night? The prince gave a sweet smile as he escorted me to the center of the room. I could see every other girl at the corner of my eye, red with envy as he courted me to dance. We waltzed at the center of the stage, together with some seniors and other nobles who were confident with their dancing skills or had a lovely partner of their own. It was a marvelous night, I said, looking into his blue eyes that mesmerized me, like seeing a clear blue sky on the plain. We continued to dance among the shining chandeliers in the ballroom. Music flowed into our ears, and the calm waltz accompanied us, making the world seem like it was just made for us. I messed up. I think I almost tripped and stepped on his foot about 3 times. When I stepped on his foot, his face scrunched up, but he held his voice before returning a smile to me. Before the next music started, I asked Prince Ludwin if I could watch from the sidelines. I was getting embarrassed after I tripped and fell into his embrace. Eli, you need to study etiquette more, Sapphira said while Alicia was chewing on a new delicacy, a sugar cane imported from the south. On both of their plates was a disproportionate amount of meat on Alicia's side and cookies on Sapphira's side. Alicia, you left me. What do you expect? The prince wanted to dance with you, and I didn't have a partner, Alicia replied, shrugging her shoulders. Even then, she kept moving her fork and munched on the meat stew in front of her. Ugh. Let me grab some cookies, I replied. My dancing was terrible. Even Sapphira was criticizing it. I swear, royal parties like this were made to make villains like me suffer. That was beautiful, Lady Eli. You were like a princess about to marry a prince. Some girl I didn't know praised me. I knew her face. She was in special classes like me, but I couldn't recall her name. You are welcome. I believe I danced poorly. It must have been an embarrassing sight, I replied. Well, yeah, you were right on that. You were just like Cinderella, a poor girl who lacked etiquette yet somehow managed to get herself a prince. How did you do it? Did you use your dark magic on Prince Ludwin? Her tone suddenly grew harsh as envy seeped out of her words. Her sarcasm went over my head, though. Oh yeah, a long time ago, ballroom dances like this were popular in princess settings. Even folktales like Cinderella used it. The dancing part usually symbolizes the love the heroine has for the male lead. However, that kind of story fell out of favor long ago. Right now, the ballroom is synonymous with when the prince cancels his engagement with the villainess. I am a villainess. Thus, ballrooms were my nemesis. Huh? Getting tongue-tied? Did you finally confess you used mind-tampering magic? Huh? No. Of course not. That kind of magic is illegal. Moreover, if such magic was used, magic tools on His Highness would surely detect it. The unknown girl scolded me for being absent-minded. Whoa. Her line was exactly like how a villainess that wanted to bully the heroine looked like. She had the talent to become a fellow villainess. We were both villainesses. Why were you bullying me? The novel was not that kind of book, though. The novels lacked the bullying part and went straight for the neck, at least in the first volume. HMFH, you might be able to fool everyone, but you must certainly use some weird magic to charm the second prince during his visit to your house yesterday. Don't forget you are just a count's second daughter. Another girl joined the fray. Yeah, Prince Ludwin is more suitable for either me, a duke's second daughter, Margaret Blight, or her, the first daughter of Earl Soothsayer, Jasmine Soothsayer. Thank you for giving me your name. I was speaking that sentence in my mind. I sighed in relief. I was getting nervous about forgetting their names even though they went to the trouble to greet me. Of course, Lady Jasmine and Lady Margaret. Prince Ludwin merely asked me to dance simply to show that he treats all nobility as his vassals equally. I am sure he will accept you now that he is freed from my mumbling dancing, I said as I bowed down to them. Good that you know your place. Here, some juice for plebeians. Kaya, I screamed as Margaret threw a juice at me. Margaret? Jasmine was astonished. Wasn't that a bit much? Hey, what are you doing? Alicia quickly went over to our side together with Sapphira. Nana didn't come here because she had to take care of some business at home. She was the same as me anyway. She didn't want to be here. Such a shy girl would prefer some exams rather than dancing. Shut up, commoner. You just got lucky that some countryside nobles picked you up. How did the commoner end up in this royal ballroom anyway? Seeing Alicia mocked, my blood boiled at once. As my eyes glowed, everyone took a step back. Gee guards! Margaret screamed. I quickly calmed myself down when she took a step back. The guards took my dagger, but they didn't confiscate my karambit, which hung around my neck. It would be a disaster if they found out I still had a blade with me. Alicia, Eli, let's just leave, Sapphira said when she noticed a waiter approaching. He would probably defend a duke's daughter rather than a count's daughter like me or a baron's daughter like Sapphira. All right, I nodded. Ugh, I haven't eaten a single dish since the beginning of the banquet. It was a royal party, and I didn't get a chance to taste a single dish. It was all because of that Duchess Luca. Luca? Have I heard that name somewhere before? Ah. So, she was the daughter of one of the three dukes. I never knew. Well, no wonder she acted so smug. As Sapphira bid farewell to Margaret, she warned them. Lady Margaret, it would be prudent of you to remain cordial with Lady Eladranthia. Her brother will marry the daughter of Duke Bryn. I don't need your advice. She was a cursed child anyway. There is no way she was actually loved inside her house. Margaret left. Her words stung deeply. It was true that my father and mother were rather cold towards me. Prince Ludwin was still busy greeting others. However, I didn't want to stay in this place anymore. Sapphira couldn't leave because her brother was still there. So, I was left alone with Alicia. Here is your dagger. Please stay safe, Lady Eladranthia, the guard said as he returned my dagger before I entered the carriage. The dagger felt comfortable. It was cold and soothed my burning rage. As the carriage moved on, I unsheathed the dagger, and the silver blade gleamed like a mirror. On the blade lay red eyes, like blood poured into a white canvas. The stare frightened even me. Holding this dagger seemed to soothe me somehow. Similar to when I held my smartphone on Earth. Eladranthia was a psycho. I am Eladranthia, and thus, I am also a psycho. I realized now that I couldn't change that. Lady Eli, please don't let what she said get to you. You are not a cursed child. I see. I glanced at Alicia. When our eyes met, she flinched but remained in eye contact with me. She certainly has gotten braver. I threw my gaze outside. A bird saw me and suddenly flew away as if a tiger was chasing its life. Of course, no tiger was here. Our eyes simply looked into each other. When I locked my mana, the next bird or cat was unfazed. No one knew the real me. No one wanted to see the real me. I needed to behave better than to let my emotions run wild. Yes, just like the second prince, he was charming to me. However, I knew he was simply being polite. This was not my place, not my home. Such realization settled in my mind after I arrived back at my villa. You have chosen stealth. Your movement will not make any sound. Blessing of the Killing Star, LVL2. Fearless. Intimidation. Improved strength. Improved agility. Beast instinct. Dark magic. Stealth. Late at night, I woke up from my bed. After wearing a cloak, I sneaked outside. Alicia's room was beside me. However, thanks to my newly acquired skills, I got out effortlessly. This is the first time I sneaked out on my own. The last time I went out was to the park outside the hospital, and I fainted, leading to a week-long hospitalization and worrying everyone. My mother was mad at me, the nurses all advised me to take care of my health, etc. However, I am healthy now. Moreover, I have cheats, and this world has no levels. I could defend myself. As I went outside, I just realized I have no destination, no purpose. I just wanted to get out of this life. Before I knew it, the noble gate was before me. I cast my illusion magic into 2 guards and left the noble quarters. The inner city was different at night. Most streets were empty, with occasional candlelights peeking out from the window. I continued my walk to the slums, the most dangerous place in the city. Deep down, I knew Illadranthia was a psychopathic murderer. I didn't want to be like that. However, here I am, going to the most dangerous place in the capital city where not even ordinary commoners dared to venture in broad daylight. Hello there, little kitten. Are you lost? Did you know that playing here at night is forbidden? Eek. A bandit greeted me from behind. Before turning to him, I cast a spell at him to make me look like a big-breasted woman with blue eyes and silver hair. However, when we locked eyes, he immediately stepped back in fear. Yes, I am lost. May I know why playing here at night is forbidden? I asked him while maintaining the illusion. My left hand was already holding my karambit, while my right had a dagger behind my back, ready to fight. However, instead of attacking me like a normal bandit, he scurried away. He was one of those bad guys, right? Why did he flee? Come at me and harass me like what a bandit should. You coward! I cursed in my mind as I continued my night walk. I am sure my spells were effective. When our eyes met, he should only see blue eyes, yet somehow, the intimidation skill still kicked in. These blessings were more like a curse now. I gave up trying to play damsel in distress after 2 more hooligans ran away in fright when we locked eyes. I enveloped myself with my shadow. With this, I easily blended together with darkness as I continued to skulk around the slums. When I saw the short 1-floor roof these houses usually had, I thought about jumping on top of it and playing ninjas, but I quickly dismissed such a thought. I didn't have the stamina to do that. I could probably jump 1 or 2 houses, but I might faint afterward, and fainting in these slums is a big no. I loved dangers and challenges, but I was not suicidal. I am sorry. A scream resounded. Damn useless mages. You are mages. You are supposed to feed me. I need money. You hear? Fill more of these facestones. I can't. My mana is spent. But you still had the mana to burn the ropes yesterday, huh? Screams echoed from a rather sizable building. Initially, I thought it was a tavern, but the cries inside hinted at a different narrative. As I approached, 2 individuals stood guard at the entrance. Swiftly, I moved to the back, leapt, and reached for a window on the 2nd floor. Peering inside, I discovered several mages bound by chains, compelled to fill facestones. Had they been kidnapped? Well, this is my time. If they are being forced, I can always deal with the perpetrator, I muttered as I climbed to the roof. Excitement welled up within me. Walking to the other corner, I found an open window, and a portly man peeked his head outside. I observed the chubby neck, waiting for me to plunge my knife into it. However, I hesitated. I stared at the unsuspecting figure while my inner self waged a war. 26. Chapter 20. Urges to kill. Unlike before, this time, I killed them of my own volition. It was not fear that stopped me, but my reasoning. If I killed them, I would truly become a murderer. However, so what? As long as no one knew, that is fine. right? Even if I were caught, I would be saving mages from captivity. Slavery was illegal in this country, and anyone who coerced others into slavery was punishable by death or heavy fines. I was doing justice work. Surprisingly, it took a short time to convince myself. Desire welled up within me. My hands moved on their own, and a dagger plunged into his neck. The aim struck true to his atlas bone. I had just reaped the life. Using my shadow tentacles to hold onto the window, I climbed inside with the rotund man's corpse. His room was so opulent in contrast to the bleak atmosphere where the mages worked. Mirrors with golden frames hung about in the corners, and red carpets with gold trimmings laid on the clean, polished wooden floor. I rummaged through his room, and as expected, this opulent man ran many shady dealings. Human trafficking, extortion, and murder were among them. The financial report said it all. When I glanced at the clean mirror, a red-eyed girl was smiling back at me. Her eyes were enraptured, like a moth drawn to a flame. My eyes then pulled away from the image of the blue-haired girl. The night had just begun, and I had more killing to do. I opened the door leading to the hostages. My steps were stealthy, and my body was small. None found me within the messy pile of boxes filled to the brim with facestones. The room was large, with over 5 guards manning the 15 mage slaves. I could kill them. Mana sight told me they were not mages. However, there were 2 more guards outside. I fished them one by one with a facestone. When I threw one facestone in a corner, one guard approached it and met the same fate as the opulent man. Then I fished another, and another. They were so stupid that 3 of them fell for the lure. The guard finally felt something was amiss and no longer came alone. However, only 2 of them are left. I could take them. Wait, here's I stabbed him right in the head through the right eye with my dagger. I quickly pulled back my dagger, and before the other guard reacted, I slit his throat with my karambit. Unlike before, blood splattered everywhere. However, I didn't dislike the smell. It was fragrant. Clean and bloodless kill was a beautiful art, but a messy kill like this was the peak of instinct. Hey, what happened? Wait, is he dead? Some of the slaves were roused by the sound of falling bodies. Help, he is dead. Stupid, don't make any sound. There are still 2 guards outside. This is our chance. The foolish slave asked for help, but he was silenced by another. But the 2 guards came in anyway due to the ruckus. What happened? Holy Joe, Charlie, fuck. Who did this? He glanced around in anger. I had already hidden myself long ago, just below the roof, on top of the roof beam. With my shadow tentacle, I could raise myself up quickly. I then injected the guards stealthily with my dark magic. All the mages looked up at once, but I simply pressed my finger to my lips, gesturing for them to stay silent. I was wearing my shadow magic on my body and cloak. All they should see is a mere black humanoid figure like in those detective stories. You guys stay here. I will kill you if you move a muscle. The guard shouted. Check the boss. Shit, he is dead. Is it one of those damn reapers? Well, yeah. All the gold was left here. The fuckers probably left. Now is our chance. Let's grab the gold and run, too. We don't want to mess with those. Hey, I am feeling faint. What are you talking about? We should run. The remaining guard then dropped like flies. The debuff worked, and now they lay there paralyzed. I continued applying the magic, and soon, they departed this world, painless but full of suffering. That's how dark magic worked. It stole vitality bit by bit, and then, when you had nothing left, you would fall unconscious and then collapse. If you continued with the magic, they would lose more vigor until they couldn't breathe and died. It was unpopular and was regarded as the weakest magic. But now I realized it was a perfect assassination tool. Blessing of the Killing Star has risen to LVL3. Choose your upgrade. Improved mana. Camouflage. Improved strength LVL2. A blue box appeared before me, but I dismissed it without even reading it. I had something more important to do. I needed to flee before they asked me questions. I climbed down from the roof beam and then left through the front door. Once I left, I undid my shadow cloak and returned to my pristine form. Not a speck of blood was left within me. I had just carried out a perfect assassination. This body was raging with excitement. I felt fulfilled. This was my purpose. Hee hee. I giggled as I skipped back out of the slums. Today was a happy day. As I thought, castles, ballrooms, and dances were not for me. This excitement was addicting. When I pressed my dagger into their neck, it felt so exhilarating. The way the blade slid into their neck was fun. Whoa. Awesome little fella. I never knew you could kill 8 guys like that. So young, but so talented. Eek. I quickly jumped away when a voice greeted me from behind. Who? Such a girlish scream, too. Whoa. You have a cute face, but your eyes were something else. You were clearly born for the job. An old man came out from the shadow. Oh no. He saw my face. I was so dead. He caught me red-handed. Superb action betrayed your girlish attitude earlier. That knife was imported from the southern countries, right? How did you get something like that? He judged me as I drew my karambit. Should I play dumb? No. It was too late. I had already drawn my knife. Moreover, I hadn't washed the blood from the knife yet. Relax. I am not your enemy. I just wanted to tell you that you just stole my commission. I didn't take any commission. You can claim it, I answered. Now, even I have honor, you know. How could I steal from a little girl like you, Miss Eli? I shot out like a bullet towards him. He needed to die. Not only did he know my face, but he also knew my name. I quickly fired several dark lances, but he repelled them all with his version of Dark's balls. It was like a magic duel back in the academy, only 10 times faster with an intention to kill. However, that was enough. I was already at striking distance. I jumped and aimed my karambit at his jugular vein, but he caught it with his dagger. However, victory is mine. I have practiced this move ever since my first kill. If someone blocked my karambit attack, I shall swing with my dagger. Fast, but a little unpolished. Straight and predictable as an arrow. I swung my dagger, but he caught it with his arm. I was astonished at first when he was blocking my dagger with his arm, but the clanging noise when my dagger hit his arm confirmed it. He was wearing a vambrace beneath his long-sleeve shirt. I jumped back, and my tentacles wrapped around him, but he negated it with his own tentacle. I jumped to the side, trying to catch his blind spot and using all my skills, strength and agility. I made the fastest move possible, jumping toward a wall behind him and then jumping back, aiming for his atlas bone. This was an all-out attack. If I missed it, I was finished. He blocked my karambit the same way he blocked my previous attack, but it pushed him back this time. Unlike before, I didn't swing my dagger, but I did a thrusting motion. My dagger was aiming straight for his throat. He bent his head backward as his foot raised upwards. My dagger never reached him, and a kick sent me flying back. I fell on my back as fatigue started to haunt me. My hands were heavy. I could maybe push for another attack, but that would definitely knock me unconscious with muscle pain tomorrow. My breathing started to get ragged, and my sides ached, too. I moaned as tears began to well up in my eyes. It hurts. Phew. That was dangerous. He sighed. All right. That's enough for a test. Just as I said before, I didn't come to harm you. I simply wanted to invite you to my guild. Here is my card. He flung a thin metal card at me. There. A skull with a scythe was shown. I gazed at the card blankly. This is no ordinary metal sheet. A unique magic has been engraved into it. Come to the pavilion Samantha at 11 in the morning or evening tomorrow. I will show you around. He then put the hood of his cloak back while waving at me. See you. I lay there for several minutes as he left. Picking up the card, I brushed the dust from my cloak and left the slums. My heart raced all the way, consumed by the consequences of what I had just done. I killed 8 people, and someone saw me doing it. What was he planning to do to me now? I also put back the hood on my cloak until I reached the noble gate. Using the same tactic I did when going out, I snuck back into my house. The sun was almost risen when I was back in my bed. I quickly put away my cloak. It is a little dusty. I hope Alicia didn't notice. Nevertheless, I didn't go back to sleep but merely sat on a chair while gazing at the sunrise. I was sweating, and it felt disgusting going to sleep like this. So, I sat around while watching the sunrise and occasionally glanced at the card he gave me. Lady Eli. Morning. Alicia cheerily came to my room. She never knocked. She knew I wouldn't be awake at this time, so she usually simply snuck into my room, cleaned, and then woke me up when breakfast was ready. Ah, you're already awake? How rare, she said. However, I ignored her, staring at the horizon while watching the rising sun. My mind felt hazy, swinging between the excitement of yesterday and the dread of being discovered. Lady Eli, are you ill? Don't tell me you have been sitting on the window since yesterday. What if you got a fever? Alicia put her hand on my temple and found out my forehead was a little bit warm. I will take a bath. After that, I will continue to rest. I am sorry for worrying you, Alicia. I hugged Alicia as I sluggishly moved to the bathroom. The exhaustion had finally caught up. I hadn't gotten a wink of sleep. It was bad manners to sleep immediately after a bath. However, I was too tired to care. In my dreams, I saw myself dyed in blood. A smile crept up on Eladrenthia as 20 people piled up in a heap behind her. The red comet shone on us. Instead of being scared of such a sight, I returned a smile. She then hugged me. It was odd seeing two Eladrenthia hugging each other. However, it felt soothing, as if I wasn't alone anymore. I woke up with Alicia holding my hands. Trauma surged within me because her action reminded me of my time in a hospital before. I quickly drew my hands while checking my breathing, chest, and other non-existent anomalies within my body. No anomalies were found. This body was healthy and fit. Sensing me moving on my bed, Alicia woke up, too. "Ah, you finally awake." "Sorry that I slept on the job. He. She smiled. I scanned the surroundings, and the sun was high in the sky. "What time is it?" "Noon has just passed moments ago." "Lady Eli, I guess I missed the morning meeting." "Huh? I have to sneak out again tonight." I also had to prepare for my return trip to County Shadowstep. 25, Chapter 21, Reaper Guild. "Lady Eli, how's the parfait?" "I heard the parfait here is good." "Too sweet," I replied. The food wasn't bad. However, with sugar being subsidized and also considered a luxury, many people tended to overuse it in their dishes. "Eh? You don't like sweets? How come?" "I thought girls loved these things, so I offered Alicia to try it during one of our outings. She loved it very much, but when I tried them, I found out I didn't like them that much." Right after taking care of myself, Alicia took me to a restaurant in the inner circle. It was a neat place with a discounted open-air seat. Although such designs were unpopular, there was nothing to see in the outskirts here. This kind of thing could only work if the restaurant faced a town hall. However, this one was facing the slums. "Here is your order." "Triple choco donuts, Miss Mages." "Thank you." Alicia, who paid the bill today, seemed to enjoy sugar. Being a mage really is a blessing, huh? They were well paid and held in high regard. Moreover, they could work out simply by using magic and filling Faystone. You would be hard-pressed to find a fat mage in this country. However, I now knew that not all in life was shiny. Yesterday was proof. Some people would steal from others. "Eli, you are so somber today." "Please don't let what happened yesterday weigh on your mind. You know, there will always be some people like that." "Yes, I know," I replied half-heartedly. My mind was still relishing the excitement of last night. I was also trying to prepare myself mentally for tonight's meeting. "Eli." Alicia pinched me on the cheek. "Try to stare at me." "Come on." No. "Why would I do that?" "It's fine. I will prove that I am your friend. I can take it." "Not here. We will scare some bystanders." "Well, I guess it is true. Let's finish our meal and then head home. We also need to prepare for our return trip to Shadowstep." Alicia planned the following event for me, and I simply nodded at her. Instead of going home immediately, we went shopping. As usual, tea sets and jewelry were not to my taste. I bought a set of throwing knives instead. When the seller asked me, I answered casually, claiming it was for sports. He chuckled while selling me the knives and advised me to stay safe. "Here is the throwing knife set. Please be careful. They are sharp. I wouldn't buy them if they weren't sharp. They could kill people, right?" "Yes, they could. That's why, don't use them on other people," he said with a smile. I never let go of my monologue, so the shopkeeper took my banter with humor. None of them took me seriously. "Lady Eli, please stop buying knives. Buy some jewelry and dresses instead. Accounts such as you should not only have 5 dresses for balls." Alicia rolled her eyes when she said that. "But this knife looks pretty." "Look, there are gems embedded in it. It counts as jewelry, right?" Alicia gave me a sickened look. "You already have 15 similar knives in your room. You can't show those to anyone except the steak knives and the cooking knives." "What's the point?" "They are not similar. One is a wakizashi, 5 are throwing knives, 3 are daggers, 2 are folding knives, 2 are steak knives, and the other 3 are a cleaver, paring knife, and filleting knife. You use them too. The fact that you remember them all astounds me." "Sorry. Nah, it is fine. Everyone has their own hobbies. I knew that Sapphira had some weird hobbies as well. She went around collecting milk, you know. I see. Then we have Nana, then Johnny. You know, Nana is timid, right? However, lately, they have been getting close, and then, Alicia and I continued to chat until sunset. Even when night came, Alicia kept talking while preparing for our return. Ugh, I left a little too early today. I hope Alicia didn't come to my bedroom, I muttered as I used my newly acquired stealth skill to sneak outside. Blessing of the Killing Star, LVL3, Fearless. Intimidation. Improved Strength. Improved Agility. Beast Instinct. Dark Magic. Stealth. Choose your upgrade. Improved Mana. Camouflage. Improved Strength LVL2. The vampiric strength and improved agility disappeared from my previous choices. So, does every new level grant different options? I wonder what camouflage does. I already have stealth. I leaned more toward improved mana. However, my mana was already good. I never ran out of mana except when I worked overtime for Feystones because I needed additional money. As I pondered my newly gained skills, I reached the pavilion tavern the old guy told me about. This is a bar, right? Could underage children come in? I wandered around the said tavern for close to an hour. I must have looked incredibly suspicious. I covered my cloak with my dark magic, but I didn't cover my face. Otherwise, the other guy might have a hard time finding me. Hello there, little brat. You missed the morning call, trying to embarrass your new mentor? What rebellious kid. Eek. I jumped back. That scream was worth the effort I put into scaring you. Ha 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 ha. All right, come in. Please put your hood down. Not yet. How did you know my name? I quickly pulled out a karambit from my necklace. Oh, I see. My apologies. Where are my manners? I must have been in this business for too long. My name is Edwill. However, in this business, you must call me Reaper number 4, and you would be Reaper number 666. As for why I knew your name, PFFT, my apologies. However, no nobles in this empire have never heard about your name. Huh? I was that famous for killing 12 kidnappers? Ha ha ha. It is not the number you kill, it is who you killed. You killed a pretty famous mercenary when you were 10 years old. Because of that, 3 Reapers failed their quest. I glared at him, full of hatred. However, my reasoning won out. I couldn't beat him, and there was no proof that he did the deed anyway. It is not me. I did not kill Alicia's father. He glared back at me. It was my first time seeing someone who was not afraid of my eyes. All right. If you would please stop staring at me. I am not a pedophile, you know. If you think your eyes are scaring anyone in the Reapers Guild, you are dead wrong. In fact, a lot of people might like it. Any other questions, Reaper 666? No. Reaper 4, I answered with his code name. All right. Come in. I did as he said. As expected, the inside was a bar. Following him like a duckling, I was brought to a bartender. Bartender, usual order number 4 and 666 on the menu, he said as he swiped the card in front of him. So she is the one. Fruit juice for you, missy. The bartender smiled as he gave me a glass of milk. Huh? This is milk. I tilted my head, but I drank it anyway. The milk was tasty. Ha ha ha. Well, come inside. She already has the key, right? Yes. No further words were spoken. The bartender only smiled when I asked him questions about Reapers. Reaper 4 scolded me for it and dragged me downstairs before I finished my milk. It was just a storeroom, I muttered. Yes. R666. I heard you are smart. So, listen carefully. From this point forward, you never see anything. You never talk about anything. You know nothing. Are we clear? Huh? Secret thing is? Yes. This is serious. If any secrets leak, a bounty might be placed on you. This is very important. Moreover, since you are a count's daughter and not a nobody from the slums, you would have a double identity. Understand? This is very important. All right. We work in the darkness to serve the light. I was giddy with excitement. This was like those assassin movies. Will I have to take a pledge? What was the pledge again? Where others blindly follow the truth. Remember, nothing is true. Whoa, you certainly read too many poems. We didn't serve the light. We serve money. Edwill slid his card inside a crevice of a wall and moved out of the way as the wall with the shelf in front of it rotated. The secret door revealed a path with a spiral staircase. I marveled at the secret door. As I activated my magic sights, I realized the wall was a magic tool with a magic block on the outside. It would only look like an ordinary wall from the outside, even if a mage saw it. As we came down, a guard talked to me. "What's the password?" I asked him. "I wanna try." "What password?" He tilted his head as he came in. "Huh? What's the guard for then?" "What guard?" "That one." I didn't see anything. He smirked at me. At that moment, I knew what he meant. Yes. I see nothing. I know nothing. The door led to an office space with several cubicles. However, unlike the boisterous mood outside, here it was completely silent. Edwill then came forward to the guild receptionist look-alike. "Hello, this is Reaper 666. She needs her ID card. She is a mage. She doesn't need the phone. But give her the clips." "Eli, give your card to him." After I gave out my card to him, the bartender then eyed me curiously. Perhaps he found it amusing that I was smaller than he thought. "Of course. Congratulations on your successful registration, Reaper 666. Your operator will be assigned in a few days. Would you want to set a nickname now?" He then gave me a card with 2 clips on it. "No," I answered. I didn't know anything about this assassin organization. I didn't want to do anything yet. "Nope." "Set her name as Killer Rabbit. You know, because she is actually more dangerous than she looks," Edwill replied. I glared at him. However, I gave up on intimidating him and nodded. "Very well. You are now registered as Killer Rabbit. Remember that your official name is Reaper 666. First, let me introduce you to our guild rules. You may take commissions from that wall. You will be paid in points. Points can be turned into money or something else. Okay. May I take a look at the wall?" So, their system was like an adventurer guild, like in those guilds upstairs. What a disappointment. Well, I guess I shall see some goblins laying commissions and call it a day. Commission 77, poison a water well in burnt territory. Reward 20p. Commission 45, kill Baron Bluke. Reward 50p. Commission 81, kill Illadranthia. Reward 100p. Huh? Wait a minute. My name is in here. I almost shouted toward Edwill, only for him to cover my mouth. As he glared at me, he whistled merrily. "Sir, may we know who commissioned these commissions?" Edwill asked the receptionist. "That would be 800 points, sir." He then winked at me. It finally clicked into place. I could use this place to gather information and prevent another misfortune from befalling my friends. The fact that my name and Alicia were here meant that I had angered someone important. I forgot. You need to do at least 1 commission every week. One more thing. You may not mention anything about this guild to the outside nor its commissions. Doing so will put a bounty on your head. 0. An operator will be assigned to you, so you don't have to come here in person, and you will always be able to look at the commissions. Just use your card's virtual room or phone. Huh? Is this a phone? I tilted my head at the clip that was attached to the card. Weren't phones extremely expensive magic tools that only dukes and royalties use? They gave them out to all members. R4, are you sure she is a good candidate? The receptionist finally asked him and broke his stoic face. You registered her even though she didn't have a lick of training? She didn't even know anything about us until just a moment ago. She has the skills. I will impart the necessary knowledge later. Moreover, she is a nobility. We need that kind of person. We are terribly short-handed lately. I see. I sincerely hope she doesn't turn into something like our 400 to 500. They are a nasty bunch. Well, we shall see. She is a bit unique, you know. She certainly is. Is she 10 or 8? Well, for such a kid to be recruited by you of all people, she must be unique, in more ways than one. I am Twill. BFT. Edwill closed my mouth more strongly now. All right. I will be your operator for the time being. Let's go to an empty room upstairs. Give me the 666p card. I wonder who I should kill this time. I will have to refuse to kill innocents, though I am a psychopath. But even I have standards. 20. Chapter 22, Reaper card. First is a virtual room. This is a card that is enchanted with dark and wind magic. Could you fill it with mana and put it on your head? I did as I was told and was immediately brought to a white room. Whoa. This is a medieval or Renaissance age fantasy, and they already have a VR room? I pondered at the white room as Edwill coughed beside me. He too had the card on his head. Like this, a pair of cards could talk to each other. You will talk to your operator here, you know, about commissions, plans, prizes, etc. I see. During missions, You can also wear your clips on your ear, and we can talk to each other in almost real time. Whoa, awesome. I put the clips on my ear. It was a bit uncomfortable, but I can manage. So, let us begin. Here is your mission. I want you to go into the slums and then search for the slave trader. Unfortunately, since you killed every last one from before, I lost any lead for it. That was my fault. Sorry then. Nah. This is just a practice mission. I didn't expect you to find anything. I just want to give you a tour of how we operate. By the way, we also have missions on County Shadowstep. Alright. Off you go. With that, I put the card back into my pocket, and my vision returned to the inn room we rented at the Pavilion Tavern. I put my hood back on and went outside with Edwill in tow. With the clips in our ears, Edwill talked to me. I retraced my steps through the slums like the day before. The slums were empty tonight. There were no burglars or bandits in sight. Nobody here. Same. As I glanced through the surroundings, I finally found someone. However, when we locked eyes, the person immediately turned round and sped up. Somehow by instinct, I chased after him. Mana sight shows that he is a normal human. When he turned into a corner, he immediately ran. Weirdly, any people he passed through ran along with him. The assassins are here. The man screamed as he ran. 666, what are you doing? Edwill asked through the clips. I don't know. I saw a suspicious person. He ran when I met him. So, I chased him. Stop the chase. You are making a ruckus. We do not do that. Our work must remain unnoticed. All right. However, before that, I put a mana marker on him. A mana marker is a simple harmless spell that sticks into their clothes. This will help me trace him later. I stopped chasing him, activated my stealth, and went in a different direction. However, I was curious about why these goons fled on sight, and thus, I returned stealthily to the same spot and followed the marker I put before. Why the hell are those assassins following us? Who is he chasing? The men questioned each other. I don't know. I only pickpocketed some random merchant. I swear. I only had a brawl this morning. Small stature and black figure from head to toe. That was the assassin who killed Boss Larry. He must have been searching for the remnants of his business. He didn't look for small fry like us idiots. Why did you run anyway? I don't know. I just felt fear when I looked into his eye. I immediately cast illusions on the 5 men who were discussing with each other. This should distort the image they had of me to that of a male with blue eyes. I also added some canines, horns, and other demonic features to make him scary. Greetings, human. You are correct that I did not look for you. Now, I heard the mage slave trader I killed yesterday had some friends. Do you perhaps know anything about it? I approached and asked them calmly. However, they wet their pants as soon as they looked at me. They then fell on their butts and seemed paralyzed. I don't know anything. I won't kill you if you are innocent. However, I can't go back empty-handed either. I don't know anything. I just know that the boss had family outside of the capital. He worked for Duke Luca. I see. Stay back. 666, Edwill called me from behind. I almost jumped back startled. Okay, I replied and did as he told. Who is this family you mentioned? We don't know. I see. Thank you for your information. I think we are done with the capital today. I hope you have a nice day. Stay safe, gentlemen. Freaking Reapers. I knew it. Larry must have pissed a lot of people for Reapers to come here. The hooligans cleaned up their shirts as they fled while cursing. They seem to know a lot about us. That doesn't mean we should not keep secrets. 666. By the way, our organization was rather famous. However, no one knew us as well as ourselves. It was like everyone knew about Diladranthia, but none actually knew where Eli lived. And that is important. I see. Well, I will submit what I found to the guild. You may go home. Will I get points for that? Depends. You might even get a deduction if you pissed the wrong people. Alright. See you soon. I need to be back home now. I don't want Alicia to catch me going out in the night, I said as I pictured Alicia's wrath. She started to scare me lately. You have weird priorities. I wonder if I made the right call recruiting you because you killed 7 people competently. I quickly went back home. I snuck back in. I didn't sweat today, and after I picked up my pajamas I left on the floor. I slept, only for Alicia to sneak into my room a moment later. The sun had not even risen yet. Why did she wake up so soon? Lady Eli. She skipped alongside the bed as she muttered. I woke up groggily and annoyed as I looked outside the window. It was still dark. You are awake? My apologies. I just wanted to check if you slept. I just woke up too. You could go back to sleep, she said as she sat beside the bed. It was really uncomfortable. I am not a patient. Do you want to sleep together? You could get sick sleeping like that. Really? Well, if you insist. She grinned as she climbed onto my bed and lay beside me. All the way, she continued to stare right into my eyes. Are you asleep? No. I could not sleep with you staring at me. I see. My apologies, but the bed is a bit small for me to roll around, and I want to look at you anyway. But you are afraid. Not anymore. I find your eyes beautiful. Lady Eli, stop joking. I pulled my blanket and turned the other way. She then hugged me from behind. Pardon my rudeness. Your hands are long. How did you grow up so fast? I muttered as soft flesh was padded behind my head. It was all thanks to Lord Eli taking care of me ever since my dad died. No, it was ever since you paid for my tuition. You are the only one left that cared for me. I don't want to see you hurt. Her hug grew tighter. I am fine now. I lied. Actually, I did not think I was okay. I am a bona fide assassin now. This was going exactly like what happened in the novels. I could only pray that I did not cross paths with the second prince and the heroine again. Morning came very soon and we didn't get a wink of sleep. However, unlike me who didn't sleep the entire night, Alicia seemed refreshed. She did sleep after all. The carriage ride seemed to lull me back to sleep, but some bumps on the road rocked me awake. This is hell. Alicia. Sorry, but would you please sit here? I pleaded inside the carriage. It was a little cramped, but I finally was able to lean on her to sleep. Gladly, she answered as she offered her shoulder to me. I wonder if she no longer hates me. I drifted to sleep as I unconsciously fell on her lap. Lady Eli is on my lap. What bliss. Her petite figure reminded me of a doll I asked my father a long time ago. I can pat her head, right? Those silky smooth blue hairs were pleasant to touch. Yesterday was bliss too. Does this mean she has finally opened up to me? We slept together, after all. I feel like I could hug her forever in that state. Too bad the sun came up early today. I wonder if I could extend the trip. She would only sleep until the next village. Lady Eli woke up long before we reached our supposed rest stop. What a shame. Now that I think about it, she couldn't possibly be sleeping the entire way when she had just slept on a comfortable bed last night. However, sitting so closely like this, looking at her beautiful eyes, is not bad either. Sorry, but it is a little cramped. If you are not moving, I will move to the other side, she said as she moved away from my grasp. Damn it, I will smash this carriage and build a larger one next time. Is that a new trend? Putting clips on your ear? I asked Lady Eli as she jumped away. Startled. She got startled easily. It was kind of cute. You should be more aware of your surroundings even if you were in your own room at the inn. A bad wolf might sneak into these poor villages after all. Eek. Huh? Oh, yeah. I just got this as a present from someone. I wonder if it suits me. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, right? My hair hides it. The clips were indeed fancy enough to be worn by a noble woman, and I have seen some of my friends use them instead of earrings due to the less pain and non-piercing attribute they had. However, are those magic tools, right? I could sense mana floating around them. How did she get them? Lady Eli, when we return to your mansion, how about we reproduce that pie we ate yesterday? I want to cook. Our region has the fattest pork. But you didn't like it very much, and so, I tried to make small talk inside the inn. Talking was the only way to stave off boredom in these rest stop villages. Usually, she would reply about how she would order some craftsman to build this tool or make new traps or explore the northern wood. However, she was out of focus today. Lady Eli, are you listening? I raised my voice. Hi, you scared me, Alicia. How could I scare you when I am right in front of you? Sorry, I was tired today. Maybe we could sleep early? The carriage wasn't pleasant. Oh well, you were right on that one. Very well, I shall prepare the bed. Lady Eli was weird today. Maybe it was true that she was simply just tired. The following day, she was back to normal. But why? She rode the same carriage and slept the same amount of time. Moreover, we slept on the same bed for almost the rest of the trips. We definitely got closer. I couldn't be a replacement for Laura. However, I will do the best I can to serve Lady Eli. 26, Chapter 23. Counter Assassin. Huh? Someone took that commission? You told me nobody would take that commission. I fumed inside my bedroom at Arthur or Edwell, who had assured me that nobody would accept the Eladranthia kill commission. Panic started to settle in as my blood froze. Well, I thought nobody would take that commission since the reward was too low and the job too hard, but apparently, someone did. I am a guild member. How could they approve such a quest? I just wanted to inform you, the guild is not monolithic by any means. They don't care what they do as long as it produces results. It has happened multiple times where the guild produces conflicting commissions, such as protecting and assassinating the same target. It is up to you to take the request after all, Edwell said. But then an amusing whistle cut in. You know, you could probably rank up quite nicely if you could kill your offender. Ugh. I don't care about ranks. But why? What did I do to them that got my name up there? That would cost you 800 points. Please work hard and rank up. You only managed to scrape 5 points from the info yesterday. 1 point is 1 gold, right? So, 5 points is 5 gold. It is a lot of money, right? Well, this is just how our world works. Don't compare yourself to those commoners. Reaper 666. Think outside the box. We offer so much because we do everything and anything. Ugh. How am I supposed to defend against an assault by veteran assassins? Lady Eli, may I help you? I heard weird sounds coming from your bedroom. Eek. My heart jumped when Alicia suddenly came into my room. I needed to make rules to forbid anyone from entering without permission. However, I also often intruded upon her room uninvited. Nothing. I was simply muttering to myself about how I miss my home or how I wanted to drink milk or something. I see. Do you want to talk? I am sorry, but this village has no milk this season. It is very rural after all. They don't have a refrigerator. Of course, I know. Do you want to chat? Sure. Let's chat. We have nothing to do here anyway. I am going to prepare. Don't worry, for tea. Do you want tea? I tried my best to talk to both Alicia and Arthur at the same time. Geez, you are such a handful. Good night. Sleep with your eyes open. I can't help you there. Arthur out. The mana was then cut off, and I freely continued my chat with Alicia. I turned my mouth on autopilot as I racked my brain on how to defend against the assassins. We leisurely rode a carriage here, so after 3 days, we were only halfway there. However, the distance to the capital could be crossed in 2 days with a single horse or even 1 day with a fast horse. How many assassins were after me? My kill commission was 100 points, or the equivalent of 100 gold. It was quite a bit of money. If I offered it in the slums, I could probably hire 10 or 20 people, but those are ordinary citizens. The me right now could handle that much. However, what if the assassins only hired 5 or 3 experienced individuals? They could get to me while I am asleep or use poison. I see. I will work hard. If Lady Eli wanted parfait, we could buy the required fruit in our territory, and then. Moreover, what about Alicia? I was famous. Even in the academy, everyone already knew me. What if they targeted Alicia? Alicia, it is already night. Let us sleep. All right. Good night, Lady Eli. As she began to leave the room, I called out to her. Wait. Will you sleep together with me? I mumbled. She would probably hate it, but this is for her own safety. I did my best to suppress my mana to avoid frightening her. Is it okay for us to sleep together? Yes, please. Well, I am just a maid. I couldn't possibly. It's fine. Please sleep together, I said, and Alicia finally relented. The next day, I looked outside the carriage relentlessly. I watched every tree and every patch of grass out there. Is it possible for them to attack the carriage? We have 2 knights guarding the carriage. They couldn't possibly attack us in the open, right? Several horses passed by us. They glanced toward us and left. I grabbed my dagger and karambit, but it turned out to be a false alarm, and we safely reached our rest stop by evening. My nerves were frayed, and I wanted nothing more than to sleep soundly inside the inn. When I was about to lie down, the metal plate vibrated. I took a clip from it and put it on my ear. Hey, 666. Are you still alive? See anyone suspicious? They could be within your doorstep by now. Nobody. Just some horses passed by. How could several horses pass by you? That is not a direct route to the capital. Arthur questioned me. He thought it was unusual for there to be multiple horse riders riding along that path. They didn't belong to the messenger guild as they often traveled alone. So, They must be mercenaries. Oh, shit. I quickly grabbed my dagger and karambit and rushed to Alicia's room. There were 4 horse riders that passed by us today. I thought there was nothing strange. Maybe they wanted to go to this rural village or something. However, now that R4 has pointed it out, there was a possibility that they were the assassins. Alicia. I opened the door in a panic. Kaya. Oh my god. Lady Eli. Would you please knock next time you enter? Alicia was naked. We were both girls, so I didn't care about that. I scanned the surroundings and observed any potential weak spots the assailants might come through. As I approached the window and peeked outside, my instincts moved my head a bit to the left, and an arrow flew by my head. Alicia screamed again, but I ignored it. I scanned the outside, but it was too dark. All I could see was a glint as another arrow passed by my head. I immediately grabbed Alicia, killed the light, and stayed away from the window. Lady Eli. What happened? We are being attacked. Bandits. The same ones who tried to kidnap me years ago? Possibly. I harbored a strong resentment towards nobles and mages, viewing them as an entitled and arrogant bunch born into luxury without facing any hardships. My upbringing in the slums had been harsh, and when I defended myself by killing 3 bullies attempting to rob me of food, a man shrouded in a hooded cloak approached me. Impressed by my tenacity, he offered me the opportunity to join the Reaper Guild. The sense of empowerment during my first assassination mission was exhilarating. Finally, I could exact revenge on those wealthy individuals who had tormented me. Moreover, the substantial earnings allowed me to live a life akin to nobility, frequenting cafes during the day and indulging in wine at night. Joining the most fearsome guild instilled pride in me. As a professional killer, I reveled in the fear I instilled and the glory it brought. I was no longer the oppressed citizen I once was. Yet, there were always bigger fish in the pond. Above the sky, there was always be a higher sky, and a hierarchy was formed within the organization. Despite my efforts, I remained at the bottom, never completing a quest exceeding 100 points. This time will be different. Iladranthia, a mere countryside noble's daughter, earned the ire of certain figures who sought her demise for a reward of 100 gold. Unable to take on a noble alone, I had to split the task among 3 comrades, all brought from the slums. 40 points were allocated for horses and supplies, leaving the remaining 60 points to be divided among the 4 of us, 15 coins for each. Tasked with killing a mage and a noble. Few would accept such a perilous mission, but my intense hatred toward nobles compelled me to undertake it. My target was the girl who had slain Boss Larry. Living a life of privilege, she had a well-endowed personal mage as her maid and hosted extravagant parties in her noble quarters daily, funded by the exorbitant taxes we paid. While assassinating someone within noble quarters was deemed impossible by my operator, an attack in the middle of the woods or at a rest stop presented a feasible opportunity. The girl would likely be returning to her countryside residence soon, providing me with a chance to end her life. An opportunity had finally presented itself. The noble girl ventured out as anticipated. Swiftly, I instructed my operator to accept the kill quest and set out with the rented horses along with my comrades. My work ethic was unmatched. While the privileged nobles slept soundly in every inn, I pressed on through the night with my horse. I intercepted her carriage as she recklessly peeked out, but her 2 imperial guards stood vigilant. Despite the presence of her guards, her fate was already sealed. I planned to wait at her inn and strike during the night, a time when sneak attacks were our forte. Without their armor and weapons, even knights were no match for our skill. As the sun set and night fell, our chances of success increased. Just as I prepared to launch the attack, my friend spotted her once again, stupidly gazing at the moon and stars through an inn window. Should we attack? Yes. Kill her. My friend, an archer with over a decade of experience, could easily hit her. I chuckled at what seemed like an easy quest. This commission was proving simpler than anticipated. I watched as the arrow flew toward her temple. However, she moved her head suddenly, and the arrow, which should have found its mark, missed. I gasped in surprise. How had she dodged it? Shoot again! I nearly shouted at my friend, who stood in shock. He fired a second arrow, and the same outcome occurred. She deftly moved her head, avoiding the shot. It's a skill, I'm sure of it. My friend has something similar, remarked another companion. A mimidon. Mimidon, a term chosen with pride, was merely a fancier way of saying sellsword or mercenary. However, out of respect, we refrained from calling him otherwise. My friend said it's a form of short-term foresight. He knew when he was going to die and thus evaded it. Oh, and don't forget my bonus. This information didn't come cheap. So, that noble daughter has a skill, magic, and a noble. Damn, the world is unfair. The gods must have been pampering her. She got all 3 gifts everyone ever wanted. The hulking guy with 2 axes groaned. So, shall we charge at the inn now? She killed the light and hid to stay away from the window. At this rate, we will have to face the 2 soldiers she's sure to awaken in a few moments. All right, let's go. Hit it fast. If we slow down, she will call her knights. Then it will be 4 of us against 2 mages and 2 knights. We charged at the inn at once. The axe guy smashed the front door in a single swing as we tried to climb to the 2nd floor. The knights woke up all at once, but we had all the advantage. They were shirtless. Mimidon and I dispatched them swiftly. The knights are down. Let's kill the mage noble bastard. We didn't know which room they took. So, when we got to the 2nd floor, we had to open all 6 rooms one by one. The axe guy broke down the doors one by one. When he broke down the 3rd door, a dagger flew through his throat. I won't be a burden to Lady Eli. Die, bandits. Watch out, I screamed as a fireball shot out from the 5th room. Explosions destroyed part of the inn we were in. Mimidon and I jumped through an empty room and escaped the blast, but the archer didn't make it. Scram! I ordered. The narrow hall was the worst place for an artillery mage like her slave to be in. We didn't have anywhere to dodge. Moreover, we didn't have any mage who could detect mana. I should have bought those mana glasses instead of using the points for beer. Damn it. We lost 2 people, I cursed. You have taken the quest, Reaper 451. If you fail, your balance will be turned into a minus due to penalty. You know what will happen then, right? We don't take kindly to failures. Damn it, I know. Just shut your mouth, telephone guy. I shouted at the block of wood the size of a water bottle in front of me. I am Operator Unit 16B, as requested. I will stay silent during your mission. What should we do? I asked the Mimidon. Damn it, how could R453 get killed by an ambush? Was he blind? Her battle technique bore a resemblance to R4. I wonder, the legendary Reaper that was still alive from the beginning of the Reaper Guild? I asked him. Many thought R4 was immortal since his name was there 300 years ago, but no one ever knew. He might as well be a different person with the same numbers. We recycled quite often. Yeah, I met him once and offered 30 points for a single friendly match. I lost. It is not because his skill is superior. I was simply tricked by an illusion. His body suddenly vanished and appeared behind me. Yeah, she is a dark mage. She could do that. I thought dark mages were supposed to only summon monster illusions or something. When did we get hit by her illusion anyway? We didn't see her at all. Crack. I knew that sound. A twig was stepped. Mimidon quickly brandished his sword. Hey, is this one of her illusions? Let's escape. Let's run and kill her another day. You won't run. I won't let you. I will find you, and I will kill you. Red eyes floated from behind the inn and into the woods. This village only had 5 buildings, and then a jungle was only a few steps out. How did she find us? She found us. I whimpered. Fear started to take hold of me. Even as she walked slowly, we didn't dare make the first move. Is she real? I asked the Mimidon. She is real. Chadge. The Mimidon took out a vial from his pocket and drenched himself with it. That vial could dispel mana or curses applied to the user. He then wore glasses and activated the facetune in them. R445 always bought several magic tools with him using our team's money. I moaned at the ridiculous 30-point price, but apparently, we needed it now. I thanked his cautious attitude inside my heart and promised to treat him to a beer later. The girl smiled as we charged at her. Her red eyes sent a shiver along my spine. Why did she smile? Is this some kind of illusion? Was she playing tricks on us? Mimidon prided himself as a swordsman. I thought it would be over with a single slash of his sword. However, both of us were surprised when his sword was blocked by her weird curved knife. A counterattack soon followed, and the Mimidon jumped back with all of his strength. A silver comet seemed to flash by, aiming at his neck. I charged with my buckler and slashed at her. She sidestepped and cut at me from the side. As I swung my blade, her weird knife caught my blade again. However, she was too arrogant. Just because she could do a bit of close combat, she dared to challenge 2 Reapers at once. We could win this. Damn it. She is too small, too fast, mimicked and cursed. Bye-bye. She then took a step back. Her feet were as light as a feather. However, we couldn't chase her as light filled my eyes in the middle of the night. Don't touch Lady Eli. Watch. Oh. An explosion, bigger than before, resounded before Mimidon could warn me. The 10 or so meter fireball was like a sun dropping right down to us. The earth and trees seemed to shake, and my world seemed to turn upside down. Ugh, Kohok. I coughed as I lay defeated. My body was hurt all over from the burns. I couldn't even lift my sword. The girl, dressed in black with red eyes, then came to me as she walked merrily. Her eyes smiled at the chance of stabbing me with her dagger. Damn it. Mages and nobles. This world unfair, were my last words before her dagger plowed through my throat. 19. Chapter 24, Commission. Lady Eli. Are you okay? Alicia ran and hugged me, her breathing ragged. Did you? I am fine. I had to. My breathing was ragged with excitement. The thrill of kill or be killed blanked my mind. I turned toward Alicia with my coercion at full force. She took a step back but kept moving forward and hugged me back. It's fine. I know. I am sorry. Alicia apologized. Her hands trembled, but she still hugged me with care. Why was she apologizing? It should be me who apologized for being a psycho killer. This guy was already harmless when Alicia's spell hit him, and I killed him for fun. Now that he is dead, I couldn't get any information on who commissioned that quest. We made a lot of ruckus just now. The inn was almost demolished, and all the few residents here woke up with farmer tools in their hands, thinking we were attacked by bandits or there had been some major accident. Those buckets and spades were useful for putting out the flames Alicia brought, though. Alicia, may we ask what transpired in our peaceful village late in the night? A village elder came forward. I was a bit irked when they asked for Alicia and not me, the actual noble, but I am pretty tired tonight and let her do all the talking. The excitement from killing still lingered. I was sure to scare them out of their minds if I were to talk to them face to face. Someone attacked us, either trying to kill us or kidnap us, Alicia said. They killed our guards too, Bobby and Nola. I mumbled on her breast. Alicia hugged me tightly to prevent me from seeing the villagers. Blood was smeared on her white maid uniform as my face and hands, still coated in blood, touched her. As soon as the second arrow almost killed me, I killed the lights and went downstairs. But I stopped in my tracks on the stairs when a hulking man barged through the door like an orc. I then used my stealth and spied from the stairs as my knights sprung awake. However, despite them being one of my elite knights, they were trounced and killed. Then, I went back with Alicia and informed her about what was happening. I planned to ambush them using my usual combination of illusion and dagger. I killed one of them, but Alicia wanted to be of use and proposed that she launch a fire cannon from the farthest room. The plan worked wonders, and the assailants fled with tails tucked behind their legs. Instead of letting them go, I chased them. Blood filled the air as I lost control of my body. I wanted to kill them. My excitement overpowered me. I planned to trail them using the magic marker I left on them. However, they didn't flee too far. They were waiting in the woods, just a few tens of meters behind the inn. I smiled in glee at them as fellow predators. They were reapers, all right. They were hunting, just like me. I challenged them to a frontal fight. I didn't know where I got the confidence from, but somehow, I believed I could win. Using my skills, I fought them to a stalemate. When I planned for an all-out strike, I heard Alicia's scream and fled at once. Alicia was the star tonight. I was too tired. I couldn't deal the finishing blow. The heat from the explosion was felt on my body even though I hid behind a fence, and thus, feeling a little annoyed at Alicia, who stole my kill, I performed a coup de grace on the remaining Reaper. The kill was still on me. I rejoiced at the fact I reaped another life. Alicia then talked to the remaining villagers while still hugging me along the way. After I felt calm enough, I detached myself from her and spectated the meeting. The village elder discussed how we should proceed when my knights were dead. Should I charge through with my carriage and driver alone? Or should they use a horse from the carriage to bring a message to my family and ask for reinforcements? Ultimately, Alicia chose to stay in the village. She reasoned that it would take less than a day to travel back and forth here with a horse. Meanwhile, The carriage would still need 2 days to reach my city. They also regretfully left a message to my family to recompense the destroyed inn. I nodded since I knew if the inn was not fixed, a lot of travelers would suffer. Zach, my brother, personally rode his horse with over 40 horsemen to our village late in the afternoon. After inspecting the corpses, he shook his head and bowed down to his fallen comrade as a sign of honor. He then left 5 soldiers here and asked us to ride with him. At night, we reached the city and our mansion. Good job surviving that. They aren't our sharpest tools in the shed, but surviving an assault as a rookie reaper was admirable. Oh yeah, you survived not once, but twice. That's not luck anymore, ha ha ha. R4 was laughing in glee at my report. I didn't comment on him. I felt tired and simply wanted to sleep. Is that all? I wanted to sleep. Oh yeah. Your operator is finally here. Greet your new operator. Call him R25B. What's that? Each operator was assigned up to 40 reapers. That's why they have different numbers. R25B, say hello. Greetings R666. I am operator R25B. Nice to meet you. I need to tell you that Eladranthia's kill commission is now 120p. It increased? I will try to ask a guild master. Your case is a bit unique. Usually, we do not approve a bounty on law-abiding guild members. However, your revenge commission was up there because you killed our reaper as Eladranthia. Moreover, due to self-defense guild law, you will take points from your reaper opponent. Your points are now 25p. They are piss poor. Too bad you couldn't recover their magic tools. It should add a bit more. R25B was annoyed at how small the points were. R4. Number 400 something should at least have 200 points, right? They have been in this business for more than a year. Well, not all of us have finance acumen as well as our killing skills. All right, 25B. Do your thing. I shall leave now. Bye bye, R4. Now, R666, will you look at a new mission? We have a scouting mission in County Shadowstep for 40 points and scouting the neighboring kingdom for 50 points. Ah, you're further commissioned this one. The other is from the military. Will you take it? You have newbie protection for a month. You will be exempted from any penalty for a failed commission. Sure. What is the commission about? If you choose to take on the commission, a camera will be provided. Your father wanted to know if there were any important resources in the jungle. He was reluctant to send any knights since that will rouse the monsters. What about the other one? The other one is a scouting mission to the Eldarin Empire. If you cross the jungle, you will reach the frontier region. They want to know how things are going there. You know I am just a 12-year-old child, right? These missions seem like they could take weeks. For the jungle, yes. But you could always take the time to map the forest. You would stay there for a month, right? You could simply sneak out every night. Meanwhile, for the neighboring country, your points will decrease a lot. But it will still be a pass. You could simply use a horse to ride to the neighboring country, take a picture, and then come back. It would only take a single night. 25B said as he pondered. The rewards are rather low, huh? Yeah. Your father is a cheapskate. The military, too. No wonder no one took it. My eyes widened at his insolence. Sorry, but we are in debt. Stop berating my father. Well, he is a new customer. I wonder if he knew his daughter is in a criminal organization. Lol. He giggled. I am going to kill you, I raged, trying to intimidate him as much as possible. Whoa. Sorry there, miss. It was just a friendly banter. I will literally lose my head if I leak the identity of a Reaper. This is an absolute rule. Damn. Stop being such a scary bitch. Cool down a little and act more cute. You're only 12 years old, right? I thought R4 was a Lilican when he brought you to our guild. Ha ha ha. Wah. His laugh was soon followed by a scream as Edwell's voice was heard in the background. Listen here, new guy. Even walls have ears in this kind of business. Keep your mouth shut if you want to live long. By the way, we will have periodic meetings. You can complain about your operator there, R666. I want to speak with the manager, I said, sounding like Karen. Whoa, are you that annoying customer? Why is a person like you always following me everywhere? If you complain to the guild master about this, you will make me get fired. All right. R666 and 25B, both of you are new. So, I will make this clear. Talking about private life is not recommended when on business. Talking about personal identity is forbidden. If somebody heard that speech, R25B, you would get a reprimand. But we are inside HQ. R25B argued with him. That's why you are still greenhorns. Not all Reapers are your friends. You may continue your fights. However, may I sleep? It has been a very tiring day. Of course. R666. Good night. R4 said, and I closed the call. When I returned the clips to the card, I immediately drifted back to sleep. Father, what is the meaning of this? I stormed into my father's office. Bobby and Nola, two of my knights, died. Eli has been attacked for the second time. I just found out who the culprit is, and yet, instead of rallying the soldiers, we let them be. Moreover, further tried to butter them up. We simply could not win against them with brute strength. You will be married in 3 months. Do you want to die? Moreover, they are recommended by Duke Bran, your fiancé's family. You will sacrifice your own daughter? They said that they would remove Eli's kill commission. Yes, that is correct, my lord. Iladranthia's kill quest has been removed. A shadow came through the wall and formed itself into a man. I wanted to draw my sword, but further forbade it. We apologize for the inconvenience. Let me introduce myself. I am Handler 315. H315 for short. It is not I, but you who picked to fight first. Let me clarify that it was your Iladranthia who picked to fight first. She killed one of our members, after all. Oh yeah? The bandits who ransacked our county and tried to kidnap our mages? Do I need to mention the fact that your bandits wanted to kidnap my sister, too? Yes. Well, as you said, the fault lies with us. We apologize. But the fact remains that someone wanted you dead. We never act on ourselves. Someone must have made that commission. Does anyone ring a bell? Damn it, those debt collectors. That's why, Zack, we could not openly fight with these guys. We are new nobles. This is how nobles in the Empire act. War will be too costly for both of us. We have headquarters everywhere. Do you seriously want to wage war with every duchy, earldom, and county? Damn it. I had to admit, he was right. We could simply avoid them. But then others who used their service would still be able to harass us. How could I trust that you removed Iladranthia's kill quest? Those debt collectors could simply put the quest back, couldn't they? Indeed. If that was the case, you could simply commission us to protect your precious sister. Huh? I blanked out. This organization willingly turned on itself. We side with no one. The one who took the quest will be responsible. Whether the Reapers die or live, it is up to them, he answered. How could we trust you when you so willingly put a contradicted commission? Most new clients do say that. He chuckled. But that is simply how we work. If you have no other business, we shall take our leave. Wait, I want to test your service, further said while putting 100 gold coins on the table. It was a ridiculous amount for our small county, worth about 5 years of an average person's salary. It was his savings for Eli's tuition. However, since she became a mage, he assumed she would not need it anymore. Send a Reaper to scout the forest. Tell me if they find any treasures or something worth more. Commission confirmed. If we fail, we shall return your money. I shall send a suitable Reaper to map the forest. If we do find a treasure, we will speak back to you. If we don't, we shall send you a complete map of the forest. The men then blended back into the wall. A week later, we received a report. These guys worked fast. That forest was not something any average human could traverse. Father was right not to pick a fight with them. R666. Huh? What ominous number? 23, Chapter 25. The Forest. Morning arrived at our mansion, and Alicia only woke me up when the sun was already high in the sky. She must have needed the extra sleep as well. Yesterday was terribly exhausting, so she slept in too. However, I had a new mission for today, to scout the forest. R25B had informed me that I could begin the reconnaissance mission as soon as I received the camera. The said camera was already on its way, and I expected it to arrive tonight. Excitement for my first mission consumed my thoughts, overshadowing the content of breakfast, lunch, and Alicia's chatting. When dinner finally came around, a butler delivered a package containing the camera. What is a camera? It's a magical tool for capturing photographs using a light enchantment. The blend of Renaissance fantasy and modern technology intrigued me. Monochrome cameras were invented in the 19th century on Earth, and I even heard that these monochrome pictures could be turned into colored images with special processing. As night fell, I turned off the lights, ensuring that Alicia and my family were asleep before venturing outside in my trusted cloaks. Wear and tear had become visible on this cloak, and Alicia suggested replacing it tomorrow. She mentioned that a boutique had been approved to open in my territory 6 months ago by my father, and we planned to test it out. Sneaking out of the city proved to be easy enough, but navigating the forest posed a challenge. R25B suggested marking every tree on my right side with an arrow so I would know my way back. My silver dagger wouldn't suffice, so I opted for my karambit. Additionally, I utilized my dark magic marking for easier triangulation of my positions. Magic marking was a magic that took a long time to disperse. That way, I could see my own way back. Upon opening my notebook, my body instinctively rolled to the right as giant spiders jumped toward where I had been. Reorienting myself, I swiftly dispatched the spider with my dark magic. I used stealth. They could still see me, I muttered, realizing that stealth only erased sound and footsteps. Consulting my status screen, I chose camouflage from my skill options to avoid getting ambushed again. It was a stroke of luck that this encounter involved only a single spider. A pack of wolves would likely result in certain deaths to me. Blessing of the Killing Star, LVL3, Fearless, Intimidation, Improved Strength, Improved Agility, Beast Instinct, Dark Magic, Stealth, Camouflage, LVL2. Somehow, my stealth had leveled up to level 2. When activated, my body blended with my surroundings like transparent glass. This was also considered a skill. No wonder people referred to skills as the 7th magic. I continued adding magic markers and scoured the forest. Hiding atop a tree, I used my tentacle magic to pull myself up as I heard various sounds. Masses of orcs and goblins had gathered in a distant cave, with monsters pouring out. I inched closer, benefiting from the assistance of my stealth. Huh? You found monsters gathered inside the cave? Yeah. And they did nothing but stare at an orb? Yes. A goblin magically emerged from the ground. Don't come any closer. Take a picture with your camera and leave. That's a spawner. If we destroy it, your monster problem will be gone. Unless there are other spawners. Could I destroy the orb? Could you? How hard is it? I don't know. Want to ask a guild master? I suggest not. If you break it, the monsters will turn into a frenzy, and you'll have to fight them all. Tell me beforehand. Okay. That's dangerous. Sure. Sorry. R666. You've become a lot more polite. We are at work. Focus. R666. I don't want any of my units to die. Roger. I will leave. I retraced my steps when R25B informed me it was 3 a.m. It took almost an hour to return to my bed, and just in time, Alicia stealthily opened my bedroom door at 5. Good job, R666. I will inform my superiors that you have found a spawner in the reconnaissance mission. All right. I didn't know if I could do this for a week. I moaned. I was getting sleepy and even ignored Alicia's calls during our outings for new clothes. I almost fell asleep right there in the changing room cubicle. As we walked outside together, R25B gave me a rundown of what we had found yesterday. A spawner is a naturally occurring phenomenon that happens in this. As its name suggests, it spawns a monster. I found a cave leading underway yesterday, and it was full of monsters there with an orb at the middle. He explained. However, his words fell on deaf ears as Alicia was treating me to a cake. I needed more sugar for my drowsy self. Next is a cake at the restaurant. They have milk cake and pudding there. I wonder how that tastes. I was too tired, so I sat on a bench in the plaza. Alicia's chatting seemed like a lullaby to me, and I inadvertently dropped my head on her lap. Lady Eli, that's a little unbecoming of you. But, if you desire it, I will allow it. Alicia was a little panicked. However, since she didn't see my eyes, she allowed it. What a convenient maid she was. I wonder if our relationship will continue until high school. The following night was another reconnaissance mission. I rented a horse since the afternoon with my money. It was merely 5 silver. R25B proposed a whopping 3 points for the same horse. What a scammer. At night, I stealthily went outside again after circling the city with my horse from the west exit. Our county is kinda unique. Guards only guarded the northern gate, and anyone could exit from the unwalled west or east exits. It kinda shows how rural this place is. We only expected monster attacks here. The horse plowed through the forest. I have scouted this part of the forest and now the next. Beyond the forest was a rather hostile Eldarin Empire. The formal road to the Eldarin Empire lies to the east. After circling this forest and passing through a mountainous area north of the capital, if Eldarin wanted to invade, they either had to go through the mountain, through the woods, or through a defensive fort a little bit more south with the Western Coalition. All had a fair share of difficulties. With the magic marking, I crossed the forest on horses. A lot of monsters were on my tail. However, after casting illusions on them, they lost me in the jungle. This dark magic was made for assassins. Now that I think about it, R4 was also a dark magic user. Maybe he picked me because I was also a dark magic user? When I looked around, the scenery was totally different than Shadowstep. A stone wall was erected before the forest. Numerous soldiers guarded the towers and the gates even at night. I dismounted and approached them stealthily before taking a picture of the town. Help! A soldier was chased by 5 goblins as he cried around for help. However, I didn't help him. It was too suspicious. First, what did he do here at night? Moreover, why did he run to me instead of the gate? As he came here, I nudged my horse to return to the forest. My body shook to the left suddenly as a throwing knife went past my neck just now. Nice reaction. Are you a spy? Hey, stop. Damn it, pest. I am done with you. Die. I didn't answer and raced my horse through the woods, leaving him to deal with the goblins. However, when I looked back, he was right on my tail. How did he move that fast? Was it another skill? It didn't take long for him to block me inside the forest. I could dodge his knives, but my horse couldn't, and he killed it soon after. His shot went for its belly, and it bled a lot before stopping and died. Shit, I messed up again. Now, I have to fight my way out. This is supposed to be an easy scouting mission. Now you can't get back. He smirked at me. Why are you blocking me? I was just taking a look. I almost yelled. Now I was sure going to get an earful from Alicia. It would be impossible for me to get back on time on foot. Now, that won't do. I was employed specifically to prevent you from looking at us. Why? Are you planning to start a war? Wait, you are one of those Reaper guys, right? Why do you care about wars? Is that your commission? Damn, those guys have ears everywhere. He spat out while holding his ears. Hey, I gotta pray. Those guys messed up. Reapers have found us. What should I do? Huh? Okay. R25B. I got intercepted. What should I do? I do the same with my ear clip. Huh? Just use an excuse like a lost wanderer or something. Or escape with your horse. No, I don't know who he is, but he seemed like an anti-spy that specifically targeted people like me. What? Damn. I'm new here. Let's see. Does he have any distinguishing features? Is he one of us? Ask for his Reaper number maybe? We could talk this out then. Are you a Reaper? I am a Reaper, too. I am new. So maybe we can talk this out? I asked him. Huh? Am I a Reaper? Ha ha ha. Die. He laughed before suddenly charging at me. I quickly drew my new wakizashi and trusty karambit. The silver blade of the wakizashi and the red glow of the karambit danced through the night sky. Unlike me, he used a cutlass. I charged with the usual style. Caught the blade with the karambit and stabbed with the dagger. It was wakizashi this time. Wakizashi's edge is a little longer than a dagger and much thinner, too. It was weird when the usual weight of my dagger suddenly turned almost the same as my karambit. Whoa. He flew back. He jumped back as if he flew. That's almost a 5-meter distance. He was swift. I see they weren't sending some noobs. Let's get serious then. R666. Where are you now? A counterintelligence agent never works alone. If you can kill him, that's good. However, you should flee if you couldn't kill him fast enough. R25B's advice was useless. I needed to focus now. This guy was also a mage and skill user. Just like me, I sensed mana whirling around him. 18. Chapter 26, Narrow Escape. Die. He swung his blade. I thought nothing was going to happen with how far he was. However, as a fellow mage, I saw mana building around his cutlass and heading in my direction. The so-called wave slash was coming my way. Oh, you see that? Then dodge this. He charged at me, throwing several knives in random directions. I deflected the knives with my dark binding. As he came closer, I whipped my tentacles around him. TCH, dark mages. You are an elite, aren't you? He jumped away again. No. I just registered yesterday, I answered honestly. There was no need to lie, as advised by R25B. I tried to gain distance from him, and I knew just where to lead him. However, that place was quite a distance away. Hey, hurry up. She is getting further and further. What if she had a backup? Sounds of galloping horses were heard in the distance. I tried to flee as wind blades raged behind me. I haven't used my skills yet. I simply need a good distraction to get away from him. However, he locked eyes with me, and I couldn't use my camouflage that way. Sensing that I was simply trying to escape, his attacks became bolder. My beast instinct had already saved me countless times now. Hey, Hunter 25, let me join the fun. His cavalry soon arrived. There was still more than 100 meters to the cave. Should I risk it? My instinct was telling me to dodge again. Icicle bullets were shot from his hands. Then, another one flanked me from the side as he fired more fire bullets. I dashed with all my might, disregarding the recoil of my skills. I will probably faint at this rate. However, if I managed to reach the spawner, I could use the distraction to hide. It was a gamble. Hey, she sped up all of a sudden. 25 on it. 25 was chasing me, as I thought. He had a similar skill to mine. His speed matched even mine, and he was using it from the beginning. I only managed to use it for several seconds. Hey, give up already. Althema is still a distance away. You look like you could collapse any moment now. That skill was using your stamina and not mana, huh? He gave me a mocking grin as I sluggishly walked toward my goal. I mustn't faint now. The cave is within my sight. I sat down while leaning on a tree. Too bad I have to kill you now. The Reapers were certainly correct in hiring you. You have a lot of potential. Your voice seems very young. How old are you? 14, he said. 25. Did you kill him? Not yet. Want to capture him? Well, I doubt she will have many uses. Let's capture her either way. Ha ha ha. I am not done yet. I removed the dark cloak that engulfed my face, revealing my grim red eyes. Phew. She is more beautiful than I thought. Probably will fetch a fortune at the slave trader. Good job not killing her. 25. Damn Lilikin. 25 cursed at his comrade. Damn goblins. This forest was infested with them. I already killed 20 on my way here. The other counterintelligence agent finally caught up to me. The counterintelligence agent cursed as he burned a goblin with his glance. Just by looking, a goblin was fried. The fire mage with a short sword and buckler, the ice mage with a long sword, and the wind mage with a cutlass. He. You haven't won yet. I giggled. As I moved my hands before me, I cast multiple shadow balls in the direction of the wind mage. What's that? Is that your last attempt? The wind mage easily dodged it by sidestepping, but my true aim was a spawner inside that small cave. A roar was soon followed by thundering steps from the caves. Trolls, ogres, and numerous goblins spawned forth from the cave, coming straight at me. What? How come there are so many monsters? That's a spawn point. The wind mage then looked at me with contempt. Damn it. Kill her fast, then deal with the monsters, he charged. However, in his panic, I managed to put an illusion moments before his sword connected. As I dodged, he bisected nothing but her. He was a mage. My magic won't last long on him. He could see my magic and dispelled it with his own, but the momentary distraction was enough. I activated my camouflage and fell into the bushes. Damn it. Show yourself. The counterintelligence agent Rio was angry. If this happened when they were calm, they would surely be able to find me by either tracing my mana or by destroying the surroundings, but they had more pressing matters now. The monsters had already swung their clubs at them. Damn insect. We can't fail the mission now. Clean up these insects and find her. The wind mage cursed as he bisected a troll in two. Whoa. He managed to bisect a troll into two? These guys are insane, I muttered as the fire mage blasted another troll in the head while the ice mage dealt with the goblins that charged at them all at once. I used my camera to take a picture and left. I didn't know if I was able to take a good picture because they were moving so much, but at least I was able to get their faces. I think R25B will check the result later. R666. Are you still alive? Barely. I lost them, but I think I am going to faint now. They are dealing with that spawner. They were elite then. Monsters are crowding that place. Find somewhere else to hide and rest. The top of the trees, for example. Do you think they will win? If yes, Then don't go in the Shadowstep direction. Go west. I did as he recommended and took a breather on top of a tree. Explosions resounded through the forest, along with cries of monsters gathering on them. Several hours later, the sun was beginning to rise. The agent had won. 3 mages won against a stampede of monsters usually held by over 100 knights. I could only laugh. I was wondering if they could decimate my county alone. Damn it. Where is that girl? The wind mage was drinking some blue liquid as he chopped the wood a little far away. I had almost regained my strength, but now, we had to play hide and seek. They really wanted me dead. When I was resting at the tree, I wondered if I knew those trio, but there were no illustrations of them in the web novels, so I wasn't sure, but they resembled the 3 musketeers that joined the hero's party later as they came to rescue the heroine in Volume 3. I was already dead by that point, but their names were Beryl, Samuel, and Agatha. Their names received specific mention because they were also the ones who killed the second prince, but that story would only happen far in the future. I had my own worries for now. Let's return. The sun was already high in the sky by the time I returned to County Shadowstep. I messaged R25B about the horse I rented. It was dead. He simply replied it would be taken care of by subtracting 5 points from me. It was a whole 5 gold coins. But the price of a healthy horse surpassed 15 gold coins. I wonder if the stable owner will get adequately remunerated. I felt guilty for the stable owner. My points were now 20. I walked to the mansion with a heavy heart. What should I tell Alicia? She must have been freaking out by now. As I walked through the town square, I saw a stall selling food, and a light bulb popped out in my head. I quickly went over to them and bought kebabs. Then I went to another stall, and the peddler there sold some necklaces. I purchased 2 matching ones. Alicia was a simpleton. This should be enough to appease her. Excuse me, have you seen Elidranthia, the count's second daughter? Knights were questioning passers-by and stall owners. Huh? They summoned the knights? What should I do? I should go back to the mansion immediately. When I sneaked into the mansion, Alicia was pacing back and forth with Zack in front of father's room. I hugged her from behind to surprise her. Alicia. I tried to surprise her. Eek. Oh my god, where have you been, Eli? Alicia hugged me as tears poured out from her eyes. Eli, where have you been? Zack glared, his eyes full of reproaches. I woke up early and went outside. Look, I found kebabs and hamburgers wrapped up for you. I tried to play dumb. Alicia and Zack gave dubious glares, but they sighed in relief. Eli, please don't go outside without telling Alicia or me ever again. She knocked on my and father's door first thing in the morning while crying. All right. I am sorry. I nodded my head. As long as you are safe, Lady Eli. Alicia hugged me again. Phew, you are exaggerating things. You are not her mother, Alicia. Zack sighed. I am going to call off the soldiers I sent to search for her. Sorry, brother. I yawned. Alicia's breasts are too comfortable. They were soft and enveloped my head nicely. This is because I let you sleep on my lap yesterday. Your sleeping schedule has become erratic. Alicia started to scold me. However, when I looked into her eyes, she didn't seem to be that mad. This is fine. We are on holiday anyway, I replied lazily. I still need to recon the forest. That forest was huge. Well, that's true. Alicia nodded. R25B. I took a photo of the anti-spy yesterday. When will you pick it up? I said in my bedroom. After much pleading, Alicia let me sleep again. This is a 3-week holiday. I need to make good use of it. Right now. I immediately shot up from my bed. Your Reaper card could transfer data. Hold on a minute. I will prepare the transfer. Put the facetone and your Reaper card on your head and channel mana into it. I followed the instructions and found myself in the virtual room. However, this room was no longer empty. Hologram pictures were flying about the room. This was the first time I saw R25B's face. He looked young, around 27 years old, with an ordinary salary man face. He was so common that I might forget his face as soon as I left this room. Just like I forget ads on YouTube. Whoa, you are smaller than I thought. Your eyes really are intimidating. Please hide your killing intent better. You are too conspicuous, R25B commented on my face. This was the face I was born with. Do you have any problem with it? I see. You captured their picture at the perfect moment. I am impressed. This picture alone is worth 40 points at least. Huh? That much? I shouted. That was about as much as a whole commission. Yeah, I could tell from the picture that you face 3 elite sword mages with good coordination. I could see their weapon, their magic, and even how they swung their weapons in this photo. Let's transfer the data. So, how many points do I have? And what can I buy with it? Glad you asked. You currently have 25 points. I will submit your picture. It could net you some points. Then, from your commission, you will have 40 and 50, respectively. But since you haven't finished mapping the forest, and we haven't got feedback from the Ministry of Defense, you will have to do with 25 points for now. However, seeing our inventory catalog is free, and I advise you to see it. 17. Chapter 27, Shopping. R666. Your commission has been declared completed without penalties, and your picture has been rewarded with 100 points. R25B said gleefully the following day. I chose not to continue the recon last night. I was tired, and Alicia had been eyeing my bedroom. Did she think she was my mother? I couldn't comprehend her thought pattern sometimes. So, your points are now 175 points. It will turn into 215 after you complete the forest recon. Congratulations. Wow, I'm excited. Getting 100 points in a single stroke is a sign of veteran reapers, you know. By the way, the guild issued an assassination quest for those 3. It was 1,000 points for each of them. Will you? No, I answered flatly. At least not now. Figures. I am simply telling you. Glad you have some common sense. They are too strong. Even R4 wouldn't take them by himself. Oh yeah, now that you have points, why don't you try to buy stuff? We sell everything that money can buy. R25B now started to behave like a salesman. I recommend either a reconnaissance set for mages or an assassin set for mages. Recon sets consist of a flashbang, smoke grenade, and a cartographer tool that is compatible with your Reaper card. It costs 130p. The assassin set contains 3 types of poisons: the fast-acting poison spider, paralyzing moth paste, and a tasteless, colorless, and dilutable sleeping pill. Not only that, the assassin set also has crossbows and a standard knife. It costs 100p. I will run out of points if I buy them, right? How do I carry them anyway? Wouldn't it be weird for me to carry them around? People already give me glances when I carry daggers. Well, you can make custom adjustments for another 30 points. While flashbang and smoke grenades are okay to carry around, you will have problems with guards and justiciars for carrying any of the poisons. I pondered at the option. I obviously couldn't buy everything, but I couldn't buy nothing either. The last ambush would have been much easier if I had the flashbang or smoke grenade. R25B explained that a cartographer tool was a map-making device. By carrying it, you won't get lost ever. It traces your footsteps, but that's just a minimum. By accessing it via the Reaper card, you could add legends to it. Then, it would become similar to medieval maps sold here. Moreover, the data was in 3D. So, you could explore a cave or winding mountain easily. I want the recon set and the sleeping pills. Just for confirmation, sleeping pills are harmless, right? Of course. Even if you overdose, the most damage it could do is vomiting. There are no side effects. It needs to be ingested, though. No smearing types, no. To induce sleep, one must be in a state of relaxation. You can't make your enemy sleep in the heat of battle. It works 5 to 10 minutes after ingestion. There is a more dangerous one, though, the inhalation type. Do you want it? It could make your opponent unconscious. Dark magic could make people sleep in battle or knock them unconscious. You guys are getting realistic in weird places. I tried to complain about this weird fantasy setting, but I accept the instructions. That would be 150p. Thank you for the purchase. Your points are now back at 25p with 40 more on the way. The goods might take a while to arrive. Around 2 or 3 days, now that the shopping was done with, I went on an outing with Alicia. Spring was almost over. Farmers started to plow their fields. Peddlers usually flocked here in autumn, but summer was also a busy season for merchants. The knife peddler I met a long time ago was here again. Greetings, young miss. Care to take a look at my wares? Yes. Do you have any other karambit versions? I'm afraid not. But here, I have a rapier and an airstock. Or do daggers remain your favorites? These swords are certainly unwieldy. How about these stilettos? The peddler explained the weapons. I knew of them from games. A rapier was a thin sword. Many girls in our academy used them for a fun sport. An estoc is a blunt version of a rapier, but the tip is very sharp, perfect for stabbing. It is more durable, too. Stilettos were a short version of the estoc. I would buy it later. It was better than the European-style daggers I used. It was lighter. Look, Lady Eli, you like this, right? Rapiers are quite fashionable among nobles, instead of those weird knives or daggers. It's better if you have this. Alicia was raving about it. She planned to buy one. Rapiers were undoubtedly fashionable. The blade also gleamed the way I liked it. However, it didn't quite pull at my heartstrings. Young Miss wants more unique weapons. Am I right? I don't have any karambits in stock, but I have this. This is a mithril-coated steel dagger from the East. The official name is the parrying dagger swordbreaker. However, people usually refer to them as the swordsman. The notches at the back of the dagger are used to catch swords swung in your way. What an ugly knife, Alicia complained. However, my heart screamed to me that it wanted it. Well, that's why they aren't that popular. Ha ha ha. Here is another version of daggers. I heard sailors on the eastern shores call it the trident dagger. It is designed to mimic Poseidon's trident. Many sailors in the east use this. Deal. I will buy the swordsman and trident knives. Ugh. Lady Eli is buying weird knives again, Alicia moaned. Let's buy the rapier too. We are nobles from the military. It would not be weird to see us dressed in arms, I replied. Only then did Alicia finally smile. 2 days later, the aforementioned goods finally arrived. I wanted to complain that there were only 2 flashbangs, 2 grenades, and 6 sleeping pills in the container I bought, but R25B only replied wryly. The cartographer tool looked like a smartphone tablet. It had no screen and was merely a metal box with some enchantments inside. There was a slot on the side to insert my Reaper card. The woods were no longer dangerous. I didn't even encounter any monsters during my first walk after the anti-speech messed up with the jungle. With my camouflage and the sparse amount of monsters, it was a walk in the park. I finished cartographing the jungles in a week. There were no notable resources there except a swamp, trees, honey, and other plant life. I saw several bananas and spices on the ground. This one looked like garlic and cinnamon. That one looked like pepper and nutmeg. It was often used on modern Earth. However, we already had these, and they were not popular in this world. However, the true jewel was the citrus tree. If we could farm it, let alone getting rid of the debt, we could become a prosperous county or even be elevated to a duchy or earldom in one go. I will photograph this later. Fruits were expensive everywhere you go. There are several ways to preserve them, such as using a refrigerator or sugar. However, they were still expensive compared to meat, which could be preserved with methods such as salting, smoking, or vacuum packing. Bringing a box of fruit using a fridge for the whole way plus their face turn cost was quite pricey. Citrus was the most expensive of them all because it could not be preserved. Well, no gold mine, mithril mine, or gems. I thought this forest was a treasure trove, but I guess I was wrong. R25B said. Hey, at least you mapped the forest and found citrus. That's a good improvement. You're welcome, I said. This wasn't the overpowered reincarnation I read about in novels. I was supposed to discover a gold mine or salt or mithril, yet, all I found was spice, bananas, oranges, and sugar. Life is hard. Fruit was expensive, but not that expensive. I even wondered if it was worth the effort. Here's a tip for you. The Ministry of Defense was in an uproar due to your photos. The news might arrive to you as soon as you come to school next week. Do I have to recon there again? There was a recon quest. However, that one is a designated quest. It means they assigned it to a specific Reaper. Give it up. You are still new. Your trustworthiness isn't out there yet. Alright. I didn't have the courage to go there anymore. I was almost killed there. Either your luck is extremely bad, or your luck is extremely good. News about the neighboring Eldarin Empire came faster than expected. I got a dinner invitation from the second prince, and Duke Prince sped up my brother's wedding. A messenger brought the news the following day. Wow, I see you have made a connection to a royal family. Do you think you can become his wife? Further laughed. He actually showed an expression for the first time. I thought he was as stoic as a stone person. His humor, however, was received with cold eyes from everyone. Father, did you even care for Eli at all? If she were to marry Prince Ludwin, she would become a mistress. His first wife would not like her due to her looks, Zack said. Yeah, the second prince was already popular. Lady Eli was down when she got bullied by a duke's daughter the other day when Prince Ludwin asked her for a dance. Alicia nodded to Zack. Don't marry into nobility. They will only discard you like trash or even falsely accuse you. They will cage you inside their golden mansion. Fiona, my only sister, reproached me. She turned into a total misandrist since the last time I saw her. So, will I go to the wedding banquet first before school? Skipping my brother's wedding isn't an option. Huh? What do you mean, Eli? Did you hate me that much? I hate banquets, not you. Ah, I see. We still haven't issued a complaint about your treatment during the ball. Huh? Want me to do it during the banquet? Sorry, but I am just a count marrying a duke's second daughter. Duke Brun will be the one who holds power there. No. Dukes infighting will turn into a civil war, I replied. You are right. Thank you for thinking about us when you have been ridiculed. By the way, why would Duke Brun ask me to hasten the meeting? Brother Zack and father pondered. I wanted to answer but suddenly remembered that I wasn't supposed to know about it yet, so I shut my mouth. Huh, you know something, Eli? Zack glanced at me. No. I didn't know anything. I turned my head sideways. Despite being an assassin, I was bad at lying. The awkward super finally ended, and we departed for the cathedral. By the way, I completed my quest the other day, bringing my points to 65p. 16. Chapter 28 War Council in Marriage. The cathedral in Duke's Lane's territory was quite distant. We had to travel south, passing through 15 villages and 2 cities. The journey itself took 2 weeks, twice as long as the journey to the capital. It was mandatory for noble weddings to be held at the Cathedral of Mana. The reason the Cathedral of Mana was located in Slane territory and not the capital was that we were once a vassal of the Eastern Kingdom. When we were granted independence, the cathedral was moved there because the royal family feared its influence. However, all nobles in our country were familiar with the teachings of the Mana religion. It was the source of major elitism and commoners' disputes. The doctrine asserted that Mana was the source of all, claiming that God is Mana and Mana is God. Consequently, those who could control the most Mana were to be revered, and in return, they were expected to provide bountiful harvests for all. Yet, I let these teachings pass from one ear to another. Today marked the day of my brother's marriage. Brother Zack was to marry Duke Brun's second daughter, Catherine. Despite being an arranged marriage, Catherine had never visited our house. Zack informed me that he had met Catherine at the academy, describing her as a rather slender woman with a few pimples on her face. She might not be the most attractive person, but she wasn't bad either. Greetings, Miss Eladranthia, Miss Alicia. The bishop greeted Alicia and me first. Through my mana sight, I sensed that he was a mage who didn't even bother suppressing his mana. Had he suppressed it, I wouldn't have been able to tell he was a mage. Greetings. It seems my reputation precedes me. I apologize for my rude behavior of not knowing your name. I bowed, adhering to the etiquette I had learned. Greetings, I am Alicia. I serve Lady Eladranthia as her maid. Please greet the man of the house before me. Alicia also bowed gracefully, politely declining the greetings. Very well, if the lady mage says so. This is your brother's blessed day. I am glad to witness yet another loving family with their mages. The bishop bowed to me and then addressed Zack and my father. Greetings, Count Shadowstep, and Zack Shadowstep. May this be a joyous day as a husband and wife are united by the threads of Mana. May Mana guide you on the righteous path. So, that's how the actual church behaves. Our priest wasn't so, Alicia muttered, but she held her criticism. I couldn't agree more. We still have a war in the west. Moreover, troubles are arising in your territory, Lady Mage. An old man suddenly addressed us. My father immediately bowed his head. Greetings, Duke Brun. When my father said the title of the man before me, I quickly bowed in respect to him. He is Duke Brun. I never knew. GG. Greetings, Duke Brun, I stammered as I tried to mimic the way my father addressed him. I heard my grandchild, Abel, was in your care. I am glad to see that you didn't discriminate just because you have an abundance of mana. It is rare to see a person like you, he smiled. I hope your relationship with the family will be everlasting. Of course, I replied. I didn't plan to leave my family anytime soon. The cathedral resembled Christian ones, minus the crucifixes. Stained glass cast a rainbow light flowing from the windows. The floor was made from polished marble, and ceramic art adorned its beautiful white surface. When the bride and groom entered the hall, multiple light mages cast holy light, bathing them in ethereal beauty. The floor itself was adorned with festoons, glowing like rainbows. It was as if the couple walked into heaven, blessed by the god himself. No wonder it is so expensive, my father muttered. Our family was a new noble. When he married, our family was only a knight and was exempted from marrying in the cathedral. Zach's wedding was our first noble marriage. Our finances were improving, but my father moaned that he had to take another loan from the government just to pay 30% of this wedding. He couldn't let Duke Baron pay for everything. However, even his share alone cost him more than 300 gold. Zach gave a wry smile. Even when Catherine is the one marrying into our house, he couldn't selfishly be thrifty and abandon noble customs. Catherine was more gorgeous than I thought. Brother Zach spoke of her like some ordinary woman, I muttered. Clothes make the person, Alicia said. We eyed her carefully, and she pointed out several tricks the seamstress and the makeup artist did to make her more appealing. The wedding gown was loose in several areas, and the bust was padded. Moreover, the makeup was thick, too. Alicia, how old are you? I asked rhetorically. I never used makeup, and neither did she. How come she knew such tricks? I was returned with a glare more sinister than my usual red eyes. It was like a demon spawned forth behind her. Eli, how old are you? You need to start learning those things. Alucard, my third brother commented. When I heard the question thrown back at me, I winced, and Alicia giggled. The wedding went by as planned. After an oath of marriage, the light mage sent it whirling light down at the couple. It looked like fairies were blessing the union of the two houses. Meanwhile, Prince Ludwin also attended the wedding, and he occasionally glanced my way. His gaze sent shivers down my spine. Greetings, Duke Bran, Count Shadowstep, and you too, Eladranthia. Prince Ludwin finally greeted us after the wedding ceremony. We were in recess for 2 hours until the wedding reception. My mood soared when barbecues were mentioned as one of the foods presented. I could see the chef roasting barbecues live. Prince Ludwin's greeting ruined my cheery atmosphere, though. He must have come here for trouble again. You haven't replied to my invitation to the tea party I held with my sister. Will you come? I am sure she will appreciate the gesture. I also want to get to know you more. His voice was sweet and alluring, and I unknowingly nodded. Yes, I couldn't refuse him. When he started to get close, Alicia took my hand. Lady Eli, let's taste the new pudding. It was made with seaweed imported from the West. Huh? Oh, yes. Let's go to the pudding. My reply was a mess, but I thanked God Alicia came to the rescue. With plates filled with pudding and cakes, we went to congratulate Brother Zach and Catherine. He was engaged in a serious conversation with Father. Brother Zach, congratulations on your wedding. May I call you Sister Catherine? I intervened and greeted Brother Zach and my new sister-in-law. Is this Eladranthia? Catherine asked Brother Zach. Hello. Yes, you may call me Sister Catherine. Zach, now is a good time. Will you please go to the meeting room? I didn't have enough time. Let's talk it out before I return to the capital, Duke Baron said, and we were immediately brought to the meeting room, leaving attendees to dine on their own. Catherine, still in her wedding gown, took a seat. A family meeting was imminent. He would probably talk about that. Huh? So, why is our wedding hastened? Duke Slane and Duke Luca couldn't attend because you selfishly moved the schedule. Only half of the invited guests came to this wedding. Catherine expressed her dissatisfaction. Zach, this is currently a secret, but it will be revealed soon enough. That's why your family could all hear it. This is the news. We have found out through our intelligence network that the Eldarin Empire is preparing to cross the northern woods. I see. Zach widened his eyes but then silently nodded. Oh, you aren't surprised? I am surprised. However, I haven't seen any monster assault this month. I thought something was going on in the forest, so it was them. I started to connect the dots. They prepare such a force to clear it? Moreover, there was a spawner in the forest. Will they be able to do it? They have destroyed the spawner. Here are the 3 elites that have done it. Duke Baron slid a picture on the table. Father and Brother Zach looked at it in awe. Whoa, who took a picture of this? I just knew we had an intelligence department a month ago. Is it from that organization? That was me, brother, I commented in my mind. However, I played dumb and looked at my plate. I still need to finish my pudding. Yes, they were attacked during scouting. I rolled my eyes. I wanted to complain to R25B about this. They spun an entirely new tale about me. They claimed this was not done by Reapers but by their own intelligence department. Then, they went on to assert that it was carried out by a group, resulting in many casualties, and involved 3 dangerous individuals. The part where they insisted it was their own intelligence department seemed absurd to me. Both of them were aware that Duke Bran employed Reapers to gather that intelligence. But perhaps Prince Ludwin didn't know. I suppose Alucard and Richard, my second and third brothers, are also in the dark. We thank you for the information, Duke Bran. However, I am ashamed to say that we are not prepared to engage against a committed attack by foreign countries. We're not? I asked him. We had hundreds of knights and tens of mages. How many did he think the enemy nation would throw at them? Eli, real wars against nations don't rely on mages and knights alone. We need expensive magic artillery and probably a planted magic bomb, too. Several hundreds of them. Those wooden palisades would do nothing against the enemy's cannons. We need a stone wall with magic resistance. And we also need more horses. Yes. I plan to move the 1st Battalion toward your county. You have 2 months to prepare to receive them. Huh? The 1st Battalion? That would mean half of the Royal Guards. The second prince, who had been silent, finally protested. We didn't even know if they would attack for real. Well, we didn't know if they would attack for real, but we still need to prepare. Absolutely not. If they are going to attack, we should defend the capital or at least move the army to a more defensible city, such as Alrisa. That would mean sacrificing County Shadowstep. Moreover, our grain production would also suffer. We couldn't do that. If County Shadowstep falls and they make a beachhead there, they could attack the entire western provinces. Our fortress in the western front will face a pincer attack. Prince Ludwin groaned. All right, we have no choice in this matter. Go on with the plan. Thank you, Your Highness. They continued with the war council, but it fell on my deaf ears as I savored my pudding. The war has nothing to do with me yet. I still have school now. I could ignore their words for now. It was not my problem but Zack's and Father's. Little did I realize war was everywhere. 17. Chapter 29. Sudden news. When I arrived at the academy, news about the war was a hot topic among students. This semester, the teachers were going to introduce us to magic enchantments. Magic enchantments could only be done with the corresponding elements. For example, I needed a wind affinity if I wanted to make a phone. Multiple students could cooperate if they lacked the affinity. I bet the Reaper card I had must have been made by several mages. And so, that is the theory about magic tools. Next is about runecrafting. Runecrafting is applying your magic to the tools you want to enchant. Here is the chart for symbols. Using magic ink, we could draw circuits from the facetone slot to the enchantments. Since I am a wind mage, here is a simple recorder tool. The professor started to explain after he gave us all magic ink. Magic ink had 6 different elemental types. First, we had to draw a circle, and each circle could only serve one function. Consequently, we had to connect those circles. For example, the recorder that the professor used had 2 commands. The first command was to record the voice, and the second was to repeat the voice. After the circle was drawn, the mage needed to insert the command using their magic. This is the part where mistakes happened a lot. However, we could only connect 2 circles with this drawing. The 3 command and the 4 command circles would be taught next year. Good work, Illadranthia, illusion staff. The command is to touch, then use this illusion on the touched. This might come in handy for knights. He replied, although his words were kind, it was all lip service. His eyes were blank. Your eyes were mocking us. I gasped. I thought I said my thoughts out loud. It was the second prince who said it. He was being up now. Be honest, Professor. Well, haha. I guess you nobles have some sharp eyes when reading facial expressions. Is that a new skill? Relax. I didn't demean you in particular. It was simply hard to be impressed by a 12-year-old's work. I am a 60-year-old with over 40 years of experience in this stuff. It was hard to get me excited with this basic enchanting, he commented while laughing. He smiled, but his smile didn't quite reach his eye. School teachers never had any training to be teachers in this world. The academy simply hired the best in their field to teach us, hoping they would impart all of their knowledge to us. The teachers certainly tried, however. As you can see, some of them were rather arrogant and hard to please. Now that I think about it, Alex, our teacher from 2 years ago who taught us the basics, was the same. A light bulb popped in my head as a devilish grin crept out from me. I filled in my illusion staff with my mana. The staff was activated, and the magic was maintained. Then, I touched the professor's back with it. A funny yelp of surprise resounded within the class. A skeleton's head popped and laughed before his face. Of course, dark magic only cast an illusion on the victim, so only the professor actually saw the skeleton. Miss Eli, I must tell you that attacking a professor using magic is against the rules. It was an accident that you touched the staff. Besides, a dark magic illusion is not considered an attack by the magic duel professor. I made excuses. It was a childish excuse. So childish that some children giggled at my behavior. The boring professor, though, was now amused. Very well, I admit it was not an attack. Please be careful when handling magic tools, Miss Ladranthia. Magic tools are not toys. Why can't it be a toy? I asked back. Well, because it is expensive. Why should we use facetone for children? Moreover, if handled poorly, facetone could cause a deadly hazard such as, but not limited to, explosion, combustion, mental attack, freezing damage, and lacerations, the professor answered, but I noticed a hint of uncertainty in his words. I have never heard of a magic tool exploding, but it was true that raw facetone could cause such a phenomenon if handled poorly, such as being struck with a hammer. Will it be profitable if I sell toys? Ha ha ha. Well, it might be. But who would spend 50 silver or more for kids just to play around? Moreover, you have to switch out the facetone regularly. The professor laughed. Amusing idea though. Continue your classes, lads. The classes continued. Now that I am no longer skipping magic classes, the prince's ranking didn't climb as he wanted. I sometimes overheard him dissing me for my scores. I realized I might not be suited either as a noble or assassin. I couldn't keep my emotions from showing on my face. Greetings, Lady Eladranthia. Prince Ludwin came for me in the afternoon with smiles on his face. I was amazed that he was able to greet me so cordially when he just bad-mouthed me in the morning. Greetings, Prince Ludwin. May I help you? I sincerely apologize that the tea party was delayed so much due to that Western country's fiasco. You must have been waiting for my invitation, and yet it never arrived. However, we have time for the aforementioned tea party tomorrow. Will you attend? When? I asked nervously. I hadn't been waiting for his invitation. In fact, the tea party had disappeared entirely from my mind. Here is a formal invitation for you to attend our tea party at our villa. As promised, my sister will also attend. The prince smiled. I turned toward Alicia. The prince's smile didn't falter. Alicia could come too as your handmaiden if you wanted. Thank you. I beamed a smile back to him. With Alicia on my side, I wouldn't mess up too badly. She had better etiquette than me. Alicia, however, was not amused. A commoner from a random village entered the castle? This must also be a first for her. What's Ludwin's problem? Alicia grumbled at lunch in the cafeteria, together with me, Saphira, and Nana. She spoke ill of Prince Ludwin and even forgot his honorific. I was slurping on the strawberry juice without a care in the world. It was fun seeing Alicia so animated like this. First, he bad-mouthed her with his friends, then now, he sweet-talked her to the tea party. That's what nobles do. My dad often gossiped about unsavory customers behind their backs, Nana said. He also often heard gossip about bad nobles too. Alicia, with the war that's been going on, Prince Ludwin must have been trying to secure cooperation from Eli's family. That's why he cajoled her. Sapphire, a baron's daughter, claimed, I know, but the way he approached seemed like he was interested in Lady Eli as a woman, for romance. Not the business way. Curse be upon him if he used his honeyed words only to use Lady Eli. Maybe it was a chance? Being a prince's concubine was a prestigious title. Something that I could only dream about. It might even be better than my arranged marriage with the Count's first son to become his third wife. He was already over 30 years old by now. It was almost the same as marrying my father. Saphira, finally fed up with Alicia, let out her own complaint. She was a water mage with talent 7. Water mages and light mages were the most desirable elements since only both of them could do doctor's work. However, Saphira had no intention of becoming a doctor. She wanted to become a patisserie. Making cakes and stuff. All water and light mages above talent 6 must become a doctor, my ass. Moreover, due to my high talent, I was being watched by that lecherous son of a Count Eli. At least the prince was the same age as you and didn't look down on you directly, right? You have a better fate than me. Sapphira started to diss me. Excuse me for a moment. I left them for a moment to water some flowers. My card suddenly sent a magical shock to me from my pocket. This meant R25B needed to talk to me. When I was inside the toilet stall, I wore the ear clip and spoke to him. This Reaper job was a hassle. R666, you are a noble child, right? Could you infiltrate the castle? I received a commission there. R25B went straight to the point. What a coincidence. Or was it? How do I get inside? And what do you want me to do? Does it have to be a child? I asked many questions. Do I even have to take it? Wait. Why do you need to call me using the card anyway? Let's see. A commission was put up. This is not a sure thing, but rumors about rebellion seem to spring up in the capital. Huh? A rebellion? I almost shouted. Rebellion here? On my doorstep? Why? Wasn't the war in the Western Front or my county? Yes. You see, there was a lot of dissatisfaction between nobility, mages, and ordinary commoners. So, when Duke Brand planned to move royal guards out from the capital, they will spring an ambush. Huh? That's insane. What would they hope to accomplish from that? We don't know that yet. There were several commissions looking for information. You will be paid handsomely if you do figure it out. Among my 30 Reapers, only 7, including you, were inside the capital, but none of them were nobles. So, I could only rely on you. The commission was not clear, but don't be afraid. If your work has worth, we will pay you. That's not what I am concerned about. Rebellion in the capital? That means all of my friends were in danger. Besides, weren't there still half of the royal guards inside the capital even when the 1st battalion moved out? We didn't know that yet. Want some more shopping? Your equipment right now is lethal. You need something for apprehending. Your priority will be information gathering. However, you might need to take some assassination missions. I think I need some of that paralyzing poison. How much does it cost? 40 points for a bottle plus its antidote. It's a high-grade, fast-acting poison. 10 seconds with a scratch on their limb, and your opponent will be immobilized. Careful though, if you apply it too near the heart or neck, you might kill your opponent. I will take it. All right. I will keep you posted. Be careful. The Royal Guard will move out within 2 months. Your points will be deducted to 25p. 17. Chapter 30, Juveniles Debate. The day of the tea party soon arrived. Ludwin's younger sister, Charlotte, was in attendance. She was only 9, and even though she was that young, she was the same height as me. Rage almost built up in me, but I suppressed it. This was a royal tea party. If she cried because of me, it could be the end of House Shadowstep. Greetings, Miss Aladranthia. Welcome to my salon. I am Charlotte. We are pleased to receive you, Charlotte said adorably. Your curtsy was very elegant, Princess Charlotte. I wish Lady Eli would learn from you, Alicia said. In the first meeting, she already buttered her up by mocking me. This Alicia needed more discipline. I was being too lenient with her lately. It was true, though. Her curtsy was elegant. It must have been her clothes. Her blonde hair matched well with her pink dress, and her small stature gave off an adorable appearance. Behind her, Prince Ludwin snorted a laugh when my curtsy was mentioned. He immediately pulled out his prince persona and greeted me amicably. Greetings, Lady Eladranthia. Thank you for coming. Our tea party here consists of many nobles from Brun Dukedom. I am sure you will enjoy your time here. Greetings, Lady Eli. Sapphira was in attendance. I forgot which baron she was from. Was it under Brun Dukedom? Greetings, Lady Sapphira. I was about to say hello as usual, but Alicia elbowed me. I then fixed my speech and greeted her formally. Just talking will be boring. I have brought games for you all. Look, a dart and towering blocks. Prince Ludwin copied my games from a few months ago. This is only for fun. The loser will not be punished. The winner will receive a cookie from my sister Charlotte. Have fun, everyone. Prince Ludwin was eyeing me. What a sore loser. He deliberately announced he would not punish the loser of the game. Was he traumatized being told to cook barbecues for 2 days during my party? Yay, I want to play too, Charlotte said. Of course you may, Charlotte. Enjoy your day with everyone. her nanny replied. Wow, your style of parties is getting popular, even the prince is copying you. Tea parties used to be about sweets and flower arrangements. Now they include games, Sapphira said. You sure know a lot of nobles' customs, Sapphira. I am jealous, I muttered. Well, my family of Baronkine had been a barons since 200 years ago. I could introduce you to all the attendees here, old and new nobles alike, Sapphira said. She then began to introduce the nobles one by one until Prince Ludwin interrupted us. Greetings, I apologize for interrupting your nice chatting. Would you greet my sister? She wanted to talk to you. I was led to the princess' personal table. Her smile was cute and elegant, while mine was stiff. Prince Ludwin talked about the country and the greatness of magicians, while Charlotte focused on dresses, both of which I had no idea about. The chat continued discussing mundane topics before, suddenly, they threw a curveball in my direction. Lady Eli, what do you think of the current government, huh? What do you think about it? Don't you think mages should hold all the important positions? Why? I think the current system is already good enough. Yes, Brother Ludwin. Why do you keep pushing for mages to become monarchs anyway? Charlotte asked. Was this the thing R25B asked me to find out? I suddenly came to a realization. If the rebellion was spearheaded by the second prince, it all makes sense. However, no matter how smart and handsome Prince Ludwin is, he couldn't possibly lead the country as a 12-year-old kid. That means someone was influencing him. Prince Ludwin, may I ask why you want to change the current system? Mages are close to mana. It is only right that we lead the people as the most capable. We are better than normal people. You should know that. What if I didn't want to lead? Mages have other duties too, such as filling facestones and making magic tools. Doing government work on top of that would exhaust me. Yes, you are correct, Lady Eli. Finally, some mages that understand my father's view. Charlotte screamed as she held my hand. A feeling of discomfort immediately permeated my hand. It was disgusting, as if something had crept beneath my skin. Eek! I immediately pulled my hands out. Huh? Princess Charlotte stood dumbfounded with an outstretched hand. Her face was filled with despair. What are you doing to Princess Charlotte? The girls at the salon began accusing me. I am sorry. Lady Eladranthia is from the countryside. She never experienced magic repellent tools, Prince Ludwin clarified. I am sorry. I will remove it now. Charlotte started to remove her necklace and bracelet, but Prince Ludwin stopped her. No, Charlotte, it is important that you use it. Otherwise, you might get assassinated by magic, Prince Ludwin said. I apologize, Lady Charlotte. I didn't mean to embarrass you. I am sorry, everyone. I bowed to Charlotte and to everyone in the salon. Then I tried to hold her hands. All right, I can hold her hands. It feels uncomfortable, but if I know it is safe, it is not a problem, I said as I held her hands. The disgusting feeling crept in from my hands, however, it stopped there and never went beyond the arm. All right. Thank you, Lady Eli. I understand. My brother was also disgusted by it when he was held by my father. All the royal family needs to wear it for protection except when we are alone with family members. But you didn't wear it, Prince Ludwin. I am a mage. I have resistance against magic, he said proudly. I see. I apologize once more for my lack of knowledge. Okay. You said that mages should not hold high positions, right? However, if someone who is more proficient came, it would be either mages or skill holders, right? Right now, I think the kingdom needs to change. We can't be eternally relying on bloodlines. Prince Ludwin then continued his discussion. If you don't rely on bloodlines, how do you know if they are trustworthy? Charlotte answered. Does that mean I should not trust my brother or father who raised me? Well, but we need to change. The prince and princess were having a debate a kid shouldn't be having. I was actually older than I looked. In addition to my previous life, I should be 28 years old by now. However, their discussion was not something I even heard back in my junior high school when I attended there once in a while. Prince Ludwin, why do you think we need to change? Who said that? Prime Minister Joan. My uncle said so. Moreover, not only the mages, but the internal ministry also said so, and he was not even a mage. That's why I am certain that it is true. They said that if we don't put some honor or special privileges into mages for their work, they will leave for another country because they are paid better there. How could another country pay mages better? I thought we were already paid very well. Even commoners are jealous of me and Alicia, I muttered. I only needed to work for a week before opening that 3-day party full of beef meat and fresh vegetables. Plus, all my knives, which often cost more than a gold, were easily obtainable by giving out face-stones. See, brother, that news about another country paying mages better was nonsense. I heard some top royal mages were paid even better than father's allowance. It is impossible to pay them better than that. The only ones that left were useless mages. Even useless level 4 or below should still be self-sufficient if they could fill face-stones. But it is true there were some migrant mages that left the country. We need to do something, Ludwin said. Charlotte scrunched up her face, unable to reciprocate. If you want to do something, then at least assign a guard for us, Alicia whispered quietly. Her words didn't escape my ear, though. Huh? What did you say, Alicia? Sending us a guard? I apologize, Lady Eli. Wait, did she say something? Prince Ludwin asked me. Why yes. I merely whispered that if Prince Ludwin wishes to care for us mages, instead of assigning us to become government officials, we should get easier access to Justicia or guards. Why would you need Justicia? You see, Lady Eli and my lives have already been targeted twice. Moreover, my father also died because of me. Because I am a mage. What? Prince Ludwin said, astonished. However, I heard Lady Eli was able to repel them. Surely, such greedy lowborns couldn't match the strength of a mage. As they say, power comes with responsibilities. However, I couldn't do anything. It was all Lady Eli. She defended me. Moreover, when I killed them, I felt guilty. Have you ever killed anyone, Prince Ludwin? When I sleep, I still pictured the fear in the eyes of those bandits. They were cursing me. Have you ever felt your magic burn the person you love? Hurt them? Have you ever lost the person you loved because you were a mage? My father already called Justicia, but they failed to save his life. Well, they are bandits. There is no harm in killing them. It was self-defense, Prince Ludwin said. However, his eyes betrayed his words. I see. Security, huh? Yes. I will talk with my father. If we provide security to mages, I am sure he will agree, Charlotte said. Yes, good idea, Charlotte. Thank you, Alicia. With this, I no longer have to fight with my father. I will tell Minister Johann about this, too. Mages do not need to rule the kingdom, nor do they need a pay raise. All they need is security. And it is our noble job to provide them with safety. It is our noblesse oblige. The prince smiled. His smile seemed 100% more genuine than usual. He even jumped and raised his hands like a 12-year-old should. The prince had become more open now. However, all the credit goes to Alicia. He immediately interrogated her about what sort of protection common mages needed. However, I saw the girls in the salon grow hostile as the prince and princess seemed to inch closer to Alicia. Even when she wore her maid uniform, being seated next to me seemed to rub the peanut gallery the wrong way. Alicia, being the socialite she was, knew about the glare she received from the gallery. However, the prince didn't care at all and continued his interrogation about the way we were attacked and how such a thing could be prevented. The dreaded tea party at the salon finally ended. However, a more sinister scheme had been produced. Alicia, I glared at her. I didn't know about this, Alicia yelled. Before us was a royal invitation from the king to attend a secret meeting. 15. Chapter 31, Royal Meeting. Refusing such an order was tantamount to suicide. We had to accept them. However, the letter specifically asked for Alicia. Now, she begged me to come. The situation had done a complete 180-degree reversal from the previous ball. Lady Eli, you wouldn't leave me alone to go to the castle, right? I am sorry for calling you a bothersome child before. Don't leave me to meet with royals alone. Oh, my Alicia, how could I leave my precious friend to them alone? Of course, I would go with my precious little sister. Here, give me your head. We are the same age though. Ugh. Older sister Elidranthia, my benevolent benefactor. Please come with me to the capital. I decided not to bully her too much. However, patting Alicia's head felt fantastic. I felt like an older and more dependable sister. The fact that she finally knew her place filled me with bliss. After spending more time rubbing her head and accepting her on my chest, she had to kneel for that. We then proceeded to the castle. Greetings, Lady Elidranthia, and Miss Alicia. I am King Andre Seraphim. the king of Althema Empire. This is Prime Minister Joan Seraphim, the Prime Minister of our empire and also my dear cousin. I apologize for such a hasty meeting, Lady Eladranthia and Alicia. I heard you have been very good to Prince Ludwin and Charlotte. Now, I have heard about the interesting debate our children have had with you. May we share the details? The king introduced himself. Since this was a secret meeting, only 6 people attended. Me, Alicia, Prince Ludwin, Princess Charlotte, King Andre, and Minister Johann. Ah, I see why Prince Ludwin and Princess Charlotte seemed way too competent for that talk. They were regurgitating the king and minister's words. I thought it was apparent by how they seated themselves. Prince Ludwin seemed closer to Minister Joan, while Princess Charlotte seemed closer to her dad. Father, Eli and Alicia have presented an alternative to our predicament. Ludwin then presented the alternative. Minister Johann then looked at us inquisitively. Ludwin's solution consisted of noting every mage in the empire, then listing them as the kingdom's personnel. This way, the empire could persuade mages to live in a certain area, ensuring that every region had a sufficient mage of every elemental. This might be difficult since people are not cows to be displaced at will, but the main objective is the list of mages in the kingdom. This should be easy. In fact, the kingdom already had those lists, though incomplete. Then, using those lists, he also proposed to do a periodic check on them by the justiciar, then lowering the fee on justiciar's service. The king and minister didn't like it, but he didn't outright reject it. If there were more mages, Faystone would become cheaper. It might even cover the cost of lowering justiciar's price. But mages were wealthier than civilians. Why would they need to subsidize justiciar for mages? But direct access to help was indeed necessary. This is where my plan came in. We could simply hold a magic tool to ask for help. It was like a birdie alarm. Every girl had to deter Lalicans. Were these your own words? Or did someone prompt you? The king asked Alicia. It was my own words from my experience, Your Highness. When everyone knew I was a mage, my friends kept teasing me and spoke of jealousy for having such an easy life. Then my father died from the bandits hired by a debt collector to kidnap me. Why do they want to kidnap you? The king asked further. Maybe for filling Faystones? Alicia's mana was even larger than mine, I replied. I see. Will this satisfy the mage tower? The king asked. Alicia presented a unique case. However, her words couldn't be dismissed so easily. Our intelligence has revealed some disturbing facts about the organization that kidnaps mages and forces them to fill Faystones, Minister Joan said as he held his chin contemplatively. Those 15 mages wanted to leave this country to the south, right? Yes. They have made their preparation and will depart in a month. Hearing the minister's words, Prince Ludwin gritted his teeth. They felt unsafe here. This is unacceptable. We should execute them immediately. Eladranthia and Alicia were right. Mages need more security than others. Just because we are mages doesn't mean we are invulnerable. Princess Charlotte and Prince Ludwin shouted. Those 15 were low-level mages, but they still provide mana for this country. The bandits are already dead, Your Highness. Sadly, the intelligence agent killed them in a scuffle. After hearing their report, I began to wonder, was it me they were talking about? When I killed those bandits in that big building, the number fit. I wanted to shout that it was me. However, this report should be confidential. I could only remain silent. I see. I will make the law after I consult with the other ministers. However, this will prove to be difficult. This law proves that we are not neutral toward mages and civilians. Well, I also need to consult with the Mage Tower. The higher echelon was adamant about replacing several ministers with mages from their guild. Are they planning a rebellion? The king asked. Not yet. They were looking to gain a diplomatic advantage. They didn't like Duke Luca's way of doing things. Huh? Not Duke Bryn? Duke Luca was neutral in the mage and anti-mage faction, right? I was surprised, too. Maybe they had some spy feeding them information, or maybe they didn't like nobles under Duke Luca. His way of doing commerce was questionable. After all, I will inquire about it. Ah, they also hired that, huh? Yes, of course. Who doesn't? Joan shrugged his shoulder. Should we gather from the source, or should we ask them politely? I believe asking them politely was better. Using that would be expensive, after all. Huh? What are you talking about, father? Uncle? Never mind that, Ludwin. So? What about our suggestion? It will be accepted after I survey the mages in the Mage Tower, Minister Joan said. It will be made after confirmation that the mages and the Ministry of Nobles will end their dispute, the king said. He also smiled. Thank you, Ludwin. You might have saved this kingdom. And you too, Lady Eladranthia and Alicia. Your words were more than enough, Your Majesty. Alicia said, and I followed her lead. My lack of etiquette was showing again. Yes. Charlotte and Ludwin held hands and said goodbye to us. Before we left, the king gave us a plethora of cakes and cookies, which Alicia gladly received. I see. Mages wanted to rebel and put Ludwin as puppets. Huh? There was a discourse in the royal family about that. Thank you for your info. Hey, R25B. Whose side are we on? Reaper Guild does not take sides. We follow where the money goes. Whose side are you on then? I lived in this kingdom. I would be troubled if there was a civil war, he replied. His words made me feel at peace. Does R4 side with the kingdom, too? I don't know. He was shrouded in mystery. I also need you to infiltrate a noble house. Could you do it? Why? Using your info, I have pinpointed several nobles we need to keep an eye on. Roger. I will be heading out now, I said while buying new cocoa juice. I then slipped in a sleeping pill and gave it to Alicia in our dorm. Sorry, Alicia, but you need to sleep now. I have something to do. So, how does the survey go? I asked Joan. For the survey, with the suggestion of my children and the new noble, Eladranthia, I proposed a new law to my cabinet. It was not received well, but they ultimately agreed if the Justiciar extended the protection to commoners, too. We could reason that it was not favoritism to mages but extended protection to all civilians. Ultimately, all agreed except the finance minister. 70% agree with the newly proposed law, Your Highness. Quite a high number. But, the other 30% was problematic. Who disagrees? I too have received complaints about the rising cost. Yes, the moderate faction and pro-civilians agree, but major elitists disagree. It was the same as usual. They believe they should be the ruling class. Oh, by the way, 20% of mages who wish to migrate will cancel their migration if this law is passed. The Prime Minister was all smiles. I too feel the weight has lessened somewhat. With war looming at Shadowstep County, our Facetone supply took a hit. If civil war happened here, this country would never recover. We shall proceed then. I am surprised my children are such competent and caring individuals. I apologize for our earlier dispute. This shows that we are too distant from commoner mages. This law was made due to Alicia's suggestion. Maybe we could recruit Alicia to be our advisor in the future? She represents the commoner mages who are hated by nobles, ridiculed by noble mages, and leeched off by normal commoners. I heard she ranked second overall in the special curriculum. I will try. However, she seems very attached to Eladranthia. People who have faced life and death together rarely part. My liege. What a shame. We need more loyal mages like her. Ludwin, Charlotte, try to befriend Eladranthia and Alicia. Okay? Yes, father. Ludwin nodded. I want to befriend them on my own. Don't give orders. It makes me look like I have ulterior motives for befriending them. Charlotte, my pure girl, complained. We are royals. Our moves must all be calculated. Besides, it's not like we're trying to befriend Eladranthia to stab her in the back. I genuinely want to befriend Shadowstep and their county. It is vital for our kingdom for all nobles to be cordial to each other, Ludwin said. As expected of my son. I hope he will become an excellent prime minister one day, just like Joan is to me now. Now, on to that. Yes, the Reapers. I will issue a commission to investigate some of my underlings. Which members are currently hostile to us? Baron Kine seems like a greedy man. I will take a look at whether he has made dealings with foreign countries, Johann said. But Saphira's family has been for us for hundreds of years, Charlotte said. Her family might have been dissatisfied with being a baron since 200 years ago, the king said, but we couldn't simply promote them when they have committed many small transgressions. They got lucky with Saphira, but then, they sold her off to some dukes. No wonder they stayed baron, Ludwin said. 12. Announcement. I have commissioned an art, as the title said, an art I commissioned since chapter 10. I forgot, but it was almost a month ago, finally finished. The artist gave me several versions of it. Which one do you think best? 1. Red comet plus blue light. Spoiler. Collapse. 2. Normal comet plus light. Spoiler. Collapse. 3. Red comet plus reddish light. Spoiler. Collapse. I personally liked number 3 the best. Here is the new book cover. I will change it in 2 or 3 days. By the way, even though the commissioned art was much better, I had some attachment to the AI art I used all this time lol. It was like, when I first found AI art, it was when I wrote Parallel World Connection and it was superb quality. At least that's what I thought at the time. If you were the lucky few who managed to see the previous book cover of PWC, but PWC wasn't published in Scribblub. So, you geese might not have seen it. There was a lot of difference between AI art and stock image from Canva. AI images felt like it was made for me, even though it was from robots and thus a bit janky instead of stock images. Well, I don't need to explain about using stock images, do I? But now I have commissioned an art from artist. It felt like I was climbing up the ladders, but AI art has supported me though one full fiction, The Tales. I hope you understand why I got attached to AI art. The previous AI art cover book, spoiler, collapse, and here is the new book cover, spoiler, collapse. The wait was worth it. It took a long time to draw this. It was all thanks to your support in Patreon that I was able to financially recover from buying this art. Please comment on the impression you have from AI art to commissioned art and various version of our Eli. 1,2,3 credits. This art was commissioned to Adziachiot. His watermark was in picture 311, chapter 32, Spy. Lady Eli, open your mouth. AAA. Alicia fed me my breakfast at the cafeteria. The spying work I did last time bore no results, and I only got 2 points from it since I fed her sleeping pills in the evening. She slept until sunrise and was absolutely refreshed. Unlike me, who looked haggard. I have never seen a noble who lets their maid do whatever they want like Eli. Alicia looks more like your mother now than your maid. We wouldn't know if not for her maid attire, Nana muttered. Was I embarrassed? I was too tired to feel ashamed. I considered taking a sick leave, but I was not actually ill, so I got dragged by Alicia outside. Lady Eli, it is not good to skip classes. I already got good scores. It is no longer perfect like before, right? That's why your teacher no longer allowed you to skip classes. Moreover, there are etiquette classes today, she said while wiping my mouth. Naya, how cute. She immediately rubbed my head. I glared at her. Whoa. Saphira dropped her spoon. Nana also squealed in surprise. Lady Eli's glare. Don't worry, Lady Eli. I wouldn't hurt you. Alicia continued to rub my head. She no longer feared my glare and seemed to ask for it lately. I tilted my head in confusion. Was that Eli's infamous magic impression? Saphira asked. Yes. Sorry about that. No. It's nothing. I had one too. My body's temperature was lower than normal. I got sick often during my childhood because of it. It was only when a teacher sent from the capital came that I was able to fix it 2 years ago. Could you do it again, Lady Eli? Nana said. Since there was no one in our immediate surroundings, I indulged her. Saphira and Nana's bodies jumped, but they held their voices. It is scary, isn't it? I asked them. Your face didn't change. However, I felt a pressure inside my heart. It gave a sense of fear. Quite fascinating, Saphira commented. Lady Eli is not scary at the least. Her eyes are beautiful. If you get used to it, it gives you a sense of excitement instead. I love it. Alicia raved about it, seeming proud to be able to withstand my intimidation. Alicia. I turned off my intimidation. Saphira and Nana gave out a sigh of relief. Phew. That was quite an experience. Haha. I wonder what led Lady Eladranthia to develop that kind of magic impression? It was said that magic impression was formed due to our innate desires. For me, I adored ice when I saw an ice sculpture in the winter. That's why I have that kind of magic impression. What about you, Nana? I don't have a magic impression, Nana admitted. She was the same as Alicia then. When she looked at the clock, she picked up her bags in a hurry. Let's go. We are almost late. The lesson went by in the blink of an eye, and night soon came. I slipped out of my dorm and went to the noble quarters. The guards were patrolling, but they stood no chance against my camouflage and delusion. The target this night was Baran Khan. Just like last night with other nobles' villas, I jumped the fences with my skills. Since the door was locked, I went through the chimney. Chimneys were still used despite the smokeless magical stoves, either because they were fancy or added there as extra windows. Nobody thought a thief would go in there. It was too small for an adult. Then, I crept into various rooms. The doors leading outside were locked, but doors inside villas were often left unlocked. These noble manors often had the same designs, just slightly fancier or worse, to denote their standings. After opening the study, I installed several wiretaps. These tools were expensive. I would have to pick them up again next week. I groaned every time 15 gold coins of these magic tools were left in somebody else's house. All right. This and yesterday will make up for 5 houses under our surveillance. Don't forget to check any documents in their drawers or study. Photograph them if you find something interesting, especially if you find any finance reports. Will these be worth it? We spent almost 60 gold coins here. You are such a child. If we found evidence of corruption, we could prevent thousands of golds in damage. Moreover, we could score a good relationship with the country. Or if they didn't want to budge, we could use this as blackmail material. R25B's words slapped me with some reality check. Just as he said, I was still a child. 60 gold was more than a year's worth of salary for peasants. But here, the guild risked it to spy on random houses of nobles. R25B even admitted that since these were just villas, we might not even get anything. After I photographed everything, I unlocked the window and left the villa. That's how I rolled for a week. In total, I got paid 20 points for my trouble. When the king then made an announcement about the new law for mages were happy about it. However, commoners were a bit conflicted. They were delighted about getting protection, but they seemed a bit irked since they knew it was mainly for mages. Lady Eli, are you okay? You seem easily exhausted lately, Alicia muttered as I rested my head on a school table. She didn't feed me since I was grumbling all the way. The capital felt peaceful. However, reports from R25B were anything but. The discordance between what I saw and what R25B said was making me nervous. Eli, how was school today? We would like to have you at another tea party. Prince Ludwin's voice jolted me awake. I stared at him, releasing my intimidation. Eli? Who is Eli? Why didn't he use any honorifics? My thoughts screamed in irritation, but Alicia swiftly covered my eyes with her hands in a practice motion. She was used to doing this. Greetings, Second Prince Ludwin Seraphim. May I help you? Alicia greeted him. My apologies, Alicia and Iladranthia. I came here merely to invite you to another tea party. This law seemed like a success, and I wanted us to have a party together. Will you come to our salon? Lady Eli seems to be under the weather lately. We shall see if we could make it there. Very well. I shall await your response. Ludwin smiled as he waved goodbye. Happy birthday. I love you, honey. Oh my god. It feels so good. A mixture of voices came from multiple wiretaps. R666 installed in noble villas since a week ago. It ranged from nobles having affairs, parties, and lukewarm dinners. The Ministry of Defense had issued a quest to gather intelligence on a possible rebellion. R666 had a tip from the royals. The focus of the intelligence gathering was then moved from commoners to nobles. We spent hundreds of gold planting wiretaps in your houses, but all you do is copulate like animals. I muttered. R25B, how is it going there? R24B asked for my progress. 5 operators with an extra 10 reapers were tasked to monitor the wiretaps. In total, we put surveillance on over 30 houses plus the financial reports R666 and others photographed for us. Nice. I got a porn audio tape over here. You want it? My flat voice denoted full sarcasm mode. She chuckled before returning to her desk. Lol. I don't want a fat-ass porn audio tape, she said lol instead of laughing to humor me. She too was tired of listening to some nonsense. R25B, will R666 be more available? She only clocked less than 3 hours for a critical mission last week. Senior 3 was pressuring me. R666 has already done more than her share of work, didn't she? She has noble duties, too. She was a noble? I forgot. Then, would it be possible to sneak into the castle? Huh? But why? It's impossible to plant a wiretap inside the castle. Moreover, she is a new noble. Why don't we ask R25, R145, or R224? They are nobles, too. I answered. R224 was missing in action yesterday. He screwed up. R25 and 145 are not in the capital. I did not want a wiretap but a recorder. Will that be possible? Who's going to pick it up? If the castle is cleaned and it is found out, R666 will be screwed. I know you are impatient, but we shouldn't endanger our agents. Found it. Found some evidence. R24B exclaimed. Here, the finance report of Baron Kine reads that he earned more than he should. Huh? Wait. Let me see. Isn't this just a normal bribe because that fat ass sold his maid's daughter to some nouveau riche count or viscount's son? Oh yeah, that could be it. Maybe there wasn't a rebellion and the Ministry of Defense simply jumped at shadows? I said slovenly to Senior 3, maybe. However, the fact that R655 found weapons in an abandoned building in the slums raised an alarm throughout the ministry. Some of them were mining explosives, too. The ministry wants hard proof there was no rebellion, and if there was, they wanted proof of who did it. The commission is 1,000 gold, divided among all participants. Senior 3 shouted to encourage us all, but we knew it was just a market scam. We employed many reapers and personnel. That 1,000 points will be divided into many, and even the guild takes a cut from it due to the tools the guild provided. I sighed. Listen, the weapons have been found by those damn reapers. What about the other locations? What? Do you want to change the plan again? Let's meet at the castle tomorrow. The underway will be secured. I will make preparations. The sound from wiretap number 6 caught my attention. The sound was male. Did he talk through a phone? Only his voice was heard inside the villa. All right, got it. So, plan C? I need to talk with Mala then. Yeah, okay. Hail King Stephen. Glory to Eldarin Empire. A shudder came up within me all at once. Spy from outside? Among nobility? Sir, I found something. I reported my findings to Senior 3. 15. Chapter 33. Counter-Rebellion. R666. You are a noble, right? You have been invited to a tea party, right? R25B asked me in the middle of the night. Well, not exactly the middle of the night, but his timing annoyed me. I was about to doze off. So? I want you to go to the castle tomorrow. I don't wanna, I whined, facing that prince was such a chore. Moreover, I was tired from sneaking around all night for a week. R666. This is a serious matter. If this mission is successful, your reward could go up to 50 points. Bring a recorder with you. I don't care about rewards. I don't wanna go to the castle. I don't wanna skulk around spying. Let me kill something. I could almost hear an audible sigh from R25B, but I am tired and bored. This menial work is not worth it. Even when he said 50 points. I am just a child and a mage. Why do I even need that much money? Please. R666. You are the only one who has a connection to the royals. We need to get into the castle tomorrow. PCE. His childish tone to appease me irked me more. I am not a child. I am an adult on the inside. All right. Stop acting like a baby. I will go there. He really knew how to butter up people, didn't he? I went to Prince Ludwin the following morning and asked for the tea invitation. You want to go to the second prince's tea party? Alicia said, astonished. Yes, I chirped. Prince Ludwin, you said you wanted to invite me yesterday, right? Could I come there now? Of course. My sister has been waiting for you. Please rest assured, you are also invited, Alicia. Ludwin smiled. His smile seemed 40% more genuine than usual. I shall see you this afternoon. I hope you will enjoy our tea party, Lady Eladranthia, and you too, Alicia. As you wish, Your Highness. Listen, this phone is not registered with the Royal Guards. The castle is designed to prevent Windmana from sending information out. That means our communication will be a one-way street, R25B said as I was inside a carriage with Alicia on our way to the castle. Your mission is to sneak out from the tea party. Make some excuses, like going to pick flowers or something similar. Afterward, make your way to the underway. What's the underway? I whispered to the card, hidden from Alicia's view. From her perspective, I should only appear to be gazing outside the window, enjoying the scenery. The underway is the secret passage royals prepared if there was an emergency. It leads to multiple passages outside. Wow, you guys knew that? Isn't that supposed to be a secret? Of course. We even have a complete map of it. No secret could stay secret for hundreds of years. Well, I am afraid our enemy knows it, too. That's the target anyway. I see. The enemy will attack us from the passage? No. From our intelligence, it is supposed to be a meeting. We don't even know when the meeting will commence. I can't stay there forever. No. Your job is to open the passage. You see, to prevent infiltration from the outside. This underway is locked. You need to unlock it. Do you have the key? You do not need one. It's just moving a lever from the other side. These passageways were meant for emergencies. If royals who passed it forgot the keys, they would be screwed. That's why they installed a simple lever instead. I see. Then, I will send R663 to your location. He will be the one to wait in the passageway with the recorder for 2 days. Hopefully, we will find the spy. Wow, how clever! I exclaimed. All right, I will do my best. Please do. We all rely on you. R666. After I superimposed my cartographer tool inside my Reaper card with the maps R25B sent me, I breached the castle. First was a welcoming greeting toward the prince and princess. Then, after 1 or 2 hours of waiting, I asked for the toilets. However, big trouble occurred. A guard was escorting me to the toilet and waiting for me. Fortunately, the washroom had small windows, small enough for me to fit through. Using my skills, I jumped through the 2-meter ventilation and hopped out, beginning to execute my mission. I wish I had glasses that sync to my Reaper card. If I did have them, I would have a HUD display about my whereabouts in this giant castle in real time. However, since the said glasses cost 50 points, I had to make stops and check through my Reaper card's maps. The underway was not so hidden. I was expecting a magical tool like the one we had in the Reaper's HQ, but the underway was located in a kitchen and covered by a door. Just like what R25B told me, after 10 minutes of walking through the narrow and branching stone corridor reminiscent of a medieval dungeon, I reached a dead end. It was a dead end, but R25B already told me how to open it. The wall at the corner here is actually a door. The 15th stone from the bottom could be pulled out to reveal a doorknob. Then, you only need to pull the lever inside, and the door could be pushed open. Exclamation mark! I held back a scream as a young man with a scarf over his face greeted me. Good work, R666. Greetings. Please find the rebels and the spy. Of course. Rest assured. God save the king. Long live Althema Empire. He then performed a military salute. The salute was crude compared to the knights. From that, I knew he was just mimicking the knights. He probably does it for money and merely says that to appease nobles. I smiled nevertheless at his encouraging words. May our mission be successful. You and I work in the dark. However, we serve the light. Our failure will be seen, and our success hidden. Hidden it may be, non-existent it will not, for it will be felt by many as natural as breathing air and eating bread. It was nice to see a fellow comrade. May God bless us all. I performed a noble curtsy while copying lines from games. We then parted ways as I returned back to the tea party. Son, remember, we are not knights. However, our work is equally important. My father said countless times. We were on the veranda of an inn inside the capital. Yes, father. For the Althema Empire. I screamed my patriotism. Good. See this kingdom? It is not a paradise, but it is the only one we have. If only the nobility cared more for us and the mages were not so greedy, we could do far more. I complained. That's not right, son. That's not the problem this kingdom has. See there, that's the problem. The small part of it. He pointed toward a lazy husband making his wife do all the work. Then he also pointed toward some scums extorting store owners. I see. They were small-time criminals, not worthy of being brought to justiciars or even local soldiers. However, small things accumulate, and then they fester in our society. That's the small fish. Sooner, they get smarter. You see over there, once they get enough money, they lend it to others or pull off scams or bribe soldiers to make their business more legitimate. Harass other stores, etc. We should kill them. No. We should not. Our work is to shed light on the eyes of our leader. They will be the ones to sweep them away. I see. You are awesome. I reminisced about the time with my dad. He worked as an intelligence officer. We hopped around the empire, trying to gather information about criminal activity. Remember, society should not be repressed. We need to defend the weak. Corruption is intolerable. However, some corrupt nobles he investigated turned the tables on him, and he was killed. Knowing that my father had angered some prominent nobles, none of my relatives took me in, and I lived in a slum as a menial laborer with a salary of less than 5 silver per month. Just barely enough to eat. That was when I was only 12 years old. I lived like that for 2 years. Work was hard to come by for someone who didn't have family, skills, or magic. In this world, the strong took from the weak. Many stole from us, and I resisted in vain until a man clad in dark approached. A single swing from his blade and all my bullies were dead. "Boy, wanna join my guild?" "You are that man's child, right?" Turned out he was a member of the Reapers. Even in the slums, I knew about the infamous Assassin Guild. The members were feared by nobles, mages, and commoners alike. When he extended his hand to me, I slapped it. "I won't be joining bad guys." "You need to defend the weak, not repress them." I wavered. The guild paid its members well. Everyone knew that. However, my father's words kept ringing in my ears. "Then do it. Defend the weak by joining us." His words shook me to the core. I could help the weak by joining them? He was right. If I was feared, I could defend the weaks better. The guild could provide me with money, and I would do justice with it. I extended my hand to him. He smirked. "Wise choice. You are certainly that man's child, huh?" He then trained me for 2 years before I was officially recruited by the Reapers Guild. Everyone knew what the Reapers were. However, they also didn't. They only knew the Reapers to be hired assassins or spies willing to do anything for money. But they didn't know we had a choice. I later learned that my dad was also a part of this guild. My dad and this man didn't take all commissions. They only took the ones that came from the government. That worked wonders for me. I could uphold my father's teachings, and my living environment would improve. And so, I worked tirelessly for them for 2 months now. The work was challenging. I am just a kid from the slums with no magic, no skill blessings, and no money. However, I will persevere, for I love this country. R663. We have Reapers inside the castle. She will open the door for you. R25B briefed me about my mission. Roger. Greet R666 for me. She is our rising star. She is just a noble brat, right? Why would Reapers recruit her? Do they need Reapers inside nobility that badly? She has talents. She possesses skills and magic, too. She was recruited by that R4, you know. Why would someone like that join Reapers? Did she take proper commissions from us? You hit the sore spot. My boss has been nagging me to increase her working hours, but she did take our commissions, mostly for spying and reconnaissance. Those damn seniors didn't even care they worked a minor here. Ha ha ha. The friendly banter soon ended when the wall inside the well was pushed open. This underway connected to many exits, one to the well inside noble quarters or the sewers to the slums, and it even extended outside the city. R4 asked me to wait at a particular spot with recorders in my pocket. The hidden passage revealed a girl who can't be more than 12 years old. However, her eyes were different from that of an average kid. I felt an instinctive fear when gazing at her eyes. Good work, R666, I whispered, but my voice still echoed in the narrow hallway. She must have heard me. I then nodded to continue my mission. After entering, I was supposed to hide in the kitchen until someone else entered the passage. "Greetings. Please find the rebels and the spy," she said to me in a polite, noble way. Oh yeah, we were Reapers. We didn't know each other's identity. I knew she was a noble, but she didn't know I was a kid from the slums. So, she treated me like fellow nobles. How naive, but I liked it. Of course. Rest assured. God save the king. Long live Althemar Empire, I said, offering a military salute. I had never enlisted, yet I wanted her to understand that, even within a faceless guild, my heart still beat for this nation and its people. However, her response astounded me. May our mission be successful. You and I worked in the dark. However, we serve the light. Our failure will be seen, and our success hidden. Hidden it may be, non-existent it will not, for it will be felt by many as natural as breathing air and eating bread. It was nice to see a fellow comrade. May God bless us all, she said. Her childish voice betrayed the contents. It shook me to the core. She must have been at least 5 years younger than me. I was kidding myself. She could look at my attire and know I was a poor commoner. Yet she still called me a comrade. Moreover, she encouraged me. My dad died being hated. However, I knew his work was not in vain. Public order in the region where my dad worked turned for the worse after his passing. Extortion was rampant, and then the rich and capable people fled the region. Without any mages nor artisans, the region soon devolved into a rural, unknown village. She left before I had a chance to react. She knew what work we did. She was a major noble. Unlike me, who worried about what to eat for tomorrow, she had all the luxuries in the world. Then, why would she risk her life to join a dangerous Reaper guild like this? I see. She was the same as my dad. She had something to protect. So she was the rising star, huh? R663, heads up. You won't be able to contact me once you are inside. I know. I will do my best. I just need to hide in the underway and wait for 2 days. Right? Yes. Don't forget to close the door. Roger. I planned to spend 2 days living in the underway with recorders on me. I was residing in the slum. As long as I had something to eat and something to drink, it didn't matter where I lived. However, it turned out that I didn't need to camp out for that long. I hadn't even taken a single bite of my rations when footsteps were heard in the distance. R25B had mentioned the meetings should be tonight, but he still gave me rations for 2 days just in case. A man walked suspiciously, glancing alternately to his left, right, and the map he held. I had already memorized this underway, and so had R666. This man was just a greedy noble, used by outside forces to undermine our kingdom. I wanted to kill him right here and now, but my mission was to gather intelligence. Damn, it stinks here. Why must a noble such as myself have to come to this godforsaken place? Couldn't he set the meeting somewhere more aesthetic? A plebeian's restaurant will do. Why here? I photographed the grumbling man as he turned toward another exit at the end of the tunnel. The man then opened the tunnel entrance while glancing at his pocket watch. I waited a little bit far behind with bated breath. I needed to find evidence of his wrongdoings. Doing so would save hundreds, if not thousands, of poor children in the slums. Minutes felt like hours, but a man with a hat finally arrived. His wet shoes made distinct footsteps in the tunnel. The noble greeted him with a smile. Greetings, Lord Mallow. We finally meet. As requested, I have opened the passage for you. The noble then spoke in a more elaborate and ornate manner to the man called Mallow. It didn't ring any bells. I needed to consult with R25B later about who this Mallow was. He seemed important. Could he be a noble from another nation? Stop with your chattering. Now, with half of the weapons gone, we couldn't overtake the castle. I will consult with Minister Sebastian from the Mage Tower. Meanwhile, I will use this passage for my agents. You said you wanted to kill someone. Yes. That Prince Ludwin was an eyesore. Thanks to him, justiciars will be sent to my fiefdom, and my records will be checked. The royals too. He should stay quiet. Joanne was easy to manipulate as he was easy to sway. But that damn Ludwin messed up my plans. That creepy child too. I underestimated that brat. Now, you're going to ask me to kill a royal and a mage on top of that? You must be joking. Where are your loyalties? They are not my liege. My loyalty lies with money. I see. Barondina. Eldarin Empire will surely grant you your promise. 1,000 gold to you and Baron Kine for this rebellion. You should prepare yourself to flee outside the capital. Yes, sir. Hold on a moment. Let me step away for a bit. He stepped outside the door while holding a box beside his ear. He must have phoned someone. Yes, if we could kill slain members or Luca members, they would surely petition Brun to pull the troops, and Shadowsteps would be ours. Yes. Okay. Just put that thing here. All right. No action. Huh? Wait. Who's there? My heart jumped. I almost instinctively ran, but I held my breath. I didn't make any sound. How did he detect me? Is it a skill? No. If it is a life-detecting skill, he would have found me long ago. As he walked closer to me, I saw a rat scurrying away. Did it sneak up on me to steal my rations? As soon as it was out in the open, the man unsheathed his blade, and the rat was bisected in two. My eyes popped from their sockets. The man was a skill holder. Fear gripped me. If he found me, I would be dead. I began to tidy up my belongings. I already have enough evidence. It was time to go. Fucking rat. Should have set this meeting in the restaurant instead of here. The noble cursed. They were so close that I feared they heard my heartbeat. Only one intersection separated us. Someone is here. That rat was carrying bread in its mouth, he said. I sprinted at once, foregoing all of my stealth. The two men immediately ran after me upon hearing my footsteps. However, I was already far away. The winding path proved to be to my advantage. The path reached a dead end. My hands scattered to the wall, not bothering to count the 15th stone from the bottom. I scrambled my hands to each of the bricks before I found the one I was looking for. Pulling the lever, I slammed the door open. 25B. I'm being chased. I grabbed my big-ass phone used for commoners as I climbed the well. The world was unfair. Mages only needed a card, while a commoner needed a box. Where are you? Who chased you? The guards or the target? The spy. I got it. I found the spy. He is from Eldrin. I breathed air in and out of my lungs as my racing heart began to settle. How many? Just one. With that bastard dinner. Khan was also involved, I said while taking a breather on top of the well. No noble used this well. It was merely for aesthetics ever since the invention of tap water, but that only applied to nobles, not us in the slums. My clothes were not fancy enough to go unnoticed here. If anybody caught me, I would be screwed. Roger. Did you need reinforcement? Yes. I am in the noble quarter. I need someone to get me out of here. I couldn't get back to the underway. Roger. Help is on the way. R666 will support you. Thank you. I was ashamed to ask for help from a kid, but she is a noble. At least she could get me out of here. Stay alert. Did you lose him? Yes. Maybe? No. I didn't lose him. I unsheathed my shabby sword as a figure jumped out from the well. I looked around and judged I needed to make my last stand here. If I turned my back to him, I would meet the same fate as the rat he bisected earlier. Damn it, we have been found out. The man cursed. The noble soon followed him, climbing pitifully like apes. Kill him quickly. We have been found out. He already took out his phone. That means the Reapers have found out about us. The plan failed. The man said. Hope started rising within me. Yes, you are right. If you leave now, I won't chase you. You will have the time to escape before the guards arrive. I said. My voice was shaking, which made him smirk. You must kill him now. Destroy his camera and recorder. If they send proof to the ministry, I am finished. Ah, you are correct. It seems like I can't let you go now. I would be troubled if you were to be executed. He unsheathed his sword and swung at me from over 10 meters away. I paid close attention to his blade as if my life depended on it. As soon as I saw his sword swing, I rolled out. The slash made a small gouge behind my position a second ago. Damn it! He cursed as he dashed at me. He knew I figured out his secrets. Clang! Our blades crossed. Visible chips started to appear on my blade. Each time we crossed blades, cracks began to form. Then, with an upward swing, my blade broke. A croak sounded from the noble. A few seconds later, a knife flew at the Hat Man. He blocked it with his sword. A dark figure arrived. A small figure clad in darkness from magic. He. So, you are her? The spy muttered. He knew her. 14. Chapter 34. Reinforcements. Next. R666. Answer. R666. My card was ringing me. I picked up my ear clip and shouted at him. So noisy. Do you know what time it is? I complained right to his face. R663 is requesting backup. You are the only one in the area. Why would he be in the noble quarters anyway? I tried to jog my memory. If I recall correctly, the underway's exits branched into multiple locations such as noble wells, slums, sewers, and some even led outside of the city. Why did he pick the one that leads here? Did he forget the underway's map? He was being chased by the target. I see. I am on my way, I replied. His situation reminded me of my own reconnaissance. I almost died there. After putting on my cloak, I left my villa and ran to the well. How many targets? He said. Once skill holder, proficient with swords. He is currently engaging them now. R666. In the worst case scenario, you must retrieve the camera and recorder. Roger. I hastened my steps and found them. The young man was crossing blades with a man wearing a hat while a noble-looking man was skulking behind the hat man. My mana sight shows that the noble was preparing some spells. I threw my throwing knife laced with paralyzing poison at him. He croaked like a frog. The other two turned toward me all at once. My shadow covered half of my face, so I was not worried, but the Hat Man recognized me immediately. A small figure clad in darkness from magic. He. So, you are her? He chuckled. Have we met before? Well, you are a bit famous. Not many have fled the Three Musketeers Saint alone and lived to tell the tale. You are from Eldrin, I growled. He might be strong. However, this world has no levels. As long as I can embed this knife into his throat, he will die like any other man. Moreover, I had new paralysis poison coated on my blade. He then swung his sword from a distance. Waves of mana flowed toward me, but I sidestepped the slash, and it passed by me harmlessly. Whoa, you dodged that easily. As expected, I couldn't win easily against the children of gods, but I heard this empire's children of gods are slothful, never trained. Let's see how you fare up close. We charged at the same time. His blade swooshed in, but my trident dagger blocked it. Then, with my stiletto, I thrust in. He dodged it, but his moves were wide, and thus he was unable to retaliate. He was gaining distance from me, and I let him. He stepped in with an overhead swing, and he swung at me with such confidence. However, I had already put him under an illusion. I stepped away from him as he cut my illusionary body. From his perspective, I must have tried to block his sword with my trident knife in vain as he overpowered me. Ha, you are no big deal. You think you can parry me with that thin knife of yours? I looked upon him from a distance away as he dwelt on his glory. Something about him irked me. He then swung his blade sideways. I dodged his sword aura. He used a skill. However, unlike my skill which consumes stamina, his skill seemed to use mana. Even though he was not a mage, he could still use mana. This world sure has no absolutes. You are smart, but your bloodlust failed you this time. He spoke as he turned in my general direction. He could not see me, but he could sense me. His words irked me more. Ugh, why am I so annoyed? My heart started to race as I looked at him. Unlike before, when I faced the musketeers, I felt no danger this time. I could take him on. I wanted to kill him. I spread my tentacles across my body as I crouched down before charging him. He was sweating. He was afraid, yet he didn't run. How amusing. I charged toward him with the intent of finishing him. As he swung his blade, I parried with my trident dagger, and then, within my cloak, my dark tentacle stabbed him using my throwing knife coated with poison. The battle finished in an instant as I retreated back. This trident knife is crap. Its blade was chipped and almost cut off, I muttered while looking at the paralyzed men before me. As I disarmed him and the nobles, I reported back to R25B. They have been captured. May I go back to sleep now? I said with a hint of sarcasm in my voice. Really? Excellent job, R666. Of course, you may go back to sleep. I have contacted my client. He will send an appropriate person to retrieve the package. The battle left me feeling unsatisfied. I kept looking at the noble and the man. My knives were still drawn. The fight was over. I should go home and sleep. But when I look at their defenseless bodies, I want to carve them up, stab them, pierce their throat. R666. Thank you for saving me. R663 undid his scarf and showed me his face. He was a young man and still could be a teenager. R4, my mentor, said none in the Reaper Guild were scared of my eyes, and yet, when I glared at him, I could sense fear. He was not in the Reaper Guild. He feared me. I should kill him. R666? He called me again. It knocked me from my stupor. Huh? Sorry. So, how are you going to leave? Should I escort you to the noble gate, or will you leave through the well? I blushed as he called me and tried to speak nonsense. I also undid my darkness cloak and revealed my face. Well, R25B said they will send an intelligence agent here. I will hand over the package. Sorry, but I will leave now. I couldn't face them. Yeah, you are too young to be believed as a Reaper. Let me handle it from here. Once again. Thank you. He smiled. His smile was beautiful. He could be more handsome if he bathed more. Bye-bye, I said while running away. My face blushed. Returning home, I went back to my bed and buried my face in my pillow. In my heart was a mixture of emotions. Unsatisfied. I had the urge to kill, yet when he smiled, my frustration disappeared. It was similar to when I looked at Alicia lately. My body calmed down somewhat, yet it was replaced with embarrassment. I fell asleep. In my dream, I met Eladranthia again. She didn't smile this time. She inched closer and hugged me tightly. Something felt repressed within her. Something unsatisfied. The red moon shone behind her as the red comet turned dark. I woke up, and it was noon. The sun shone through the window, blinding me with its light. Alicia? Yes, Lady Eli? Alicia entered. She was replacing water in a jug and had just returned. Why didn't you wake me? You slept soundly. I didn't want to disturb you. Besides, today was Sunday. I see. Oh yeah, Today is Sunday, I muttered. I will bring you lunch. Have you reviewed our lesson? Let me bring lunch to our dormitory from the cafeteria, okay? R666. Good work last night. The intelligence army has interrogated the suspects. Baron Dinner was easy to talk to, but this guy, we call him Mala, was silent. However, we have a strong conviction he was from the Eldarin Empire. Anything new? I yawned in sarcasm as I talked to him. I already knew from the way he spoke and about the Three Musketeers that he was from the Eldarin Empire. I didn't know anything about the Eldarin Empire except his name. However, in the web novel, the Eldarin Empire was hostile to this nation because we accused them of helping the Western Coalition. Yet, there was no formal war declaration between us. Well, thanks to you, we have figured out several of their weapon locations. Moreover, Baron Dinner will be released. Huh? Why? He is a traitor to the crown. I raised my voice before realizing I was too loud in my dormitory. Alicia was currently ordering my lunch. She could come any moment now. Well, that's where we come in. An assassination request has been issued for him by the Ministry of Defense. Of course, you see, the kingdom negotiated with that baron such that they would release him if he paid a hefty fine and provided information about all of his wrongdoings. In this kingdom, it was hard to enact the death penalty under normal law. There were a total of 30 assassination quests, totaling 200 points. It is for Baron Dinner and the other possible members of the rebellion or assassination attempts housed in the slums. I see. Should I kill them tonight? I whispered to hide my excitement. My blood seemed to boil over at the prospect of being able to eliminate bad guys. No. Not yet. Don't kill them too early. The client said we must wait a minimum of 1 week. Or that shucks. I whined. My excitement was rising, and he doused it with cold water. Lady Eli, here is your lunch. Alicia opened the door while carrying a tray full of bread, soup, and fruits. Thank you, Alicia. Look, I have finished my homework. It was easy, I said while opening my workbook. The only thing I needed to work on was my dancing. Wow, nice work as always. You are very quick on this, Alicia praised me. I smiled back. Where are yours? Let me teach you. You have problems with maths and history, right? Sure. Thank you, Lady Eli. For that day, I was incredibly restless, making it hard for me to keep my mana locked. The class today talked about mage history. I noted several things regarding this lesson since it was not fully mentioned in the web novels. Mages in this world had 6 elements they might be adapted to. Alex, my previous tutor, already mentioned this. However, he didn't mention the history of mages. Before the invention of magic tools and Facestone, mages had very distinguishing tasks, and people could see which kind of mage they were at a glance. Fire mages usually worked in the furnace, helping weaponsmiths. Light mages and water mages were doctors. Earth mages were construction workers. That time was the dark time for dark mages. No pun intended. Dark mages were often associated with mind manipulation. They were often hired to torture criminal nobles without harming the body or to give pleasure without actually engaging in the affair. That's what they did in civil affairs. For military affairs, dark mages were also the least favorite. They were often employed as tutors for their illusion magic. Wind mages were messengers, and fire mages were artillery on top of the castle. Fire and wind were the most precious things during wartime, but other mages were also in high demand, except dark mages. Water and light mages worked as doctors and earth mages were involved in wall and fortress construction. Dark mages were often discriminated against during that time. However, with the advent of magic tools, their discrimination lessened because other mages could perform tasks from various branches of magic. Furnaces could be powered by Facestones. Clean water purifiers could be powered by Facestones. Pulleys for construction could also be powered by Facestones. Cement makers were powered by Facestones. They even had tractors and cars, although horses remained the primary and cheaper transportation method. The end of dark mage discrimination occurred during a war 200 years ago. Our small kingdom at that time won a decisive victory due to inventions like cannons, flamethrowers, and explosive traps, all of which required Facestones. The kingdom, now an empire, began to view Facestones differently. Facestone channeling became incredibly important, triumphing over discrimination. They immediately monopolized all Facestones, regulated their prices, and ensured their production. After the exciting history lessons and other boring ones, 1 week passed. and the kill quest was finally confirmed. 9.